Respected Your Excellency Piyush Srivastava, Ambassador of India to the Kingdom of Bahrain, Dr. Sausan Kamal, Member of Parliament, Kingdom of Bahrain, Ms. Elham Hassan, Board Member and Business Strategy Advisor, Mumtalaka, Dr. Kiran Bedi, former Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry and retired IPS officer, Ms. Ahlam Janahi, President of Bahrain Businesswomen's Society, CA Kemisha Soni, Central Council member ICAI, and Chairperson of Women Member Empowerment Committee and CPA Committee of ICAI, women leaders of other GCC chapters, other dignitaries present, members of BCICAI, overseas chapter, and from India, and other distinguished guests. A warm good morning and welcome to the first ever Women Conference of Bahrain chapter of ICAI. A special welcome goes to Madam Ambassador, Ms. Monica Srivastava, who have accepted our invitation and agreed to attend the conference. Back in December 2020, we have witnessed the first virtual conference of BCICI with the theme Making a Difference under the leadership CA Ajay Kumar, which was a grand success. And yes, ever since we have started our term, your executive committee has been trying to make this difference. And one of many such differences is promoting the leadership of its women members. CA Ajay Kumar, our chairperson, deciding to step aside for a month and letting a woman lead the chapter. And another difference has been this conference, the first ever women conference of BCICI, which is happening today. Every year, 8th March is celebrated as Women's Day, a day to mark the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women, a day to honor those who stood up for women's rights, a day to recognize women's struggle to be free, and a day to recognize the important role women continue to play in the society. The global campaign theme for the International Women's Day for this year and also for our conference is Choose to Challenge. And what an apt theme for the year. Though the theme resonates with all of us as we move past 2020 into 21 with the COVID-19 pandemic caused disasters. But there are certainly no shortage of challenges for women to choose from during this as well as the past year, with record number of women losing their jobs or leaving the workforce to care for the children or trying to balance between the social and professional life. Women have been hit hard. But as they say, women are better leaders, especially during the crisis. Women Conference with this theme, Choose to Challenge, aims to bring to you such women who have chose to raise to such and many other challenges and brought about a change in the society. When women support each other, incredible things happen. This thought of celebrating the whole month as Women's Month and also conducting the first full-day women conference was turned into an incredible reality due to the immense support of the women members of BCICI. I was fortunate to have the ExCom members, CA Rowana and CA Natasha, who were with me during this whole month and have left no stone unturned to make this happen. Thanks to CA Ria, Joint Secretary, for her support and presence. Also, a big shout out goes to CA Subhashri, CA Khushbu, CA Nisha, CA Shri Bharati, CA Garvita, CA Ambika, CA Radhika, CA Karishma, CA Ankita, and all other YCAP members who have worked selflessly to make this month special and make BCICI Women Conference a reality. Also, a heartfelt gratitude goes to all other ExCom members and mentors who have not only uploaded the decision, but came forward to provide all the necessary guidance and support. With that, I would like to play this beautiful video of the YCAP journey, compiled by none other than CA Khushbu, during whose term the idea of YCAP, the women's wing of BCICI, was conceived.
As they say, the fondest memories are made when gathered around a table. The journey of the women's wing of BCICI, or YCAB as we call it, began with a casual dinner among friends in 2014. This project was an initiative of our immensely talented, ambitious, and motivated duo, CA Shubhashri and CA Shri Bharti, with their helping hand, CA Khushbu, and the ever encouraging and supportive CA Meenakshi, the then chairperson of the chapter. At the International Conference of BCICI in the year 2014, the support to form the YCAB poured in when all the women CAs present wholeheartedly supported the initiative, and thus was formed YCAB. Since then, from a small coffee shop meeting with a few ladies in 2014 to an international conference being handled by the women members in 2021, we have come a long way. In these 6 years, the chapter has also witnessed a tremendous increase in the number of paid and participating women members. The reason for this initiative was basically to give the women members of the BCICI a platform to network and meet other than the post-work seminars, as most of the women were unable to attend the same. From the very first seminar, which was exclusively led by women members in March 2015 with the theme Make It Happen, this forum also served as a platform for women to grow and lead many other chapter activities and seminars themselves. Compliance, emotional intelligence, financial modeling, and crowdfunding, to name a few, were conducted exclusively for women members and was well received. The women in the group have been motivating and encouraging each other to take up leadership roles, and therefore, since then, we have seen BCICI executive committees having 2 or more women members every year, with some of them taking key positions like that of an ExCom member, joint treasurer, joint secretary, and now even the acting chairperson role. Also, after the formation of YCAB, every year the Bahrain chapter has had a number of events where women members have played a key role, be it registrations, stage management, public speaking, souvenir making, or mementos. The women have done it all. We would like to take this opportunity to thank all the women members who have taken up active roles in the chapter, the past and present chairpersons of BCICI, and the BCICI members who have, and we are sure will always, be supportive and reassuring for YCAB to reach even greater heights. As Oprah Winfrey once said, challenges are gifts that force us to search for a new center of gravity. Don't fight them, just find a new way to stand. And as we celebrate the 6 years of YCAB, we women know we chose to challenge and found our own way to make it happen.
Wow, such a beautiful compilation of the journey from casual dinner talk to the world class conference, from make it happen to choose to challenge. Yes, with 5 6 women members meeting for the dinner to having more than 60 paid women members of BCICI today, from conducting a small gathering to celebrate the Women's Day to dedicating the full month to women and conducting a full fledged women conference. We have really come a long way. And with your support, I'm sure we will only go up and ahead. With that, I will hand over the control back to CA Roana and CA Natasha to proceed with the inaugural session. Hope you all enjoy the conference and have a great day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you for that lovely address, CA Sharmila. I now request our first dignitary of the day, India's ambassador to the Kingdom of Bahrain, His Excellency Shri Piyush Srivastav, to please address the conference. Over
Thank
to you,
you.
sir.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Dr. Kiran Bedi, former Lieutenant Governor of Pondicherry, Your Excellency Dr. Susan Mohammed Kamal, Member of Parliament, Kingdom of Bahrain, Ms. Alam Janahi, President, Bahrain Business Women Society, CA Kamisha Soni, Central Council Member, ICAI, CA Ajay Kumar, CA Sharmila Seth, Acting Chairperson, Bahrain Chapter of ICAI, distinguished speakers from Kingdom of Bahrain and India, members of Bahrain chapter of BCICAI, and all the distinguished guests who have joined today. A very good morning to all of you. It is an honor for me and my wife Monica to be present among such a distinguished galaxy of personalities and women leaders from India and Kingdom of Bahrain. Let me begin by congratulating the Bahrain chapter of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India for organizing this event, which so aptly titled Choose to Challenge, as part of International Women's Day celebrations. It is heartening to know that the very able secretary CA Sharmila is leading Bahrain chapter of ICAI for this month. I commend Bahrain chapter of ICAI for this unique gesture as part of International Women's Day celebrations. This event is also significant for us at the embassy as it coincides with the beginning of our celebrations of 75th years of India's independence. Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, launched the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav on 12th March 2021 to mark 75 years of India's independence. The celebrations will carry on till 15th August 2023, both in India and abroad. And I look forward to seeing you in these celebrations later during the year and next year. Distinguished guests, Kingdom of Bahrain has made concerted efforts to ensure advancement of Bahraini women in all fields. It's a progressive society in which women have made tremendous progress and occupy key positions in almost every field, including public and private sectors, top government positions, businesses, parliament, social organizations, and other sectors. Some of them are present in this event. Parliament of Bahrain made history in December 2018 when it elected its first female Speaker of Council of Representatives, who is also the second woman to head a parliament in this region. Indian women have also stood shoulder to shoulder with their male counterparts, contributing to the progress and development of our nation in all spheres, from our freedom movement to strengthening of democratic processes, advancement in various social and economic sectors, sports, armed forces, high-tech sectors of space, etc. The list is on and on. Indian women have occupied country's highest offices, including those of President and Prime Minister, as well as made distinguished successes in other sectors. Women empowerment continues to be the central theme of Government of India's initiatives and programs. Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao, Ujjwala scheme, and women helplines to ensure safety and security of women are some of women-specific schemes launched by the Government of India. All across the world, the women doctors, medical professionals, and health workers have been in the front line in global communities' fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. On this year, International Women's Day, we honor and salute these barriers. Friends, forums such as these bring together people from different walks of life from India and Bahrain, which I am sure will further strengthen our historical and close bonds of friendship. We look forward to further deepen and diversify the multifaceted bilateral cooperation between India and the Kingdom of Bahrain. I wish the event all success and a very happy Women's Day to all of you present here. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We now have with us a clinical psychologist, a politician. She has been sworn in the Council of Representatives. Her Excellency, Dr. Sausan Mohammed Kamal. She is a member of the parliament in the Kingdom of Bahrain. Over to you, Dr. Sausan.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Sharmila Shet, Acting Chairperson, Bahrain Chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, His Excellency Mr. Piyush Srivastava, Ambassador of India to the Kingdom of Bahrain, dignitaries, members of the ICAI, and participants, it is a pleasure to attend the conference this year on this remarkable occasion. Thank you for your kind hosting. The theme of this conference, Choose to Challenge, is extremely relevant in current times. At the outset, I would like to extend my sincere congratulations and blessings to Her Royal Highness Princess Sabika bint Ibrahim Al Khalifa, wife of the beloved King of the country and President of the Supreme Council for Women. May God protect her on this occasion of International Women's Day. We extend our sincere wishes to Her Highness for continued health, wellness, and success in fulfilling her great role and achieving the aspirations of Bahraini women in the prosperous era of His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa, the beloved monarch of the country. May God support him and take care of him. I'm so glad to participate among a group of high-ranking personalities, and in particular His Excellency Mr. Piyush Srivastava, Ambassador of India to the Kingdom of Bahrain, as the Bahraini-Indian relations are characterized by the broad historical dimension and the various fields, which are based on the understanding and a strong desire between the two friendly countries to enhance relationships of friendship and cooperation to meet the aspirations of the two friendly countries and people. When we talk about the steps that have been taken to empower women, we are talking about an integrated and systematic system of a strategy that the Kingdom of Bahrain has undertaken to empower women, starting with the directives of His Majesty the King, may God protect him, and the guarantee of the glorious Constitution and the National Action Charter to the efforts of the Supreme Council for Women and various government agencies. The National Action Charter transformed Bahrain into a constitutional kingdom as the results of this transformation is lived by us at the present time. It formed a solid base for the respect of human rights and the protection of public and personal freedoms. It established a democratic parliamentary system, the two-council system, in addition to municipality councils. Moreover, it granted Bahraini women more rights and gains that we are living today. The Supreme Council for Women, chaired by Her Royal Highness, was established. Furthermore, the media and the press witnessed freedom to express opinions. Bahrain's promising Vision 2030 was presented, and it also ensured the achievement of high standards in housing, education, work, and health services, as well as it had opened the door for the establishment of political and civil societies and organizations. Therefore, the Kingdom of Bahrain reached an advanced level in international forums. Women receive great attention from the government of Bahrain in all fields in general and in housing in particular, as women have been granted the right to apply for housing service as a head of household. In addition, the government took significant steps to develop an action plan to protect women from forms of violence and discrimination, in addition to the economic empowerment of Bahraini women. The Kingdom of Bahrain has also issued legislation and laws in support of women's rights, including the Family Law Number 19 of 2017, which regulates family provisions for everyone without any discrimination. In 2018, family courts specialized in resolving family disputes were launched, and all of this falls under the fifth goal of the Sustainable Development Goals, gender identity. On the political level, in November 2018, the United Nations statistics indicated that only 24% of national parliamentarians in the world are women, as compared to 11.3% in 1995, as it represents a slight increase. This is due to the difficulties that women face in the world societies. This comes at a time when the Kingdom of Bahrain has progressed at an accelerated pace. The year 2001 is the main start in the Kingdom of Bahrain for the political achievements of women by establishing the right of women in elections and to run in parliament and the municipality, thanks to the High Royal Will and the Constitution of the Kingdom of Bahrain and the National Action Charter, until we reached what we are currently witnessing in terms of the superiority of women in the political field, where 6 women out of 40 MPs reached the representative seats through free and direct elections, and not only by appointment. And the election process is unlike the appointment process, as it requires sufficient community belief in the empowerment of women that may not be available in any environment, but the Kingdom of Bahrain, in its current council, was able to celebrate the winning of 6 women parliamentary seats. Whereas these women represent 15% of the elected council, and one of those 6 women held the presidency of the council and represented the legislative authority in our constitutional kingdom. The royal patronage of His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa represents a motivation to continue with determination the march with firm faith and full conviction in the ability of Bahraini women to make clear imprints in the comprehensive development process. On the economic level, Bahraini women participated in economic activities significantly, and the percentage of active individual commercial registrations owned by Bahraini women out of the total active individual commercial registrations for Bahrainis for the years 2010 till 2018 was about 43%. In conclusion, our wishes for women stem from the Global Sustainable Development Goals set in the Millennium Development Goals, especially the 5th goal, as we look to a world of equality between genders to bring peace, prosperity, and sustainability to the world, and to provide women and girls with equal access to education, care, health, decent work, and representation in political and economic processes and decision-making. This will be a fuel for sustainable economies and benefit societies and humanity as a whole. And in conclusion, we would like to salute all the women of the world, and we wish them more success, prosperity, and glory. I congratulate the BCICAI for organizing such an event and wish you all success in this conference and in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We are delighted to have among us Ms. Elham Hassan, a leading businesswoman in Bahrain and the first female partner of PwC. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Sharman Rashid, Acting Chairperson, BCICAI, His Excellency Pio Sharifastava, Ambassador of India to the Kingdom of Bahrain, dignitaries, members of the ICAI, and friends, good morning. I believe that a change in mindset is needed for the nation's decision makers, but forcing such change will have negative consequences. It's an honor to be with you today in the company of so many amazing women, some that we have already heard. International Women's Day is a day where everyone appreciates everything that the women in their lives do and go through. It's a day when everyone acknowledges the value and importance of women in their lives, of women in the world is immense. The theme of this conference, Choose to Challenge, which is an international theme, is extremely relevant in the current times. As we watch the coronavirus on a global level, it can be easy to feel powerless, but no matter who you are or where you are, you can choose to challenge by showing leadership and excelling in your respective field. Today, the whole world can see that we are all better off when women get the opportunities they deserve. Today, we unite to make the women of the past proud, the women of the present inspired, and the woman of present inspired as well, and provide the woman of the future with vision. Women had made great strides in equality, yet there is still a great deal which needs to be achieved. And I think you will find those messages coming through in all the topics that will be discussed today. We have a social and moral duty to help our nation progress and to use our skills, experience, and knowledge for the same. A progress of any nation is measured in economic terms, and it is only by continuous interaction with well-reasoned, experienced people can we get more insight and different perspectives around us. Your collection of speakers today will, with no doubt, enlighten all the participants in such areas. I have to mention here that I was in the board of the Bahrain Accounting Association when we approved the affiliation with BCICAI, something that had proven to be a very successful, that the entity that was formed had contributed to the finance and accounting field in the Kingdom of Bahrain and has been made a remarkable nature. And I hope that the chapter in Bahrain continues to grow from strength to strength. I wish you all the very best for this conference and hope that the delegates benefited greatly from these interactions. Thank you, and I wish that I will be joining you in some of the discussions today and hopefully benefit with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elham Janahi. Today, we have among us a very special dignitary. She is an icon. She is a performer and a reformer, the one to whom many look upon to for their inspiration, the one who truly defines strength, Dr. Kiran Bedi. Over to you, Dr. Kiran Bedi.
Thank you, my sisters and brothers living in Bahrain. Thank you for inviting me to this very prestigious event. Your Excellencies and my dear friends. You've extended the Women's Day this far. That's a very interesting thing. While the world began and stopped on March the 8th, you've gone on till March the 20th. Is it 20th today? It's 20th? Yes. You've gone on. Only we women could have done that. I think that's very special about women, that they want to have it their way all the time, in this way, in this context. I have just 3 things in my mind, friends. I don't have a written speech, but I have just 3. I've not had the luxury of time to sit and write a speech that I could deliver, but I've been able to collect my thoughts in the tight scheduling I've had back to back. Number 1, since it's a women's congregation and it's sisterhood for me, while we also have very eminent men present who I have great respect for. Your Excellency, our ambassador is also here. Very happy to see him. My friends, my 3 points are, number 1, as you must have heard, and I don't mind repeating it, that there are 3 W's changing the world. First W is the weather. The second W is the web, that's the internet. And third is women. Particularly, even more after COVID, research is showing that 500 million women are now waiting to unleash their economic value, other than their human value. It's the economic value, the economic worth. Now, and since you are chartered accountants, you have an amazing role to see how your wealthy companies whom you handle accounts for, how do they link themselves with the women empowerment? I think that's a critical, and it's all in your hands. You women chartered, I see my own chartered accountant, who's a chartered accountant for my foundations, how he helps me handhold with some of the wealthy donors. some wealthy accounts where they're looking for a corporate social responsibility and they link themselves to the causes. And with the result that through the foundations which I work with, it reaches out to hundreds and hundreds of women and children in empowerment and girls in empowerment. So I see the third W in you, and you also as heading as CAs of wealthy assets. How do your assets get linked with the women in need? I would say that. So if this is my first is that please see that as chartered accountants, how do your good, rich accounts serve the underprivileged or the women in need? Many NGOs are working with women around the world and around in India. They need strengthening. Rather than opening one of your own foundation, look for good partners on the website, credible, and stay associated with them. They are into women in economy, women in skills, women in leadership, women in higher learning, women in information technology. So if you strengthen, and I've noticed any skill given to a woman transfers into a changed family. I've seen that 100%, friends. Every educated, literate woman makes the entire family literate. Every economically empowered woman makes the son and the daughter employable. It changes the health of the family. So you are chartered accountants. You exactly know the potential of your account holders. Handhold them, inspire them, identify the causes for them, and please link your wealthy accounts for causes. This way, it's a win-win situation. You also have, fortunately, under the Income Tax Act and whatever, the Companies Act, you also have tax reliefs. There are full tax reliefs and there are partial tax reliefs. So that is also your role to make your account holder aware of the giving and the benefit taking. But all these needing donors are companies, NGOs, strengthen them. So many of them are into very worthy, including environment, including water, including grassroots leadership. You can work with the women in rural areas. You can also work with the women in urban areas, which is semi-rural and semi-urban. This is my one point. Secondly is that, remember, we are collaborators by birth. In fact, the research is clearly showing a very interesting research. No, I had that here. It shows a 2016 study found that women outperform men in 11 of the 12 emotional intelligence competencies, such as collaboration, communication, and professionalism. These are our strengths. We can build on collaborations, we can build on communications, and we can build on professionalism. Professionalism would need a skill. Collaboration is inborn with us because as women, we are natural collaborators. We are uniters of the family. Though I don't want to use it, but it said, while men inspire you to fight, women inspire you to unite. This is not my words, but others' words. But I've also seen very, very many men also uniting. There's no doubt about it. And I've also seen a few women also dividing. So you have exceptions in both categories. So I'm not being gender biased, but that's traditionally known. Women unite, inspire, and men make you fight. But the evolved men also make you unite, and outdated women also make you fight. So it's both ways also. So this is my second point I thought I would request you to keep in mind as a women's conference. My third is make the woman realize that behind every successful woman is she herself. Is she herself. Now, how does she understand she herself? The only thing is she herself forgets herself for a while. When she forgets herself for a while, that's the time when she starts losing out on confidence. So how do we create an environment when we reach out is to make every woman realize that she herself is the strength behind herself. It's she herself plus. I would use the word she herself plus. And the plus is the family. plus is you NGOs, plus is you as a community, plus is her friends and networks. But she herself must understand her own strengths and how does she network to realize it. Friends, the main point here, I think, is we've always been talking about separate thinking. How do we do work-life balance? Every time a question is asked, how do you balance family and work? Look, I've been a 24 hours at work. There was no difference between my work and home. I worked and moved into home, and home was also supporting my work. It was a smooth transition. For me, it was one life extended to work and extended to life. There was no bifurcation. And the family grew up to understand that mommy is at work and that she is where she loves it. And so does family love it. Family is equally a gainer when mommy is at work. So moment the family understands that when mommy is at work, family is an equal gainer. And therefore, when mommy comes back home, we are here to work for her so that she is happy and she's healthy. I think these are kind of messages we need to understand, that women's, now with the 3 W's, weather, women, and the web, I think it's important what kind of messages the evolved, a new age generation woman gives. What kind of homemaker she makes, what kind of professional she makes, what kind of citizen she makes, what kind of contributor she makes, what kind of leader she makes, because the world is watching the new woman, because she is unique. What is different from the past is the emergence of the woman in leadership. I have never seen such wonderful conferences all these last 40 years. It's happened only in the recent past, and even more now virtually, how we're all connecting, how you are all showing great leadership and clarity and what you want. So I'm older in age for all of you. I'm senior woman at work, because my work as a woman goes back to this year 1970, when I started as a lecturer in a college, and before I joined the Indian Police Service in 1972. So I have been a bread earner, an earner for myself, self-reliant from the year 1970. Some of you were not even born at that time. So I'm sharing that kind of experience in giving, that I have been a support to myself, and I've been a support to my entire network of families. In fact, one of your questions here is, what impact my work had on others? I think it's been very impacting. My life has been well lived, because anywhere I've gone, there's been an impact left. And I have a very interesting quotation for you before I close. It says, it was in the sacred space of times of India, as if it just meant for us for today. It says, the heading is the shade of giants. We never fully move on. We, in this case, is we women. We women never, it's not written here women, but I'm adding the word women. It says, we never fully move on. We leave a piece of ourselves behind, like leaves and trunks molded into the earth and forest floor. We give what we know, and others take it up and use it to grow. I stand under the shadow of giants. We women, wherever we go, at work or at home or in the society or in conferences or in giving, we leave our footprints. We leave an impact. We leave an aroma. We leave a feel, that bit of emotional connect every time. Now, what is it that we leave behind is something which we owe to ourselves to keep enhancing. That is what I do personally, is to constantly grow personally, evolve, grow personally, remain a learner, remain a student. You as chartered accountants can play that role. Stay abreast of Government of India policies. Stay ahead of the changes in the rules and laws. Every day, Government of India is coming out with new, interesting, inspiring support system policies. Read the news, get to the All India Radio, listen to the PIB news, because Press Information Bureau every day tells you what is the latest cabinet decision, the Mudra schemes, the many schemes which is leading to empowerment of women are all on the website. However, keep track of them as chartered accountants so that You can advise your companies where to offer a helping hand. That means you continue to leave your footprints wherever you are. And not only footprints, maybe even give roadmaps, a whole strategy. And look, imagine if every chartered accountant, imagine if every chartered accountant in India, let's say begin in India, because you're a Bahrain branch of the Indian Chartered Accountants Association. Imagine you, all of you, if you start advising your wealthy account holders that this is where you can do it in a small way or a big way, look at the transformative revolution that can come in Indian NGO networking or community service in India in the year now. In COVID times, it is you people, it is your companies which provided food, healthcare, clothing, books, even reading books, e-books to the needy. But there was such a big gap. Everybody could provide something which we could have done better. So never late than never. So this is my little message to my sisters and brothers in this community of chartered accountancy, but especially for the women, because you're celebrating, focusing on the women power empowerment. Thank you once again for this wonderful opportunity to connect with you all the way in Bahrain. And I remember fondly my last visit to Bahrain. It was a couple of years ago when I came for a little book release. I do hope as things open up more and more, I'd love to reconnect with my Indian community in Bahrain. And the host at that time was His Excellency in Bahrain, your earlier predecessors, Mr. Piyush Srivastava. I forget his name right now. I'm so sorry. I'm aging now. But I'm just saying I forget his name. But I fondly remember the Bahrain Association, Women's Association, and the wife of His Excellency at that time was the president of the Women's Association who invited me. Anyway, I'm very happy to be a part of you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. We look forward to
Thoughts,
seeing you. Sorry, I just wanted to respond. Ma'am, it was Mr. Alok
Please, Your
Sinha.
Excellency.
And ma'am, we look forward to welcoming you again. And you have been so inspiring. I last saw you in my posting in Ghana a decade ago.
Wow.
And you have been always inspiring, not only to the women, but to civil servants like us. You are a very senior colleague and always a role model. We would love to have welcome you here as soon as the situation improves. Thank you for the inspiring words, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and thank you, Dr. Kiran. Our next dignitary is Ms. Ahlam Jahnahi, a successful businesswoman and the founding member of the Bahrain Businesswomen Society. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Sharmila Sheikh, Chairperson of BCICAI, Your Excellency Piyush Srivastava, Ambassador of India to Kingdom of Bahrain, dignitaries, member of ICAI, and friends, good morning. It is my pleasure to attend the conference this year. On behalf of Bahrain Businesswomen Society, board members and members, I would like to congratulate His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa and His Royal Highness Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, the Crown Prince and Prime Minister. Her Royal Highness Princess Sabika bint Ibrahim Al Khalifa, wife of His Majesty the King and President of Supreme Council for Women. Congratulations extend to Her Highness Sheikha Tajba bint Salman, Honorary President of Bahrain Businesswomen Society, on the International Day of Women. As a Bahraini businesswoman, we are proud that we have a body like the Supreme Council for Women that takes care of Bahraini women's affairs. Because we are women, we are proud to be mothers, sisters, daughters, and wives. In addition, we are proud to be a business partners beside men. There is no difference between men and women in Bahrain's commercial law. Businesswomen Society ensures that businesswomen are represented in decision-making and leadership positions. and on boards of directors of a private and government organization. By the way, Dr. Sausan and Mrs. Ilham, they've been ex-members of Bahrain Businesswomen Society, and also the Speaker of Parliament of Bahrain, the first Speaker of Parliament of Bahrain woman. She was an ex-member of Businesswomen Society, and we have the King appointed 3 members of Businesswomen Society as Ashura members, and we have also 3 appointed as Municipality Council, and we have more and more. They've been in board of directors in different organizations of Bahrain. So Businesswomen Society, they are very strong women in Bahrain. The aim of International Businesswomen's Day is not to celebrate women once a year, but it is a reminder that men and women complement each other, and women have an identity of their own, and that they have the freedom to choose for themselves. On this occasion, it is a chance to realize how much change and development has been achieved. Let us not forget that the women now have opportunities that our mothers and grandmothers could only dream of. And we have to celebrate that, because now is the right time to do that. The theme of this conference, Choose to Challenge, is relevant in the current time. We are living in the era where women's voices are being recognized and heard only because of the tireless effort of women who choose to challenge the norm. It's important to understand that the rise of the women is not about the fall of men. Everyone can play a role in forging gender parity. Gender balance is not solely a women's issue, but it is also an economic issue. In more recent years, men as advocates and champions of change has been recognized as a major trend in accelerating women's equality. Many progressive CEOs and influential leaders have committed via diverse and inclusive organization that challenges stereotypes and bias. I sincerely thank every one of you for partaking in this celebration of women. We hope this year is filled with much happiness and success for each and every one of you. I would like to congratulate BCICAI for organizing such an excellent event with a wonderful lineup of speakers. Let's all together celebrate the Kingdom of Bahrain and the world as a better place for the future generation. And I would like to say just, I love India and I love Indians. Bahrain, in Bahrain, we don't differentiate between Indians and Bahraini. We are family, we are friends, and good luck to everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ahlam Janahi. Today with us, we have a dignitary who is serving her second term in the Central Council of ICAI. She is also, she is the chair and is also heading the Committee for Women Empowerment and the CPE Committee. Over to you, CA Kemisha Soni.
Thank you. Yeah, am I audible? Yeah. Chief guest, Honorable former Lieutenant Governor Puducherry and retired IPS officer, Kiran Bedi ji. His Excellency Piyush Srivastava ji, Indian Ambassador to the Kingdom of Bahrain, Monica ji, Dr. Saushan Mohammad Kamal, Alham Hassan ji, and Alham Zanahi ji, And our guest speaker, Kiran Demleji, Chitraji, Vedyanji, Gabrielji, Patelji, Chetnaji, and Dr. Revtiji. And about organizing team, CA Sharmila Sheth, CA Ajay Kumarji, and Riyaji, Natasha, and Rana, and dear participants. I wish everyone a very happy International Women's Day. I would say that International Women's Day is not only one day, it is every day. I know that International Women's Day is observed on 8th March, but friends, the day we recognize our strength, the day we cherish all that we have achieved with our hard work, the day we feel proud of ourselves is Women's Day for us. So I'm really happy to note that ICI Bahrain chapter has organized this Women's CA conference to acknowledge the strength, achievement, and accomplishment of women. And today, really, we are fortunate to have with us Kiran Bediji for this webinar. And really, I would like to mention about her book about creating leadership. So just I want to refer her book also. That is really very excellent book. And really, madam, we are very fortunate to have with us. And as rightly said by Mr. Kofi Annan, who served as the 7th Secretary General of the United Nations and was the co-recipient of the 2001 Nobel Peace Prize, there is no tool for development more effective than the empowerment of women. So the importance of women empowerment can be judged from the fact that this concept has been made into an entirely separate sustainable development goal framed by United Nations, SDG 5, which is about achieving gender equality and empowering all women and girls, has put women empowerment at the focus of international community. It is time that the world realize women are the real architect of the society. Women power is the formidable force that can create, nurture, and transform any area. They are the real agents of change for sustained development. And even a study published by McKinsey very clearly shows unrepresentation of women force at corporate level. According to study by McKinsey and Company, female representation on executive board of Indian companies even currently stand at 5%. Only 5% of working women on board in comparison to global level, that is 20%. So at ICI, here I would like to mention about ICI also. Institute of Chartered Accountant of India is the second largest accounting body in the world. And we have 39 overseas chapter and 164 branches in India. And we at ICI have firm belief in sustainable change and development, not only in our profession, but in our nation too. It is my privilege to acknowledge that our profession has achieved a tremendous growth since its inception. Over the year, more and more women have been equally strengthening the profile of accountancy profession in India. Our women professionals have grown exceptionally well, making their presence felt both at the international and national frontiers. I would like to mention about the data of our women chartered accountant. Presently, 87,318 women chartered accountants, which account for an impressive 27% of the total number base, 323,976. Even the number of girl students is increasing with time, and today we have 40% female students registered for the chartered accountancy course. And even in comparison, year 2000, women constituted only 8% of ICI membership. So the number of women in chartered accountancy profession is growing significantly, and these numbers are encouraging for the future of the Indian accountancy profession. And also I would like to mention that all what has mentioned by our Your Excellency Piyush and our guest Kiran Bediji about the government policy regarding women related so many policies the India government, we have uploaded on our portal also, and we have designed awareness program also for that. So here I would say that in nowadays we are witnessing progressive policies, practices, benefits, and support mechanism to add women in mainstream profession. These policies and practices help in giving a definitive edge to a women career. And additionally, getting inspired by other women achievers remain one of the best motivational factor for women to achieve her full potential. Remember, challenges are God's and opportunity to let us show our true worth. Dear friends, Choose to challenge your circumstances, your ability, your situation, and you will accomplish your true potential. Because I'm taking also session also. With this, I would like to congratulate Bahrain chapter for organizing this event. And again, I would like to thanks and over to organizers.
Thank you, CA Kemisha. I now request all our respected dignitaries to please leave their cameras on for a few moments while we take a virtual group photo.
Looking nice.
Yeah.
Where? Hey, you're all looking very nice. You're looking, all of you, very nice and impressive. I'm not saying handsome and beautiful. I say impressive.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
See, I made you smile for the photograph. Vibrations, send positive vibrations into the photograph by smiling from your heart.
Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we now conclude the inaugural session. To take us into the keynote address, we have a member who needs no introduction, the first female secretary of the chapter and the co-founder of YCAB, CA Shubhashri. Over to you.
Thank you, CA Natasha and CA Rana, for taking us through a wonderful inaugural session for the first ever CA Women Conference. Am I audible? Am I visible? Distinguished dignitaries, conference delegates, and ladies and gentlemen, these are the two questions with which we begin all our online meetings today. But think about it. This is the same two questions which women over the years have been asking. Women's conference such as this bring to forefront those women who choose to challenge and make it happen and make themselves visible and audible and inspire women all over the world. Today we have with us one such inspiring icon, fearless, bold, social reformer, and an activist. Dr. Kiran Bedi is a tenacious person. Go ahead, and the power to connect, the power to connect, the power to get things done is her mantra. Let's have an audiovisual of the Lady Singham so that we can see her achievements over the last few years. AV, please.
Dr. Kiran Bedi, former Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry. Dr. Kiran Bedi is the first woman in India to have joined the officer ranks of India Police Service in 1972, where she served for 35 years. She was the first woman to be appointed as police advisor to Secretary General in United Nations in the Department of Peacekeeping Operations in New York. She is recipient of the Ramon Magsaysay Award, also called Asia's Nobel Peace Award. She's an author of several books such as I Dare, It's Always Possible, Creating Leadership, and many more. Dr. Bedi has been voted as the most admired and trusted woman in India by Reader's Digest, The Week magazine, and others over the years. She has a biopic on her life called Yes, Madam Sir, made by an Australian filmmaker, and a recent documentary on her life was featured in Nat Geo's Mega Icons. She is running 2 NGOs, India Vision Foundation and Navjyoti India Foundation. Dr. Kiran Bedi.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's our Singham lady, Dr. Kiran Bedi. I would like to bring to your notice that since we have already had her talk a few minutes back in the inaugural session, I will have all the pleasure in asking her some more questions, and let's hear some pearls of wisdom. First of all, let me welcome Dr. Kiran Bedi once again to our conference. Welcome, madam.
Thank you so much, Subhashri.
Madam, let us begin from the very first. Yes, madam, sir, your childhood. You were the second of the 4 daughters for your parents. But how was it when you were growing up? As a girl child, did you feel that you were differentiated by the society or by the environment? And how supportive was your family and your parents?
2 things when we grow up as girls, we don't choose. One is our parents, the other is our school. We are born to parents as destined. And parents choose your school as they choose, right? That's the key. And that's your foundation. If you got parents who have already a dream for you, girl or a boy, doesn't matter. But all the more girls, because that kind of a dream, the dreams for a boy and the dream for a girl in Indian parents, I'm talking of Indian parents because that's where I've experienced. So I cannot talk about others. Varies. And it had varied. And it varied even during my time when I was growing up. The good news is that there was no conflict in the dream of my parents vis-a-vis we as daughters. And what was their dream? Grow up to become self-reliant and grow up to give. Be self-reliant, self-dependent, and grow up to give. Now, you cannot be growing up to give and be self-reliant unless you're very well educationally skilled and qualified, which means education became the cornerstone. And the sky was the limit when it came to budget for education. I think that was the beginning. The second message alongside was growing up in self-confidence, because all that goes along with it. Therefore, the credit of my upbringing goes to my destiny, because I didn't choose my parents. I didn't choose my school. I got city's best school, and I got the God's given best parents who groomed me. So I think what my message here giving is, if you want the girls to be what you like to see them be, choose the mother and the father. It's in their hands, the way they mold you, what kind of profession they send them to, what kind of upbringing they give, and what kind of thinking they give. Mine was no differentiation. My message from my parents was, sky is the limit. Sky is the limit. Until now, it's limitless. Till now in my life, it's limitless. Every day, I choose a new destination. I choose a new learning. So my friends, since we are all parents before we become professionals, and we are parents at home all the time, or as teachers and educationists, that's why I suggested to you as chartered accountants, support women empowerment, support women education, support upskilling of women. You will be transforming society much faster and see the transformation during your lifetime. What was done to me by my parents can be done by parents plus society.
Madam, you said the importance of education in a woman's life, but you were also a great player. You were crowned national junior tennis champion way back in 1966, and you have played tennis later too in your life after you joined IPS. So how do you think sports played an important role, and what do you think, has sports changed for women over the years?
Sports has become much wider, but it's still not reached and percolated at every school level. I'm a product of both books and the tennis court. If the tennis court was not integral to my upbringing, I would have probably not made it to the Indian Police Service. I would have made it in the world of academics. But I would not have made it into police service, the IPS. I was a strong woman because of sports. So I think what sports gives you an all-round development. It develops you personally, completely. Decision-making, toughness, physical endurance, stamina, all these things. Stamina doesn't come from book reading. Stamina, your physical stamina and endurance doesn't come from book reading. It doesn't, unless you play outside in the sunshine and you run and practice. And then spirit of judgment, instant decision making doesn't come from the books. It comes from playing competitively. So I think what is important again, which was important for my parents, was since sports was tennis was a family game, I was put to sports and tennis. Again, as I said, I could not have gone as a child to the tennis court. It is my father and mother took me to the tennis court. Back again to your upbringing, which is your foundation. So whatever you want your child to be, give that child all those opportunities when the child is small, girl child or a boy child. And once you give that, then allow and nurture and see where are the child's preferences and let the child grow. So I was nurtured to be a tennis player, was nurtured to be an academic, and I developed all these qualities of holistic development, all-rounder qualities, both from both the grounds. So therefore, sports must become part integral, like music. You see, any art, whether it's music, whether it's art, but sports is something which takes you, throws you into the open field, out into the love for nature. So while other activities also join.
Thank you, madam. I think that's pearls of wisdom for all of us, not only women here, as parents also. Now I'm going to shift gears and I'm going to ask you something about your career. When you started your career, did you have any goals, and have you managed to achieve them, or does the goalpost keep changing for you?
I have only one goal. I must continue to fulfill the purpose wherever I am. All my performance is purpose driven. And it's a higher purpose. It's not a selfish purpose. And what could be a better purpose in the Indian Police Service than to ensure justice and to ensure safety? So I have not changed my goal and purpose. As long as I'm in the service and I've been given assignment, I look for the real purpose of wherever I am. As Inspector General Prisons, my purpose was reform of the prisoners. As Deputy Commissioner of Police in traffic, my purpose was proper regulation and enforcement. If I was a Deputy Commissioner of a crime district, it was to prevent crime prevention and early detection. So you look for the right purpose, and that becomes your strategy to meet that. I've always been purpose driven wherever I've gone.
Let me just move on to your leadership role, which specific being to a woman. Now, as an IPS officer, the first woman, that too, did you think that there were some qualities that was expected out of you? And what specific qualities do you think a woman leader brings to the table, which a man does not?
I must tell you, there is a perceptual difference of the people from a female leader and a male leader. It's a perceptual difference. It's not that it exists in all, but this is what people feel. People feel when they see a woman in leadership, they feel her, she's one of them. She's not going to be elitist. She's one of them. Ye hamari jaisi hai. Arey hum bhi to iske jaise hain. So they relate to a woman leadership much more than they are concerning a man, unless the man becomes a Mahatma Gandhi. Unless the man becomes a Gandhi and everybody flocks around him, because he was an androgynous manager. Gandhiji had the best of the traits of a female and a male leader. Wherever a woman becomes an androgynous manager, she is loved. Women, men, people expect women to become more accessible. They expect women to be honest. They expect women to be fair and giving, meeting, not hierarchical. So I think that was the expectation, and I fully met that expectation, but I didn't do it by effort. It was an effortless work for me because I was a woman at heart in a pure way. Accessible, communicating, fair and just, and very sensitive to injustice. So it was so natural for me. I was like a parent at work.
But being a women parent, as a mother, some men look like that way. But what were your biggest barriers? I'm specifically asking for a woman because there are a lot of women who will be watching this program and would want to have some good takeaways from your experience.
For me, every barrier is a challenge, an opportunity to improve. So I never stopped at a barrier. I removed barriers and I made it barrier-free career. So for me, it's very, very important that as a leader, you don't stop. If you've come across an obstruction or a barrier, as a leader, your challenge is, how do you remove this barrier, or how do you remove this obstacle and find a solution? I've been by nature a solutions provider and not a reconciler to barriers or obstructions. That's the test of a leader. A leader is a remover of obstacles, not a complainer of obstacles. For instance, if I'm short of resources in policing, imagine, it's a government department. That's where my NGOs were born. My NGOs were actually an additional to taking away from the government, involving the people, providing the solutions, whether it was security or in drug abuse treatment centers or vocational skills or schools for children to prevent crime. So my two NGOs are 35 years old. They've grown with me in service. I probably became the first one in this country while serving as a government servant, setting up 2 foundations, but with nothing personally to take, only to give and get to give. It was never to take. So therefore, till now, I'm able to provide these solutions. So it was all barrier breaking, but every barrier was an indicator what to do to meet the purpose of the service.
Get to give is your another mantra, which I've heard from you now. But there must have been some stereotypes or biases which you would have faced. How did you overcome them, with specific reference to the NGOs? Because I think one of your NGOs actually works for women empowerment, other than the drug abuse also. So how does women empowerment, you bring women empowerment into picture? Because I think one of the qualities of leadership is empowering others.
Is to role model yourself, is to role model yourself, is to be the example, be visible. It's unless you role model yourself, how will you be an example? Constantly be the example, show the way, and then spread the empowerment, delegate, train, inspire, motivate, co-opt, collaborate, unite, create a sisterhood. Empowering people is very, very important. Train people, find the solutions, give them, provide them. When you are in a position of influence, think for the others and be a provider. That's when you empower largely. And so it leads to larger social empowerment. You don't discriminate between boys and girls, but girls need you more because parents are holding them back. That's why. So therefore, my life has been of spreading empowerment.
NGOs also work and upskill women and other lower poverty line children also. But you yourself had upskilled yourself way back after you joined IPS. After almost 20 years, 21 years, you had done your PhD in drug abuse and domestic violence. How important do you think as leaders, women have to keep upskilling themselves?
I think that's if you want to stay ahead and infused and also be able to give something extra to the people, you've got to continue to be a learner all your life. be it in information technology today, or be it knowledge skills. It's the head, the heart, and the hands. All the three need to be regularly nutritioned. The head for intelligence quotient, for heart, the emotional quotient, for hands, the upskilling. So unless you learn to upskill the head, the heart, and the hands, you get outdated. If you want to remain a leader and an inspired leader and continue to inspire others and motivate, then continue to nourish every day your head, every day your heart, and every day your hands.
You've had a very long career, be it in police or outside it. You have been in social work a lot. How do you think the challenges for women in leadership role has changed over a period of time? Do you think it has become easier for women to take up leadership roles?
It is easy and difficult both. Easy because now she's educationally qualified, and where she can equally compete, she's chosen for the extra qualities she has. It's difficult because now she's managing two roles. She's managing her office role, and she's also expected to remain the family role. I think that's where her challenge has become additional, is that she is got corporate leadership, but she doesn't sometimes have the family support or the requirements which she need to do now, running her home as well, or maintaining her family. I think that is a real challenge, if you ask me. The real challenge today, a woman is not her profession. She's qualified. Is how does she handle a parallel family after her work is over? Why? Because the woman is grown, the man hasn't. Unfortunately, some have not. I've seen this. Women have outgrown, they're able to handle both. But men have been nurtured still in a manner by their respective mothers, respectfully by their mothers and fathers, that they expect have certain rights of their wives. Those women who have a challenge are where husbands have not grown along, but where they've grown, like in Nordic countries, Scandinavian countries, all share equal responsibility of parenting and housekeeping, house management. But in India, no question. Yet, it's only COVID probably, which has probably retrained many men to support in housekeeping. But even many cartoons come of otherwise, but that she says, yes, he's at home, but he's only watching television. And he's now wanting more food every 3 hours. So what I'm saying is, you have the good, the bad, and the ugly. You've got very good men who are now partners in life. Then life is easy for the woman. But you have also men who are also holding her back. Or you have the parents-in-law or others' expectations of holding her. I think that's where the working woman's challenge is. Today, the woman equally professionally qualified, she's no less. But what does she do when she becomes a mother? What does she do when she has more children, and what the children wait for her after school? We don't have day boarding schools. We need a whole chain of day boarding schools where children also go back home with no homework. Mother comes, picks up the child from the day boarding school and take her home. No homework, no bag, nothing. And the child is with the mother to have fun and dinner together. But we don't have day boarding schools. The school is over at 2 p.m. My mommy is not home till 7 p.m. What does she do for 5 hours? I think that's where a whole new change of this kind of social management and development has to take place, is have day boarding schools and neighborhood day boarding schools where the child learns art, craft, sports, music, finishes the homework, does extra reading. Mommy does not have to go back to say, beto homework karo. She doesn't have the energy. She wants to now play and have good time with the child. But this is not the kind of support system the society is yet giving to a outstanding, brilliant woman professional. So profession is not the challenge. It's her motherhood which is the challenge.
You're absolutely right, madam. I think many women here will accept what you're telling, and we also relate to most of what you're telling. Most of us are working in the corporate environment. So what happens is we have our way of unplugging and relaxing ourselves. But how does Dr. Kiran Bedi relax?
For me, the best relaxation is my morning workout. When I do my exercise, I have a home gym. I don't have to wait to go out. I have a gym in the house for many, many years. I have my treadmill in the home. I have a cross trainer at home. I have a stationary cycle at home. I have the yoga mat with me. So I do my morning workout, and that's my maximum relaxing time. But I also multitask while doing that. Particularly when I do a treadmill, I have a very beautiful table on it. I can read and a treadmill. I don't run. I don't sprint on the treadmill. I walk the treadmill, but I also have a podium by which I can read my newspapers or read my articles. So I use that time to read in the morning because that's essential for me. That's refreshing. If I've done my morning reading for an hour and a half and I've worked out for an hour and a half to 2 hours of workout, but that's, of course, it's an early morning hour, that really nourishes me. It sets, I don't need anything more after that. Then the work takes over, which I thoroughly enjoy. So I think the morning workout for me is my real energy giving.
Thank you. I think it's very inspiring that you have told us that we all need to do some kind of exercise. There is another track which I would like you to answer my question to. Am I good enough? Am I meeting people's expectations? These are questions which plague women over a period of time. Does Kiran Bedi have any kinds of these self-doubts? If yes, how do you overcome them?
I'm not dependent on acceptance by others. Sorry. I'm living my own life on my terms. Take me or reject me, doesn't matter. But why would you reject me? I'm not leading a selfish life. I'm really living a very shared life. It's a life of giving and giving, providing for everybody. I'm not living a selfish life. It's a life of total giving. And if somebody expects more, that's their problem, not mine. So I don't live on others' acceptance. And I am very confident and sure what I can do and I won't do. And I will not do. But I will do what I must do. So I think it's a clarity of mind.
It's a very nice take. Thank you so much. I never thought of this angle ever in my life, but I always thought I should ask you this question. I will take the last question now, a very important one. I would like you to give 2 advices to the women who are watching this. And will your advice be different if it is to the new generation, the new millennials?
My friend, no 2 lives are similar. And there can be no one answer for all. We all have to look at our individual lives and see what do we want. That is very important. There is no one answer for all because everybody's nurture and nurturance is different. We must know what is our nature and what is my nurturance and opportunities available. Assess it's like doing your own strength SWOT. Assess your strength, assess your weaknesses in the opportunities you have. What are your threats and what are your opportunities? SWOT. Each woman should do her own SWOT. Look at her strength. If she's healthy, that's her strength. What's her weakness? She's not managing her time well. Well, that's an opportunity. That means you can convert into better time management. What is the threat? What will happen to me 30 years from now when I grow up in it? Are you imagining it? That means you are unnecessarily stretching it. I'm going to give you an example. What I'm saying is my suggestion would be let every woman do her own SWOT. Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And what she might be writing as threats may be an opportunity to change. That means all she needs is looking for right mentorship or guidance or counseling or self-support to seek its solutions. Work on your strengths. Don't make your strengths a weakness. Then work on your weaknesses and see can you help yourself or go to a mentor or a teacher or a resource and look at your opportunities and multiply them. And don't unnecessarily get overawed by threats because every threat may be an opportunity to convert. I'll tell you one example. An employee of my foundation the other day came and she said, ma'am, when I did her SWOT and I looked at her SWOT, one of her SWOT was that I'm not getting married because otherwise who will look after my parents? She was 32 years old. And she says, I'm not married. And I said, fine, you don't want to? She says, no. But ma'am, I feel threatened. Why? If I do get married, what will happen to my parents? So I said, so? He says, so therefore this is a threat. I said, but I think it's a great opportunity. What opportunity in what way? I said, in way, when you get a proposition, if the proposition is willing to go along with you to say, I may need to continue to support my family. If that is acceptable to you, you are my life partner. Otherwise, let him go. I said, that's an opportunity for you to be clear in your own mind. So I said, so why don't you convert this into an opportunity to see what you can do with your own mindset? Do you know what one of the best takeaway for her from my SWOT that day was, ma'am, what I was considering as a threat, I'm now going to convert that into an opportunity. And I am be fine. If I can find the right companion, I'm fine. If I don't, I'm fine. So her worry and anxiety became an opportunity to think differently. So I think every woman owes it to herself to do her own SWOT and build on her strengths. Don't weaken them. Don't weaken them. Know your strengths and then work on the weaknesses bit by bit every day. You can't do it overnight, but have a plan for every weakness to become a strength. And don't get threatened, which may not be. Analyze that threat. What are you threatened of? And then don't weaken your opportunities. Keep building them up. I think I would say every woman should do her own SWOT and then look for guidance, whether she can guide herself or she can seek guidance. I think that's the main.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kiran Bedi. It has been awesome to listen to your pearls of wisdom. In fact, I think you stand for what power and strength is for women. In fact, there are a lot of takeaways from your session today, right from the beginning of the day to exercising to doing your SWOT analysis. I think these are very good ideas, which I think women, I'm sure whoever are listening, not only women, but even men, they start doing this so that they have a better life. Before closing this, I would like to just close this session with a quote by George Bernard Shaw, which I actually found on your social media very recently. Life isn't about finding yourself. Life is about creating yourself. Thank you so much, Dr. Kiran Bedi. It has been awesome having you with us on our first ever CA conference in Bahrain. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next session, I would just like to bring to your notice that our Excellency H.E. Piyush Srivastava, Indian ambassador to the Kingdom of Bahrain, has some prior commitments and hence will be leaving. I take this opportunity on behalf of the BCICI and the acting chairperson, C.A. Sharmila, to thank His Excellency and his wife, Ms. Monica Srivastava, for being with us here today. Thank you so much. Now let's move on to our next session. For the next session, we have with us a lady who is very dynamic and ever smiling. She was a co-founder of the women's wing of the BCICI and is a CA by profession, but an entrepreneur by choice. Please put your hands together for CA Khushbu. Thank you.
Thank you, CA Shubhashri, for your kind words. A very good morning to all you lovely ladies and gentlemen. In our lives, I'm sure most of us have experienced being first in a running race, in a swimming competition, in a dance competition, or alike. But our next speaker for today has been running in a completely different league altogether. Being an outstanding professional and a committed member of the council, she's currently serving her second consecutive year in the Central Council of ICI as the chair of the CPE committee and the Women Member Empowerment Committee. Apart from being an inspirational woman chartered accountant, she is also a sports enthusiast who has represented her state at national level in badminton tournaments. She is our one and only CA Kamisha Soni. We now have a short AV introducing CA Kamisha. Can we have the AV, please?
CA Kemisha Soni, Chairperson, Women Members Empowerment Committee and CPE Committee. CA Kemisha Soni is Chairperson of Women Leadership Committee of South Asian Federation of Accountants of SAARC countries for the year 2019 to 21 and the convener of Digital Re-Engineering and Learning Directorate of ICAI. She has served as chairperson, vice chairperson, and convener of many committees, namely Committee for Capacity Building of Members in Practice, Ethical Standards Board, etc. She was the first woman chairperson of Indore branch of ICAI, CIRC, and Board of Studies of ICAI. She has served as a director to the boards of Madhya Pradesh Stock Exchange and Shubhalakshmi Mahila Cooperative Bank Limited, Indore. She has been honored with many awards, namely Luminaries of Central India by Dainik Bhaskar, Pratibha Khoj Samman by Patra Lekhak Manch, and Devi Akhilya Nari Gaurav Alankaran Award. CA Kemisha Soni.
So without further ado, let us call upon CA Kemisha Soni to enlighten us on the various initiatives taken for the women by ICI Women Empowerment Committee. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, Khushbu. Greetings, everyone. Just give minutes so I can share my presentation. Is it visible? Yeah, presentation is visible. Yeah.
She asked a question.
My presentation is visible. Khushbu?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Thank you. As you all know, International Women Day 21 theme is Choose to Challenge. So it's very apt considering that women had to challenge age-old traditions, customs, and rituals to reach where they are today. And today they have to challenge glass ceiling, mindsets, and hostile environment to climb higher in their professional career or in society. So choosing an accounting profession as a chartered accountant is a powerful and challenging choice in itself, which can empower women to a great extent. This profession offers various options and areas to choose from and provides a definitive edge to the holders of this qualification. Women chartered accountant can either opt for working in an organization, corporate, or set up their own practice, or can work on assignment basis. So many professional opportunities are there, and also we have designed so many programs. So I am here to share some initiatives of our ICI Women Empowerment Committee. So I would like to share through this presentation so many professional opportunity and certain what we have designed certain programs. So Women Member Empowerment Committee constituted by the ICI to augment women-centric programs and initiatives for making them as mainstream performers at all levels, from corporate leadership to academics to practice. Year 21-22 is marked for women participants as lead performers of mainstream profession. The main purpose of formation of WMEC is to put women in a leadership role, be it in practice or corporate scenarios. And we have also at SAFA level, Women Leadership Committee also constituted in year 18-19. So overall theme of this committee is women empowerment for inclusive growth, For overall empowerment and the inclusive growth, the participation of women is needed in the economic front too. So women participation in the accountancy and commerce certainly enhances the economic status of the nation. So we have kept this theme, women empowerment for inclusive growth. And as you can see in this slide, this was mission statement of WMEC last year. The reason of this was that so many women CAs are in industry, corporate level, public service. For example, Jarin Daruwala in Standard Chartered Bank, Neena Lal Kidwai, Chitra Ramakrishnan, RM Vishakha, they all are as a CEO or CFO, but presence of women chartered accountant in practice is not that much visible. So last year we kept this theme as a mission statement, making the present felt and visible in practice domain. And we also designed module for the workshop and training according that. And however, with the changing economic landscape, WMEC assigned a specific theme for the year. So this year, the theme for the year is digital empowerment for inclusive growth. And as I have mentioned in my opening that inaugural speech also, presently status of our women chartered accountant is 27% in percentage in total number and 40% girl students. And here I would like to mention about that we have also one women member empowerment portal, and where we have mentioned all female chartered accountant who are at ICAI platform in leadership role. So I would just request chapter chairperson Sharmila also, you can send also your detail for uploading your informations at even overseas chapter, all female chartered accountant who are in leadership role or in a managing committee. So that will also, here I have given a link also regarding that. So in that link, all female chartered accountant who all are in at branch level or regional council level or council level, we have mentioned their designation and name in this portal. So entire our women member empowerment initiative we have bifurcated in 4 categories. So I will discuss one by one, and really dear participants, in today's challenging time, the Women Member Empowerment Committee of the ICAI is constantly making efforts to upskill and come out with capacity building initiatives for our women members, and we are making efforts to create opportunities for women members in a digital age and make them aware of the same, thereby contributing to the growth and ultimately leading to a stronger economy. So these are some strategy we have designed conversion strategy. Under that strategy, we have created certain platform. Under transformation strategy, we have designed some customized training program, and we have also compiled so many professional opportunity for our women chartered accountant. So this is first initiative, success story, motivation story, or inspirational story. So our female chartered accountant can send their stories to our WMEC committee, and here I have given link and email ID also regarding that. So dear members, female chartered accountant, you can also send your story, and we will definitely upload your story on our portal also. So this we have started really new project, and which got an amazing response from our female chartered accountant, and till date we have received so many stories from women all over the country. So this success story have already been featured on the women portal also, and we will also beginning to make video for the same. So this is something different program what we have designed, named Setu program. Setu, it means bridge between the practicing chartered accountant and female chartered accountant. So this program in the form of recruitment drive we have designed. So under conversion strategy, we have designed this program or platform, sort of campus placement, but in practicing areas. So WMEC organizes recruitment drive in branches across the country, wherein chartered accountancy firm will be invited, and the platform will be given to women chartered accountant to join chartered accountancy firm, whether as partner or employee, or on flexi working hours, or on assignment basis, or on part-time basis, or as per convenience of both. So this platform we have created, named Setu program. Second is networking member submit also, and that is also on digital mode also available. So even global chartered accountant from Bahrain chapter chartered accountant, they can also participate in this type of platform also. We have also WMEC portal. This facility also we have added in portal also. So one of our other major initiative is a dedicated women's portal, which provides our female chartered accountant a medium through which they can post their requirements and can explore flexi working options available for them. And it also aims to provide a common platform to our women chartered accountant to update their knowledge and share their views and concerns. And as a member, you can also contribute by submitting article for the portal and also for e-newsletter also. So when you visit this portal, you can get so many informations related to that. And even global level also, corporates, firms, they can also register at this portal for the requirement of our women chartered accountant, whether as a partner or part-time basis or on flexi working hour basis. So they can also upload on this portal their requirements and their details. So after visiting this portal, you can get all information. So, dear friends, you can also connect or contact us through social media platform. The WMEC has created a Facebook page also and account on Instagram and Twitter also. Here you can become aware about the upcoming initiatives of WMEC and get other motivational content also. So third program what we have designed is about the transformation strategies. Some customized training program we have designed, and this is the highlights of Setu program. Under that, with an aim to train women member who want to start their own practice and also to brush up the knowledge of those women members who have taken a break in their career and want to resume back, and those chartered accountants who are in industry and corporate and they want to start their own practice, or our freshly qualified chartered accountant, they want to start their own practice. For that purpose, we have designed this Setu program, and under this program, we also provide linkage between the women members and chartered accountant firms through arrangement of platform also, through our portal also. And this is the structure of our Setu program. Basic purpose of this specialized program is to enhance the skill, knowledge and professional competence of our women chartered accountant. In this particular program, we have taken some core areas of practicing areas. For example, overview on direct access, accounting and standard auditing, then about the Companies Act, corporate laws, and also certain accounting software also. Under this design program, these programs is also available on our digital learning hub. So any member from anywhere, they can access this program. So we have already uploaded these lectures related to all segment of Setu programs. So second program what we have designed, that is women entrepreneurship program. Under this program, highlight of this program related to that ki female member, they want to start their businesses or entrepreneur, they want to be an entrepreneur. So in that program, we have compiled all policies related to government, what are the facilities and how they can set up their projects. And also we have mentioned certain business plan, and in India that Startup India policies, and what are other facilities from India, state government and central government. So we have compiled all these type of facilities and programs and about the project report in that women entrepreneurship program. So that is also available on our digital learning hub platform also. Because of this COVID pandemic, we have designed all program in digital mode also. And even this year we have started, ICI has started committee on MSME and startup also. So member can take benefit of that also. Then we have designed women independent director training programs. So our female members on board. So in this particular program, what are the legal requirement? What are the regulations, law related to independent director? So we have compiled all provisions related to that. Even that board proceedings also we have mentioned in this independent director programs. And committee has also published handbook on role of women director for the members who are or are desirous of holding directorship position in corporates. And this handbook is an exhaustive reference material which provide a comprehensive overview to the women member on pertinent topics. For example, corporate governance, checklist for due diligence, common secretarial compliances, audit committee effectiveness, code of conduct for directors, and expectation of government from director, etc. We have added, and certain also we have includes that interviews from eminent independent directors and FAQs also we have added. So also this book is available on our women member portal. So you can also access through portal on this material. Next, our design program is faculty development program. As you all are aware, who all are chartered accountant, at ICI level, we have so many certificate courses and post qualifications courses are there. So aim of this program is for specifically women member who want to be a faculty at our ICI level. They can also take this program, and under train the trainer program, we have compiled so many that art of public speaking and other things also added in this specifically customized design program, train the trainer program. So our women member can be a faculty, and nowadays because of all courses are online basis, so from Bahrain chapter also they can also participate as a faculty in various our certificate courses and post qualifications courses. So dear participants, this is the ABCD of the technology. I am a great believer in the power of technology to make work-life balance better for everybody in the profession. So update yourself on technology front. Main challenges of working women have been time and traveling constraint due to family commitment or otherwise. So about the ABCD, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, cyber security, data analytics, and about the new area related to forensic audit and fraud detections, we have designed IT workshop programs for our female chartered accountant, and we have incorporated basics of all digital related, technology related softwares, XBRL, CAD tools, and about the cloud computing, robotic process automation in this workshop. So our member can join this workshop also. Then next program, very important, that program on work-life balance amongst married female chartered accountant aims to provide tips for women members to manage work-life balance. Now, there's so many female chartered accountants are facing so many issues related to work-life balance. They are also facing the depressions, frustration, and so many problems specifically related to multitasking capacities. So here we have designed this work-life balance program specifically for women chartered accountant, married women chartered accountant. So you can also join, and again this program already on digital mode also, so our female chartered accountant can join this program through that. Next, what we have designed specifically this because of SDG 5 goal, gender equality goal. So we have in this year, we have added this program in our awareness program also. The objective and purpose of creating awareness about the promoting SDG 5 is to emphasize its important in today's dynamic and challenging economics, and how can accounting bodies contribute toward its achievement in any country. It will also aid in promoting the role of women professionals and their empowerment for achieving overall objective of an organization in sync with economic goal of the country. So gender equality is as a SDG 5 goal, we have added certain program also. Next program, as mentioned, just I would like to first, before that, government initiative, we have also compiled initiative of committee for member in practice. Under this committee, we have so many schemes and MOUs and MRA with insurance companies, with software companies. For example, for antivirus also, for that also we have tie up with Quick Heal also. So you can get all information related to, because for example, I am giving here that professional indemnity insurance, that scheme available for our chartered accountant at 95% discount. So a member can get benefit of so many insurance schemes also, and they can also benefit of so many software. We have tie-up free of cost for GST software, research map software, accounting software, then automation accounting confirmation and reconciliation software also we have tie-up. So I say so many tie-ups are there. So our member can visit that committee for members in practice, see a benefit, that portal you can visit, and you can get all informations related to so many schemes, whether related to insurance, whether related to software, whether related to healthcare, banking, finance scheme. Next, I would like to mention about that ki here from Government of India, so many schemes are there for women also. So we have compiled all scheme, like for example, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, One Stop Center scheme, Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, Mudra scheme. So many schemes are there under central government. So we have compiled all scheme at one platform, that is for our women member empowerment portal. So in that portal, we have compiled all schemes for our women in India, and also that women can also communicate at ground level through this portal, and they can visit this portal and get information related to Government of India schemes. So this is about all our central government scheme. Next is professional opportunity. Dear participants, so many professional opportunities are available at ICI platform also. So we have compiled through our WMSC committee these initiatives of various committees for specifically professional opportunity. So one is our examination department. Our member can be examiner, our member can be paper setter, our member can be head examiner, observer. So this type of, and even digital checking also started. So these all related professional opportunity related to examination department. For detailed information, you can get examination, you can visit examination portal. And here I have mentioned link of that examination portal also. Second is very important professional opportunity area is related to as a faculty. Our female member can be faculty if you have completed any course, whether related to concurrent audit or be arbitration, Indes, IFRS, forensic, DISA, wealth management, concurrent audit, DIRM. So many courses are there. So you can be there as a faculty, and entire year we are running so many certificate courses, programs also. Minimum program under that particular relevant committee, they are hosting, they are organizing 10 to 15 programs in every year. So here for a day, that remuneration is more than 15,000 in a day, and 10 to 12 batch you can take, and according that, you as per your area of interest, you can be a faculty over there for a 1 day program or 2 day or 3 day. So for detail, you can visit that relevant portal. For example, for forensic, we have a DAP committee. That for arbitrations, we have a CLCG committee. Then for DISA, DIRM also. So you can be a faculty of various programs, certificate course and post qualification courses. And also you can be there not only as a faculty, but as a paper setter, as an examiner, and you can also be developed as a content developer. Also you can be there, and as a that development of papers, question paper. So these all areas which are related to our certificate and post qualification courses. This is also something different, that as a reviewer, you can be a reviewer at Quality Review Board under ICI. One board is Quality Review Board, second is Financial Reporting Review Board, and third is Tax Audit Review Board. So our member can impanel themselves at that Quality Review Board. Here they can be a reviewer, and for review, that is the for Quality Review Board, minimum 10 to 15 years experience requirement is there, but Financial Reporting Review Board, there is not requirement of like 15 years experience. So our young chartered accountant can be a reviewer at Financial Reporting Review Board and Tax Audit Review Board. Here I have given link of also QRBA, so you can take detail of this particular as a reviewer. You can get detail of Quality Review Board from that link. That we have a research committee also. So there is a every year we we have launched so many schemes also regarding that doctor scholarship scheme, that research project scheme, and also international research award also launched in last year. So you can also send your article and your research base if you are experiencing particular different area, for example oil, mining. So these type of, you have a different type of expertise, so you can send material related to that, accounting or auditing, and then taxation impact for that particular area, and you can send your research paper to our research committee. And here I have mentioned honorarium for that particular research projects, research publications, research paper also. And also you can be a reviewer for annual report of entity who all are participating in ICI awards for excellence in financial reporting. So that is also, you can be reviewer also, technical reviewer also under research committee. And here I have given link of that research committee project scheme. So if you want to take any research project under that research committee for accountancy, economic, and even so many areas related to account and finance, so you can send your research project also, and also that doctor scholarship scheme also you can get. Next is related to ICI journal also. You can send your article, depend on your area of interest, you can send article to our editorial board, and through editorial board you can get for structure CP hours and honorarium for that published article. So you can also send in our editorial board through that. As I have mentioned about FRRB, Financial Reporting Review Board, and Taxation Audits Quality Review Board. So these review board, you can be impaneled yourself as a technical reviewers of financial statement. And you have also in that minimum criteria is you have an experience in audit area also. And here is, I have mentioned honorarium also for that. In a year, number of annual reports we used to send to our technical reviewer, and for each review our member can get 20,000 rupees and 3 structured CP hours. So next is related to board of studies. Under board of studies also, so many professional opportunities are there. You can be a faculty of our live virtual classes from your place also. Then you can be a video lecturing also. Then you can also send articles in our student journal newsletter. Here also requirement of reviewer also for our study module material. If for example you are interested in financial reporting, you are interested in cost accounting, direct access, so you can be a reviewer also, because once in a year that review program is also through our we are conducting through our board of studies. And you can be a faculty of general management communication skill. You can be also develop that question bank for practical training assessment. So many professional opportunities areas are available on board of studies platform also. That one committee is capital market and investor protection. Here also resource person, our member can be a research person and faculty or paper setter or examiner also. And for each and every professional opportunity I have given link also. So dear member, what you can do, depend on your areas of interest, you can impanel on your platform also. And also you can be a resource person for various study group for IFRS, international taxation, so many other areas that are there for our global chartered accountants also. So number of technical committees are there. And you can opt in as per your area of interest. You can render your services. We have auditing assurance board, accounting standard board, ethical standard board, international taxation, internal audit board, government accounting valuation board, then audit committee also. And you can be a peer reviewer also. And this is something different and very important committee of ICI, that is Committee for Development of International Trade Services and WTO. So here you can get 2 or 3, you can get information from this committee. One is related to, we have done one webcast related to tapping professional opportunity abroad. So 5th April webcast we have here. I have given link of that, and that is related to FAQs. What will be the requirement in the form of license, that related to software requirements, specifically accounting process outsourcing services. That is also very excellent publication and insight on major economics. So related to, for example, US, UK, so many professional opportunity related to accounting process outsourcing. In these publications, we have given compilation of all type of professional opportunity at that particular relevant country, and what will be the technical requirement, academic requirement, what will be the licensing requirement, all that type of requirement we have compiled. And our chartered accountant, which type of services they can provide in that respective country also, we have compiled in this publication also, specifically ebook on quick insight on professional opportunities abroad. So our female chartered accountant can refer this all to important publication. One is accounting process outsourcing publication, and second is quick insight on professional opportunities abroad. So you can refer this all professional opportunity related material at our ICI platform. Next very important committee is Professional Development Committee, and here I would like to mention about e-publication quick insight for professional opportunities for chartered accountant. In this publication, you can get so many professional opportunities, whether related to government, whether related to banking segment, private segment, even global professional opportunity also compiled in this Quick Insight publication. And here, not only given what will be the requirement related to academic, related to technical requirement, but also we have mentioned link of all professional opportunity. So how you can impanel that particular professional opportunity, that is also mentioned in this Quick Insight publication. So this publication you can easily download from Professional Development Committee page portal, and through ICI portal you can get this publication, and you can refer also that. Nowadays, as advisory and something new areas are there, so many advisories, consultancy, drafting, KPO, BPO, arbitration, conciliations, these new professional areas are there. So as per Business Advisory Services, the global SMP survey found that the fastest growing service areas is advisory and consultancy services, with 35% of SMEs reporting fee increases in this area, even in 17-18, that is 45%. So these areas are really very growing areas for our chartered accountants. There's specifically online consultancy, online referring practice. So about that, we have also at ICI platform, we have launched CA Connect, that is ICI own search engine portal. So our chartered accountant can impanel, can register at CA Connect portal. As you are aware about, so many search engine portal are available at global level, at even India level also, like for example in India, that Urban Clap and this type of platform. But as per ethical requirement, our chartered accountant cannot register over there. So ICI has launched their own CA Connect platform for connecting global professional opportunity, and through this CA Connect search engine portal, our chartered accountant and even stakeholder corporates will get detail related to chartered accountant residing that particular area. So if you are a chartered accountant in Bahrain and they want to connect their other people, so they can upload their detailed name, firm name, individual member name on this portal. And for this, we are also organizing that webcast related to that in next 7 days. What are the features of this CA Connect, and how our member can connect in this search engine portal, and how outside people, stakeholder, corporates can get detail of our chartered accountant, whether they are in India or outside India. So this is also something new initiatives of our ICI. Specifically, finally, after this CA Connect, I would say for our female chartered accountant, for this is the march towards success. As Kiran Bedi madam also mentioned about the SWOT analysis, so I would also say about that, since there is no undo option in life, I believe you cannot be successful if you don't enjoy your work. Never compromise your happiness and success. Enjoy your life fully. For that, one is me time is essential to regenerate. Passion is essential. Ambition is not necessarily bad. Integrity, ethics are paramount, specifically for our female, all chartered accountant. There are no shortcut to hard work. time management always very important for female chartered accountant, and make your support network your pillars of strength. As Kiran Bedi ji also mentioned about that, ki, you can be your role model. जैसा एक मूवी में करीना कपूर कहती है कि मैं मेरी फेवरेट हूँ, तो like that. So this is some success mantra, and specifically for young chartered accountant, I would say, just imagine your professional life in chapters. Your career does not have to be your priority at all times, as you will go through different phases of life. So according that, you can set your priorities and goals. So with this, I would like to once again convey my deep sense of gratitude to the Bahrain chapter for giving me an opportunity to meet and to participate in this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for enlightening us on all these various powerful initiatives taken by the ICI for the women. It is definitely for women like you that we have our voices heard at the national level. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Before we proceed to our tea and coffee break, we have a short video compiled of the past women CA members who were a part of the past ExComs. So please stay tuned and let's see what do they have to say. Teamwork, motivating others, encouraging everyone around you, and facing every challenge with a smile are just few of the leadership skills that I learned during the 2 years that I was a part of the BCICI Executive Committee. I thank CA Sanjay Gupta and CA Meenakshi Sundaran for giving me that opportunity. Today is a very proud moment for all of us who've been associated with YCAP since its beginning, as we are conducting this International Women CA Conference. I wish the acting chairperson, CA Sharmila Sheth, and all the team members all the very best for the grand success of this event.
Great experiences make awesome memories. During the 2 years I was on the executive committee of BCICI, I gathered a treasure trove of memories. But way back in March 2015, some of the women CAs here in Bahrain chose to challenge ourselves and form the women's wing of BCICI. Today it is 6 years, and what a proud moment it is for each one of us that we are having a women's CA conference here in Bahrain. I take this opportunity to congratulate the acting chairperson, CA Sharmila, and the entire team for putting up this grand show for us. I also wish this event a grand success and a great experience for each one of you. Thank you.
During my tenure in BCICI ExCom, the gear shifted from 1 to 2. Yes, for the first time ever, we were 2 women members in the ExCom. And I'm so thrilled that we are in the 4th gear now. My 2 years in the ExCom were indeed an enriching experience, especially when I became the first woman to hold the post of Joint Secretary. The testimony of the tremendous efforts of the team was witnessed when BCICI won the Best Chapter Award for the first time. It is such a proud feeling that we are having our maiden Women CA conference packed with women speakers who chose to challenge the norms. This conference unfolds an opportunity to listen to their achievements and untold stories. There is no limit as to what we women can achieve. So let's hear it for our women.
Hello all, I would like to congratulate Team BCICI for organizing the Women CA Conference with the amazing team Choose to Challenge. Women at BCICI have always extended beyond their limits and chosen to challenge, which is evident by the fact that we have ever increasing representation of women members in the ExCom year after year.
It has been a great learning experience being in the ExCom, working with hardworking and visionary leaders, and a lot of learning to do. What actually goes behind the scenes in organizing all the events and the conferences that we bring out to the members. It was amazing being part of the ExCom team, and BCICI rocks.
My journey in ExCom started through an election process, which was the first ever election in history of BCICI. Being new in Bahrain and being elected as the executive committee member of BCICI was an unbelievable moment. That was the moment where my life skill journey began. I feel blessed and lucky to have mentors like CA Sridhar and CA Mahesh, from whom the best learning I have imbibed, that no matter how much you achieve in life, one must be always grounded and remain down to earth. BCICI is once again on the mark of creating history by organizing first ever women conference. Looking forward to this very special conference with amazing line of women speakers who have chosen to challenge the societal norms, which aptly goes along the global theme for the International Women's Day 2021, that is Choose to Challenge. These women speakers have showed us that women of this era have got everything to take the world in their stride. May all the women shine on. My best wishes to CA Sharmila and her team for emerging, evolving, and executing this landmark history for BCICI. Thank you.
With this, we break for our tea or coffee. So quickly grab your cup of coffee or tea and meet us by 11:30 when we are going to have our first set of raffles. Join us on time and do not miss the opportunity of the exciting and amazing prizes that the chapter has arranged for all of you. Thank you.
For inner peace, I believe that you need to experience true joy and happiness. And it's not a destination, it's a journey. And as an environmentalist and an ecologist, I feel the color of the sky is blue, the color of the ocean is blue, and the color of peace is blue. So if you can find peace and joy in simple things in life, that bring you happiness. In fact, if you see the colors of the flowers, maybe the raindrops, and maybe just sheer happiness on the faces of your friends and people. If you have inner peace, you can also spread peace. And there's no amount of money which can buy peace. So it is priceless. And I wish you every peace that you find every day in your life. And if you're peaceful, I think the world around you will also be peaceful. Thank you so much. For inner peace, I believe that you need to experience true joy and happiness. And it's not a destination, it's a journey. And as an environmentalist and an ecologist, I feel the color of the sky is blue, the color of the ocean is blue, and the color of peace is blue. So if you can find peace and joy in simple things in life, that bring you happiness. In fact, if you see the colors of the flowers, maybe the raindrops, and maybe just sheer happiness on the faces of your friends and people. If you have inner peace, you can also spread peace. And there's no amount of money which can buy peace. So it is priceless. And I wish you every peace that you find every day in your life. And if you're peaceful, I think the world around you will also be peaceful. Thank you so much.
A good morning from CA Nisha. Welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone had a good coffee break. And before we step in the next technical session, let us have some raffle prizes exclusively for our members. This is our maiden Women CA conference in the year 2021. And we have 21 prizes throughout the day to be won. So the Lady Luck will be sky high today for everyone. Further, just to reiterate, there will be quizzical Kahoot session at the end of the day. So hope you all are all ears to all the sessions. Starting with the first round of raffles, we have the BCICI special Facebook photo frame campaign, and all those who participated in our as per the guidelines of the campaign, there is an exclusive draw wherein 3 winners will be selected. For a BD10 Shukran voucher. Is everyone able to see my screen? No?
Yes.
Is it? I'm connected now. So congratulations, sorry for the technical glitch, and congratulations to the Facebook profile winners. We now move on to, we have three more raffle draws for all our other paid members. And we will be doing the raffle draw now. So for the other paid members, the first winner is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
The first winner is CA Anand Sharma. CA Anand Sharma, can you identify yourself, or you can say a hello or someone? Or the EXCOM members can confirm to me whether he's there in the meeting. I think he's not there, so we'll go for the next one. Our next winner is Sumit Khopkar. Sumit, can you please say a hello, or can one of the EXCOM members confirm to me Sumit is there in the meeting?
Is there?
Our next winner is Srinivasan Raghunathan. Sumit Khopkar gets a reyoke session for 2 reyoke sessions for 1 hour each. Is Srinivasan in the meeting? I think he's not there. We'll move on to the second one.
Srinivasan is not there.
Thank you. Our second winner today, oh, it's myself. So when I get a reyoke session or 1 hour yoga session, 2 classes. Our third winner is Akhil Mishra. Is Akhil there in the meeting? Can someone please confirm to me?
Akhil is there in the meeting.
Akhil is there? Has he identified, or should I move to the second one?
Akhil is there in the meeting. Akhil, can you confirm, please? He confirmed.
All right. So Akhil wins Amethyst perfume from Lalek. So with that, we come to the end of the first raffle sessions, and we now move on. And we now move on to our technical session. For that, I call CA Radhika Zinzuwadia, who is working with Key Point to take us through the proceedings. Over to you, CA Radhika.
Thank you, CA Nisha, for the fun-filled raffle session and a warm welcome. Great morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all are enjoying the enlightening sessions. Now, we have amongst us a very strong and courageous personality, Mrs. Kiran Demla. What's special about her is that she is an action taker. She is the living proof that the distance between you and everything you want is the amount of actions you take. As you listen to her stories in different stages of her life, you will realize that she always said a yes, even before she knew the how. Can we please have the audiovisual clip to highlight many of her achievements?
Miss Kiran Demla, celebrity fitness coach. Kiran Demla is a celebrity fitness trainer, a woman bodybuilder, and a mother. She has represented India at the World Bodybuilding Championship 2013 and secured the 6th rank. At the age of 33, Kiran Demla was leading quite a nonchalant life. But today, the 45-year-old is a bodybuilding champion. She has trained famous people like Tamanna Bhatia, Prabhas, Anushka Shetty, Surya, Rajamouli, Jayaprada, and Bollywood actor Ajay Devgan. She's among the very few women who sports a six-pack body. She's a disco jockey known by the name DJ Bell and mountaineer who has so far trekked to the Mount Everest base camp thrice. Miss Kiran Demla.
So, let's all welcome Mrs. Kiran Demla. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. Here is a good morning. Good afternoon. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Yeah. First of all, thank you so much, everyone. And it's such a great pleasure, there was a lot of battles in 17 years. I'm 46 years old, and my daughter is 22 years old, and my son is 18. My husband is in IT. I started my journey in 2006. My kids were very young, very small. My son was just 2 years old, and I was homemaker 10 years. I got married in Mumbai with IT guy. It was a normal routine, as usual, morning 6 to 12, the housework, each and every day when I wake up, morning 6, and the same routine. And I don't deny this is a beauty of women, definitely, ghar ka kaam karna. But, every day 6 to 12 is the same routine, taking care of house, kids, the different things. Everything was fine, 10 years. But suddenly one day in 2005 or 4, I remember, I got very pain in my brain. And then I got to know that I had a blood clot in my brain. And that was just because of overthinking. मैं बहुत सोचा करती थी अपने जीवन के बारे में. I always keep thinking that this is not my life. I'm not this. I was very passionate about the music. I have a highest degree of Indian vocal music. I learned 24 years music. And always I keep thinking, no, this is not my life. And I was overweight also, and every day same routine. I wanted to do something in life, but somewhere that uh, I was unable to do something because of house and kids and something miserable every day. And because of that, I got blood clot in my brain. And that time it was very severe. Mm, we start the treatment. At the same time, I asked my husband, I told my husband, I want to do something, but I'm unable because of kids are very small, and that's why there was many things. Then he suggests like, Kiran, you learn music many years, so you can teach music to a student at home only. You can start if you can manage house also, because you have to take care of house and kids, and then you can teach the music also. If you can, definitely you go ahead. I thought, okay, I'll manage. Somehow I manage, and I start, teaching music after 10 years. At the same time, my treatment was going on also. Uh, I remember because of treatment also, because of my post-pregnancy also. My son was just 1.5, 2 years old. My weight gone, 76. I'm 5'2", so according that I should be 55 or 53, but it's gone 76. And somewhere, at the same time, my treatment was going on. I was teaching music. I was doing housework. Everything was like okay, but somewhere I lost my health. हमारे घर के पास में एक छोटा सा जिम था. I joined the gym. I thought, okay, let's join the gym or yoga centers nearby. I joined the gym nearby, and मुझे पता नहीं था कि ये मेरी डेस्टिनी हो जाएगा. This gym will be my destiny. It's like डंबल से डेम्बला हो जाएगा, पता नहीं था. डेम्बला से डंबल हो जाएगा. जस्ट स्पेलिंग का थोड़ा सा ये है. आई एम सॉरी, आई कांट स्पीक फ्लुएंटली इंग्लिश. आई एम सो सॉरी. पर मैं जितना भी आपको समझा सकती हूँ अपनी जर्नी के बारे में. पूरा लाइफ चेंज हो गया. पूरा लाइफ चेंज हो गया. I started my journey. I remember when I used to go to gym in 2006. I started morning 4 o'clock. I used to wake up. Till 5 o'clock, I reached the gym. Till 6 o'clock, I finished my workout. जो भी मुझे थोड़ा बहुत आता था. I didn't know about the gym and कुछ पता नहीं था मुझे इस बारे में. और 6 o'clock तक अपना वर्कआउट फिनिश करके घर आती थी. और अपने my son was 2 years old, and मैं उसको feed कराती थी. There was an everyday routine 1 year. If I miss my workout in the morning, then I can't go. Because इतना fix होता था routine, because बच्चे बहुत छोटे थे, स्कूल जाना उनका, how mothers are, पूरा दिन busy हो जाते हैं हम लोग. So every day, because of कि मुझे miss नहीं करना है gym, I used to wake up 4 o'clock, then 5 o'clock तक gym, then used to work out, जो भी मुझे थोड़ा बहुत आता था. And I always scared with the man in the gym also, or generally also, because habit नहीं थी हमको बाहर घर से जाने की. There was a lot of restrictions that before 6 o'clock evening, you have to come back home and you can't be there, and you can't wear this, you can't wear the jeans, and you can't wear the skirts. And I remember I always wear the suit and sari. And so there was a restriction definitely. But that's perfectly fine. We can't do anything. कुछ चीजों के लिए हम कुछ कर नहीं सकते हैं. But somehow I started gym, and in I remember in 8 months I reduced 24 kg. That was a great achievement for me. People were noticing. At the same time, I thought कि ये body कैसे बनता है. एक जिम जाते हैं तो कैसे माइंड में हो जाता है कि बॉडी कैसे बनता है. And I've done American Muscles and Fitness personal course. मैंने एक कोर्स था, वो घर में बैठ के किया. I started my gym. I opened my gym in 2007. जब हम घर से बाहर निकलते हैं तो बहुत सारा एक्सपोजर मिलता है हमें लाइफ में. आई वॉज अ जस्ट सिंपल हाउसवाइफ जिसे कुछ नहीं पता है, हु डिपेंडेंट ऑन हस्बैंड. टोटली आई वॉज डिपेंड ऑन हिम. कुछ मार्केट से लेने जाना है तो आई यूज्ड टू टेल हिम कि हमें जाना है. कुछ भी करना है तो आई वाज रियली डिपेंडेंट ऑन हिम. बट सडनली व्हेन आई ओपन द जिम, एक्सपोजर मिला. एंड at the same time I met Chiranjeevi's son Ram Charan in that journey, and that was my first celebrity. He hired me for Upasana Kamini, who was Apollo's owner. It was just word of mouth. I trained Tamanna, then Rajamouli, Anushka Shetty, Ajay Devgan. There were different alag industries say I trained people. Everything was fine. Everything was okay. The journey, lot of exposure, a lot of media exposure, life exposure. After 5 years or 6 years, I remember एक दिन मैंने सोचा कि let's do something different in life. Life should be creative. We should not stop in one place. एक जगह हमें रुकना नहीं है. कुछ ना कुछ करते रहना चाहिए लाइफ में. Everything was fine, and then I thought कि okay, let's make the six pack. What I can do different in fitness. मैं हमेशा सोचती थी कि different क्या करना चाहिए. Gymming is like male dominated industry, you can say, because there was a bodybuilders, men, and there was a very less women. And when I started in 2006-7, there was a 1 or 2 women in fitness, very less. So there was always male dominated. I still remember there was a one big trainer. He told me, Kiran, there's a fitness industry, women trainers they are good for nothing. They are useless. Literally, he said, yeah, they are useless. Nobody wants to train with them. Even the celebrity also, page 3 people, big shots, they want male trainer. They don't want female trainer because they think female trainer are, they just do the Zumba and small weights and everything. एक वीक उससे वो मुझे बहुत दिखाया था. He really disappoint and बहुत ज़्यादा disappoint किया था मुझे, discourage किया था. But I'm the person, I always listen, मैं हमेशा सुनती हूँ, but मुझे जो अच्छा लगता है वो मैं करती हूँ. I thought, okay, everyone has own journey. I always believe. I thought, okay. Then when I was 37, I thought, okay, let's make the six pack. And I start my journey. That was a big challenge because by the time my age was 37, and but I always take the challenges. I always believe अगर कि हम कुछ करेंगे नहीं तो पता कैसे लगेगा कि हम ये काम कर सकते हैं कि नहीं कर सकते हैं. I started my journey, and in 7 to 8 months, I've done it. I made the body, the big biceps, big shoulders, six pack. I remember there was a brightness on face when I used to walk on the road, used to walk in the house, and my neighbors, everyone, like, there was a beautiful memory. I remember there was a strongness. एक जो mind से strongness आता है जब आप body से powerful हो जाते हो तो एक automatically आ जाता है. और yes, I remember कि इस body का अब क्या करना है. Okay, I've done it, but now what next? I can't do कि एक कॉर्नर में खाली बॉडी बना दिया और कॉर्नर में आप बैठ जाओ, अभी कुछ काम नहीं है. आई थॉट कि नो, आई हैव टू डू समथिंग विद दिस बॉडी. कुछ तो करना चाहिए. देन आई थॉट, ओके, लेट्स गो फॉर फोटो शूट. आई डन फोटो शूट, एंड देन with the help of my one of friend, he said, okay Kiran, एक गैलरी लगाएंगे हम लोगों ने एक फोटो शूट का गैलरी लगाया. एंड Rajamouli, Anushka, and Tapsi Pannu. I trained Tapsi also. They came for inauguration, and I remember us gallery ke baad there was a turning point in my life. And next day, when I woke up, everywhere was Kiran Demla. Every on media channel, magazines, newspaper. I remember in a headline in Times of India, I was there. Everybody was calling, my friends and everybody, Kiran, you are a newspaper, you aren't coming on this channel. So there was different feeling. एक बहुत अच्छा लग रहा था कि आप जब किसी को किसी दूसरे सिटी से आए हो. हम हैदराबाद में नए आए थे 2006 में. We were in Bangalore 7 years. because my husband was in Wipro. So we were there and I was housewife and we just shifted here in 2006. And हम किसी को नहीं जानते थे यहाँ पे. I was just new. एक सिंपल होम मेकर जब अपने आप को जिसे कुछ नहीं पता था और इतने साल में जब अपने आप को दूसरे दिन टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया सच अ बिग न्यूज़पेपर हेडलाइन में there was a big photograph or Deccan Chronicle, Times of India, different news channels. There was a great feeling. At the same time, IBBF, Indian Bodybuilding Federation, they saw my progress. They saw my articles. Everywhere I was coming in the newspaper and all. They called me, the MD. They called me and he said, Kiran, after 3 months, the World Championship is happening, 4 months, yeah. And will you participate? I said, I never thought about this competition. That was not my agenda and that was not my, in mind that I want to compete or something. This was just a dream or say I wanted to do. That's why I made the body. This was not for championship and all. But he said, Kiran, there are very less 1 or 2 bodybuilder in India. So if you will participate, will be वो बहुत अच्छा रहेगा आपके career के लिए भी अच्छा रहेगा. And somehow I agree. And I came back home and I told my husband, I want to. He was just reading the newspaper in a hall, and I just came from gym and I said, Ajit, I want to compete in bodybuilding championship, and I got selected. They are giving me direct entry in Europe. It was happening in Europe, Budapest, and he suddenly said, no. We didn't speak about this, that you want to do competition. And I said, then I make him understand, because this is a sports in abroad. लोग ये नहीं देखते हैं कि आपने बिकिनी पहना है या आपने कौन सा ड्रेस पहना है. For them, this is just a sports, not a bikini and all. I make him understand. But it was like, my family is like everybody's doctor and everybody's like in different field. I'm only the person who's in fitness and bodybuilding, that extreme bodybuilding. And somehow I make him understand कि कोई नहीं देखेगा वहां पे, आप चिंता मत करो. अगर मैं बिकनी भी पहनती हूँ या क्या, एक बहुत बड़ी बात होती है हमारी फैमिली में. आजकल हम जीन्स नहीं पहन सकते या स्कर्ट्स नहीं पहन सकते, और यहाँ पे हम लोग स्पोर्ट्स ब्रा पहन रहे हैं, शॉर्ट्स पहन रहे हैं और स्टेज पे बिकनी पहन रहे हैं. एंड देयर वाज आप पोजेस कर रहे हो लोगों के सामने. बहुत करेज चाहिए, स्पेशली फॉर अ इंडियन गर्ल, and especially Indian mother. Somehow I make him, agree कि मुझे करना है. Then one thing I told him, I was little stubborn, and I told him, Ajit, I don't know, I'm little stubborn, but I want to compete this. And you agree or not, I'm sorry, but I want to compete. I know there was कहते हैं एक sixth sense आ जाता है, या एक instinct क्या बोलते हैं, वो एक दिमाग में आ जाता है कि अगर आप ये काम करोगे तो शायद इसके बाद आपका लाइफ चेंज हो जाएगा. एक माइंड में थॉट आ जाता है कि जस्ट डू इट. एंड somehow I start my preparation, and in 3 months, because जब आप एक फोटोशूट के लिए बॉडी बनाते हो तो अलग होता है, लेकिन जब आप एक कंपटीशन के लिए बनाते हो तो आपको एक डिफरेंट प्रिपरेशन करना पड़ता है, बिकॉज वहाँ पे जजेस सब देखते हैं. मुझे बहुत वर्क करना था बॉडी में, एंड आई स्टार्ट प्रिपरेशन. एंड आई स्टिल रिमेम्बर माय कंपटीशन वाज 7th November, or remember 15th November, yeah, in November midweek. Before 15 days or 20 days, I remember my in-laws, they passed away. My husband's both brother and father, they passed away in one accident. Everything got changed. Everything. We went to Mumbai. My competition was just like, after 20 days was my competition, and I had a big biceps, different body, in rib body. I was in less water and high protein diet, and so much was going on body, and this was happened. It's a big story. It's a big story. The time I spend in Mumbai, sometimes you can't do anything. Sometimes you can't do anything. I'm the youngest daughter-in-law in my house. We are 3. And when we went there, all 3 widows at home, 3 dead bodies at home. And it is so difficult कि आप किसी को ये कहो कि मेरा कंपटीशन है और मुझे जाना है. आप कैसे कहोगे घर में ये बात बड़ों के सामने? पूरा खानदान, पूरी फैमिली आपके सामने है, आप ये नहीं बोल सकते हो. एंड आई वोर द सूट, मैंने पूरा सूट पहना हुआ था ताकि किसी को बॉडी ना दिखे. आई कवर्ड माय बॉडी. एंड अगेन मॉर्निंग 6 o'clock 5:30 में उठती थी. ऑल रिचुअल्स वाज गोइंग ऑन. पूरा किचन में काम करना, खाना बनाना, एवरीथिंग वाज गोइंग ऑन. यू कैन अंडरस्टैंड अगर कुछ ऐसा हो जाता है फैमिली में तो आपका किस तरह का माहौल होता है. पूरा फैमिली घर में और आप सिर्फ काम कर रहे हो, सब कर रहे हो. एंड आई हैड समथिंग डिफरेंट इन माइंड कि माय कंपटीशन इज कमिंग, माय कंपटीशन इज कमिंग. आई टोल्ड माय हस्बैंड, I literally cried every day. I was crying. My diet got messed up. My workout got messed up. Everything got messed up. Nobody was caring कि क्या हो रहा है, क्या नहीं हो रहा है. And somehow, each and every day I was crying. And one day I told my husband, I said, I understand जो भी घर में incident हुआ है, but for this championship, I prepared so hard. I worked so hard for this competition. We can't change whatever happened, but we can change the future. जो होने वाला है हम उसे change कर सकते हैं. जो हो गया उसे मैं change नहीं कर सकती हूँ. Somehow it was so difficult to come back Hyderabad. मुझे वापस आना था, अपना बॉडी ठीक करना था, टाइम निकलता जा रहा था. Somehow I came back Hyderabad. So difficult time. I remember. I can't tell you the incident. मैं अभी शायद आपको पूरा इंसिडेंट न बता पाऊँ. आप सब समझ सकते हैं. Somehow I came back Hyderabad. And directly I went to gym from airport. In 15 days, I went to championship. And I remember when I wore the bikini first time, I saw myself in the mirror. I never thought about the first or second rank or winning or something. I was just looking at myself in the mirror and thought, wow, that's you. You done it, Kiran. You done it. Winning. I won the same day when I thought about this competition. I won. I don't bother about this first or second rank or something. I won already. I went to stage and I was posing. I saw many bodybuilders, the different mahol, beautiful lightings, lot of bodybuilders, music, everything. People are posing. Girl was posing. Boys were there. And when they announced result, Kiran Demla from India, she got the 6th rank out of the 20. That was, everything was, I had tears in my eyes and I was thinking about the time I spent, जो मैंने time निकाला था, जब in-laws की death हो गई थी, and the time I spent, I left my kids here. That was so difficult time. I still remember when I was in Mumbai, this incident would happen with my in-laws. मैं रोड पे बैठ के अपना फूड, अपना प्रोटीन, जो भी एग्स और चिकन और समथिंग मैं बाहर से बाय करके रोड पे खाती थी, क्योंकि हमें घर में परमिशन नहीं था. हर दिन मैंने ऐसे ही किया है. फिर घर का काम, सुबह से रात तक, पूरा बॉडी में पानी आ जाना, बहुत सारी चीजें थी जो सब कुछ उल्टा हो गया था. सब कुछ याद आ रहा था वो टाइम पे. व्हेन आई वाज इन स्टेज, एवरीथिंग आई वाज लाइक माइंड में चल रहा था. आई कॉल्ड माय किड्स and there was a great moment, and I got best beautiful bodybuilder award also, because जब हम बॉडी बनाते हैं तो लोगों को ऐसा लगता है कि हम आदमियों के जैसे हो जाते हैं. We look like a man. Somewhere I saved my this feminism on face, and yes, I got the award. Beautiful bodybuilder Raj award tha. I got it, and I came back India. Again the life has turned. सब कुछ turn हो गया. एक tag लग गया कि I won the championship और 6th rank India से. लाइफ सब कुछ अच्छा चल रहा था, बहुत सारी ट्रेनिंग्स, आपका काम बढ़ा, आपकी ट्रेनिंग्स बढ़ती हैं, आपका काम बढ़ता है जब कुछ आप ऐसा अचीव करते हैं, लोग देखते हैं। काम बहुत बढ़ गया था। सेम टाइम At the same time, my husband left Mumbai and we decided he will stay like this only. He was in Mumbai because there was no man at home. My husband, only one man at home. Uh, eh, and he decided and we agree. And now he stays in Mumbai and I'm staying here since many years. He keep coming. Because वहाँ पर जो मेरी in-laws हैं, women हैं, they are not earning, they are housewives. So my husband उनको take care करना है, उनका ध्यान देना है. And I'm a strong woman. I think he knows very well. Kiran is so strong. There was some belief. She's earning. She's strong mentally, physically, and he has a lot of belief on me. Everything was going well. After 2 years, when I was 39, I thought, let's do something in life. Everything was going well, kids, family, my trainings, with celebrities training, everything was going well. I thought, let's do something. मेरे कुछ दोस्त थे जो mountains जा रहे थे और they asked me, Kiran, let's go mountains. You need some break. Since many years you are working, your house, your work, and all. I thought, okay, let's try this. My husband says, no, you can't go. Mountains is like बच्चे छोटे हैं, इतना difficult है वहाँ पे, and आप तुम ऐसे ही चली जाती हो, सोचती नहीं हो. और मैंने कहा, अरे मैं क्या चैंपियनशिप में गई तो कुछ हुआ क्या? नहीं ना, अभी भी कुछ नहीं होगा. Don't worry. Let me go. I went to mountains. Mountains teach us so many things. जहाँ पे आपकी कोई इंटरनेट नेट कनेक्टिविटी नहीं होती, वाईफाई नहीं होता, कुछ भी नहीं होता आपके पास. You and mountains teach us so many things. And after that, every year I go to mountain, and 5 times I cover the Everest base camp also. Yes, and then एक चीज जुड़ गई थी. हर चीज अच्छी चल रही थी. बच्चे, घर, trainings, my mountains, preparation, hardcore training. Then when I was 42, I thought music kahin mera gum ho gaya hai. I'm a hardcore music lover. I have a highest degree of Indian vocal music. 24 years I learned music. I used to sing Dhama, Thumri, Tarana and all. And I thought, let's do something in music. Now I can't do classical music. I can't sing. It's many years. Let's do something different. What? Then I thought, okay, let's learn the DJing. When I was 42, I learned DJing. And then was again the big task. कि घर की बहू छोटे छोटे कपड़े पहन के और क्लब में प्ले कर रही है, जहाँ पर क्लब का माहौल कैसा होता है. और everybody was like, my friends, also few friends, they said, Kiran, you are such a higher position in your fitness, and people are dying to meet you also. They didn't get your phone number, they didn't get your appointment, and now you are playing in the club where easily people can reach you. People are drinking, smoking in different mahol. You can't do this. You have a different position in your life. I thought कि I always learn from my life कि कीचड़ में ही कमल खिलता है, चाहे वो कोई भी इंडस्ट्री हो. हमें अपने आप को कैसा डिसिप्लिन रखना है, ये हमारे ऊपर है. दूसरा क्या कर रहा है, इससे इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं है. आई एम 42 years old lady. कोई मुझे उठा के नहीं ले जाएगा. आई नो माई डिसीजंस. आई नो मैं अपना काम क्या कर रही हूँ, मुझे मालूम है. I started my journey in DJing, and in 2017, I got Best Female Debut Award in Telangana, Best Female DJ. Today, I'm playing the music around the world. People are enjoying my music, and I'm playing so many बहुत ही अच्छे और reputed clubs में मैं play करती हूँ. There was something different. और I'm enjoying my music, my life. चैलेंजेस बहुत सारे होते हैं लाइफ में. मैं आज भी घर का काम करती हूँ, चाहे वो झाड़ू पोछा हो, घर का काम हो, किचन हो, सब कुछ आज भी मैं संभालती हूँ. बच्चे भी देखती हूँ, सब कुछ चल रहा है. 2 years ago, I started my journey in DJing. 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 I I remember last year, 46, 45. I thought कि मुझे कुछ अपने आप को गिफ्ट करना है. What? तो मैंने बोला okay, let's make this extreme body in 45. What could be the best? बहुत सारी चीजें इस बार जुड़ गई थी. जब मैं 37 की थी तब चीजें अलग थी. आज मैं 45 की हूँ, चीजें अलग होती हैं. मैंने सोचा कि 45 में जब हम बॉडी बनाते हैं तो I just wanted to see myself and there was a practical also कि जब हम एक बहुत ही बड़ी एज में बॉडी बनाते हैं तो किस तरह का बॉडी बनता है, क्या चैलेंजेस आते हैं. क्योंकि जब हम 45 में होते हैं, आफ्टर 40, आफ्टर 30 स्पेशली, बॉडी टेक लॉट ऑफ प्लेसेस. इज लाइक मेटाबॉलिज्म कम हो जाता है, इलास्टिसिटी कम हो जाती है, आपका डाइजेशन जो सिस्टम है वो बहुत लो हो जाता है. और अगर आपको एक बॉडी बनाना है तो देयर वाज अ लॉट ऑफ चेंजेस, बहुत सारे आपको चैलेंजेस फेस करने पड़ते हैं. बट आई थॉट नो, आई वांट टू सी हाउ आई लुक, मतलब मैं किस तरह की लगती हूँ, देखती हूँ, और मैं बॉडी बना भी पाती हूँ कि नहीं. लेट्स सी. When I was 42, I start preparation once again before my birthday. 9 months जब से पहले I start my preparation. उस समय काफी चीजें ऐड हो गई थी बिकॉज मैं ट्रैवल बहुत ज्यादा करने लगी थी अपने म्यूजिक के लिए, डीजेइंग के लिए. हर जगह ट्रैवल कर रही हूँ, प्ले कर रही हूँ. 4 o'clock कभी मेरा फ्लाइट है, आई एम स्लीपिंग 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. माई फ्लाइट टाइमिंग इज 3 o'clock and there was a literally messed up. But somehow I adjust, and till my birthday I made extreme body. मेरे बहुत सारे फोटोग्राफ्स हैं इंस्टाग्राम में, ऑन सोशल मीडिया. देयर वाज एन साड़ी आल्सो विद बाइसेप्स, देयर वाज फोटोग्राफ. बहुत सारा हम लोगों ने उसको बहुत सारे फोटो शूट किए, एक एक्सट्रीम बॉडी बनाया, एक गिफ्ट दिया अपने आप को. एंड उसके बाद लाइफ फिर से चेंज हो गया एंड आई गॉट द बिग प्रोजेक्ट इन बॉलीवुड. जब बॉडी बनाया था तो मैंने सिर्फ अपने बर्थडे के लिए बनाया था. ये नहीं सोचा था कि मुझे किसी को दिखाना है, या कि मैंने कभी किसी को दिखाने के लिए नहीं, सिर्फ अपने आप को प्रूव करने के लिए. यस किरण, यू कैन डू. एंड देन आई गॉट डिफरेंट अपॉर्चुनिटी last year. I got the big project in Bollywood. I can't reveal now, but that project will be in future, will be the blast, you can say. एक blast होगा मेरे future के लिए. The world will get to know about the Kiran Demla with this project. I got a lot of opportunities with different platforms and interviews in BBC and Brood, The Minutes. And last year I've done, still I was not stopped. And last year I've done a professional photography course. Because kahin mujhe ek passion tha photography ka, and I'm a professional photographer now. I have a team who works for people and me as also. At the same time सब कुछ चल रहा है, घर, बच्चे. मैं आज भी घर का काम करती हूँ. मैं अब सब लोग मुझसे ये पूछते हैं कि मैं इन सब चीजों को बैलेंस कैसे करती हूँ. मुझे लगता है हमारे जीवन का, हमारे पूरे दिन में जो 24 आवर्स होते हैं उसमें हम काफी लोग बहुत सारा टाइम जो है ऐसी ऐसी चीजों में हम लोग वेस्ट करते हैं जिसको हम बहुत अच्छे से यूज कर सकते हैं. अगर मेरा नेचर अगर देखा जाए तो my nature is like I don't go to movie. I don't talk to people much. I don't talk to much people on the phone, and I don't have habits to go out or shopping or buying this. And I don't have much friends, 1 or 2 only. I have friends. They are family friends. So my friends only, my both kids. So मैं बहुत सारा टाइम सेव कर लेती हूँ अपना, मेरा सारा एनर्जी, मेरा काम सब वो मैं अपने काम में लगाती हूँ. एंड टुडे आई एम ऑनलाइन ट्रेनर. आई एम ट्रेनिंग अराउंड द वर्ल्ड पीपल. आई एम मेकिंग द हेल्थ, एंड आई एम अ वेट लॉस स्पेशलिस्ट ऑल्सो. सो आई एम ट्रेनिंग 100 of people. बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट हैं. मी एंड माई टीम, दे टेक केयर ऑफ माई स्टूडेंट्स एंड पीपल. सो आई जस्ट वॉन्ट टू से कि जो मैंने अपने जीवन में सीखा है वेरी प्रैक्टिकली, हिंदी में अगर मैं कहूँगी, प्योर हिंदी में कहते हैं जैसे कि जो दिखता है वो बिकता है. आई लर्न, आई रिमेम्बर व्हेन आई वाज अ सिंपल फिटनेस एक्सपर्ट कोई मुझे पूछता नहीं था, कोई ट्रेनिंग नहीं लेता था, बट जिस दिन मैंने बॉडी बनाया, आई सॉ द चेंजेस ईच एंड एवरी मिनट, एवरी सेकेंड आई वाज सीइंग द चेंजेस इन माय लाइफ. The day I made the body, when I was simple housewife, simple trainer, nobody was taking the training. The day I made the body, the whole film industry, the people were behind me. Wow, she done it. So my kids, people ask generally कि आपकी फैमिली ने कैसे एडजस्ट किया, आपके बच्चों ने वो चेंजेस देखे हैं, वो किस तरह से एडजस्ट किया. आई जस्ट वांट टू से कि मुझे याद है जब बच्चे छोटे थे तो मैंने उन्हें कहा था ये बात कि लुक, मुझे अपने जीवन में कुछ करना है. मैं आपको भी देखूंगी और अपने जीवन को भी देखूंगी, क्योंकि अगर मैंने आज अपने आप को नहीं देखा, आज अपने ड्रीम्स को पूरा करने में अपनी हेल्प नहीं की, तो आप तो बड़े हो जाओगे लेकिन मैं भी बड़ी हो जाऊंगी और मेरे ड्रीम्स कहीं खत्म हो जाएंगे. दिस इज अ राइट टाइम. आई एम जस्ट 33. मुझे अपना जीवन भी देखना है, अपने ड्रीम्स भी देखने हैं. मुझे पता है मेरे लिए डबल टास्क होगा, बच्चे देखना, घर देखना, काम देखना, अपने ड्रीम्स को फॉलो करना. आई नो पूरा डबल एक काम हो जाता है. जिम जा रही हूँ, भाग रही हूँ, घर आ रही हूँ, बच्चे देख रही हूँ, ट्रेनिंग्स पे जा रही हूँ, सब कुछ सुबह से रात तक. बट देयर वाज समथिंग, एक प्लेजर कि आई एम डूइंग समथिंग फॉर माई सेल्फ आउट ऑफ द किचन से निकल के और बाहर. तो मुझे अपने लिए भी कुछ करना है एंड यू हैव टू एडजस्ट. आप सेल्फ इंडिपेंडेंट बनो. मैं आपको सब कुछ सिखाऊंगी अपना काम. आप स्कूल जाते हो, अपना काम कैसे करना है, अपने कपड़े कैसे पहनना है, आपको ट्रेन कैसे करना है. आई टीच देम एवरीथिंग कि आप अपने आप सब करो. उन्होंने सब अपने आप करना सीख लिया एंड दे समहाउ दे अंडरस्टैंड कि हाँ, कि मम्मी को अपने ड्रीम्स पूरे करने हैं. तो बचपन से ही मैं बात कान में डालती थी और आज दोनों बच्चे बड़े हो गए हैं. दे आर ग्रोन अप चाइल्ड एंड now daughter is 22, my son is 18. They are enjoying their life. They are adults, and I've done it. There was a lot of struggle each and every day. There was a lot of challenges also. कि 10 साल, अगर मैंने एक चीज देखा है, अगर एक लड़की शादी के पहले से ही काम करती है और बाद में शादी होती है, एक डिफरेंट माहौल होता है, डिफरेंट होता है सब कुछ. लेकिन अगर आप एक टिपिकल हाउसवाइफ हो, जो सुबह से रात तक आप घर का काम करते हो, बच्चे देखते हो, और उसके बाद जब आप बाहर काम करना चालू करते हो, फिर उसके बाद जो घर में चेंजेस आते हैं, वो चेंजेस मैंने देखे हैं अपनी लाइफ में. शायद मैं नहीं बता पाऊंगी यहाँ पे, बहुत सारी पर्सनल चीजें हैं, या आई थिंक जो समझने वाले हैं वो समझ जाते हैं. एक औरत शायद एक अंदर दिल से समझ सकती है मैं क्या बोलना चाहती हूँ. बहुत डिफिकल्ट होता है उस समय एडजस्ट करना कि जब हस्बैंड आता है घर पे तो वाइफ मिलती है, बच्चे मिलते हैं, सब ठीक मिल रहा है, खाना मिल रहा है, कपड़े बराबर जगह पे हैं सब. और एक टाइम ऐसा था जब वो आते थे या बच्चे, तो मैं घर में नहीं होती थी, आई वाज वर्किंग, आई वाज ऑन अ ट्रेनिंग और समथिंग. वो उस चीज को एडजस्ट करना माइंड से, वो बहुत डिफिकल्ट हो जाता था. बहुत सारा एक मिक्स भाव होते हैं. दुख होता है उसमें, रोना होता है, तकलीफ होती है, वही एक खुशी होती है, हंसना होता है. एक डिफरेंट डिफरेंट भाव है हमारी जिंदगी में. वो सब मैंने फील किया है बहुत बार. और एक चीज और मैंने लर्न की है इन 46 इयर्स में कि एक लेडी अगर, इफ यू आर strong with mind, if you are strong with mind, financially, mentally and mind से अगर आप strong हो, so you can achieve anything. You can achieve anything. मेरे लिए सिर्फ एक बॉडी बनाना नहीं था, मेरे लिए था अपने माइंड को स्ट्रॉन्ग करना. एक टाइम था मुझे पहले हर चीज की जरूरत पड़ती थी, अपने हस्बैंड के ऊपर डिपेंड रहना, लोगों के ऊपर डिपेंड रहना. बट आज एक टाइम है कि आई एम नॉट डिपेंड ऑन एनीवन. आई रिमेम्बर 6 o'clock से पहले, अंधेरा होने से पहले घर आना है. आज की तारीख में आई एम अ सोलो ट्रैवलर. आई गो अराउंड द वर्ल्ड. आई एम एंजॉयिंग माय लाइफ नो मैटर व्हाट. I was little stubborn for my dreams, but I've done it. That's only important. हर चीज पीछे रह गई आज लाइफ में, and I've done it. My next project, it's upcoming project in 22 and 23 में आने वाला है. That will be the big project. I can't reveal right now, but the whole world will get to know about the Kiran Demla, each and every one. It will be in a biggest screen. So अब हम सिर्फ इंतजार कर सकते हैं उसके लिए, और बहुत सारी अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं. आई एम सो हैप्पी कि मैंने जो भी अचीव किया. जो चीजें खो गई, जो चीज नहीं है, उसके बारे में आज नहीं सोचती हूँ मैं. जो है उसके बारे में सोचती हूँ और उसी को आगे मूव फॉरवर्ड करना है. दैट्स इट. आई डोंट वांट टू थिंक अबाउट द पीपल हु लेफ्ट मी. आई डोंट थिंक कि हमें सोचना चाहिए. सो दैट्स माय लाइफ एंड आई एम एंजॉयिंग. लाइफ एक जंग है. एवरीबॉडी इज लाइक, हर इंसान अपनी लाइफ में एक जंग लड़ रहा है. एंड आई एम हैप्पी. स्टिल आई एम फाइटिंग ओनली. And there's a fighting spirit is so high. I'm so happy with my life. Whatever I have, I'm just enjoying. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for subtly taking us from the beginning till the end of your journey. And I'm sure you have like long way to go. And all the women out here, we all can definitely relate to you. And thank you for showing us how to pave our own way. And like you said, you are a true example. If you put your mind to something, you can definitely achieve it. Thanks a lot for this inspiring session, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone.
Now, we shall move on to the next session. For that, we have amongst us a very respectable senior member, CA Sri Bharti, who is working with Betelco. Over to you.
Thank you, CA Radhika, for the warm introduction. We've all been soaking in the wisdom that these wonderful women leaders have had to offer. And now, to inspire us further, we have three very eminent women leaders. Our first panelist, Ms. Chitra, is well known in the finance industry. Best described as a go-getter with a can-do attitude, she is one of the few female MDs in the finance industry in India. She hopes for a world where people are not just treated as a headcount, but valued for the different perspectives they bring to the table.
Ms. Chitra Shringari, ex-MD, JP Morgan Chase Bank, Deutsche Bank, and Independent Director, ICEX. Ms. Chitra is an independent director on the board of Indian Commodity Exchange and has over 26 years of experience in banking and capital markets. She's an IIM-A alumni, MCA IICA qualified independent director, member of Harvard Square Leaders Excellence Forum, and certified corporate director of IOD. She has worked extensively with NSE, SEBI, RBI, Euroclear, Clearstream, among others, for implementing market-related enhancements and new product developments. She has worked with NSDL and CDSL for several market enhancements. She has the lead for philanthropy across all entities of JP Morgan and Deutsche Bank, conducting volunteering activities across 4 streams, which are education, youth empowerment, women empowerment and environment, and people agenda initiatives. Ms. Chitra Shringari.
Our next panelist, Ms. Alice Vaidyan, is a multifaceted personality. Trained in Harvard with interest in English literature, reading, and playing the piano, she is a woman who believes that there are no glass ceilings and created an identity for herself in the insurance industry.
Mrs. Alice Vaidyan, former Chairman and Managing Director, General Insurance Corporation of India. Mrs. Vaidyan is the first lady officer to assume the post of Chairman cum Managing Director of General Insurance Corporation of India. She has over 36 years of experience and is considered among the foremost insurance experts across the globe. She has won several national and international awards, including Fortune's Global List of 2018 for the 50 most powerful women in business and the CEO of the Year Award by ET Prime at the Economic Time Prime Women Leadership Awards 2019. Mrs. Vaidyan was honored with the Freedom of City of London in recognition of her work to promote insurance ties between India and UK. Mrs. Vaidyan was on the board of Life Insurance Corporation of India, ECGC Limited, and many other renowned companies. Mrs. Alice Vaidyan.
Our final panelist, Ms. Revati Paithankar, is a very versatile personality. Apart from being a CA with over 35 years of practice, she is a running enthusiast who has completed many 10K marathons and winner of a car rally with an all-ladies crew. She has conducted audio lessons for various subjects for the visually challenged students during the lockdown and has also translated many management books from English to Marathi.
CA Dr. Revati Paithankar, Vice Chairperson of Bhagini Nivedita Sahkari Bank Limited. Dr. Paithankar is in practice for over 35 years and is a senior partner of Paithankar and Paranjape Chartered Accountants having offices in Pune city. She was appointed as expert director by Bhagini Nivedita Sahkari Bank Limited, and since May 2015, she holds the position of vice chairperson of the bank, a bank being run and managed by Women for All, having 18 branches and a business of more than rupees 1,300 crores. She is the executive committee member of CA-COB, a group of CA bank directors. She was felicitated by the mayor of the Pune Municipal Corporation as the prominent citizen of the city. She co-authored Handbook on Role of Women Directors, published by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. CA Dr. Revati Paithankar.
Thank you, Chitra ji, Alice ji, and Revati ji for being with us today. Your presence and participation means a lot to us. So diving in directly into our discussion today, the first question for today to Chitra ji. Chitra ji, you were part of the team that set up the first automated stock exchange in India. How was the journey and what were the challenges that you came across during that span?
First of all, thank you for having me. It's an honor to be part of this August panel. So yeah, that was way back. So I was actually one of the 4th employee to be recruited from the market for setting up NSE. A team had come from IDBI to set up NSE, and SEBI was just being set up. And you all must have heard about Harshad Mehta scam, right? The whole reason why NSE was set up was to actually plug all these loopholes and wrongdoings in the capital market industry. So we were asked to actually set up, the finance ministry had given us a directive along with SEBI to set up an automated stock exchange. Up until then, it was a public outcry system where there were jobbers and, there was a lot of wrongdoings, and that's how the scam happened. So we mulled over it. I have actually traveled across 14 markets internationally to find out how the ongoings were happening in an automated environment. Came back and mulled over all the data that we got from our study, and then we actually set out making a white paper. Those days, these when you put it up for approval to ministry and to regulators, it's called a white paper in India. So we made a white paper and we submitted it. If you actually say, it's very similar to what happens in Zurich Stock Exchange. So after we have met, we went and did a due diligence of 14 markets. We felt the Zurich one was something that would actually be able to be replicated in our country, considering the regulations and the length and breadth of the country. And we had at that time close to about 30, 40 odd regional exchanges as well. So taking that into cognizance, we replicated very similar to what happens in Zurich. The challenges were that, people were mocking at us. Nobody believed that we would be successful. They said, BSE has been set up for 100 years. Do you think you guys are going to take that challenge head on? And I think they were a young lot. I was much, much younger. And we didn't get bullied by these threats. We went and set it up. We used to have a lot of problems. The brokers used to really misbehave with us. They used to hold stones. They used to come and bang at our doors. But then we didn't relent. I mean, we put out real strict norms in terms of delivery, in terms of making sure that whatever was delivered was genuine. So if you, in those days, when it was an outcry system, people used to just bundle the share certificates and the transfer deeds into a red cloth and just dump it into the clearinghouse. Sometimes there wouldn't even be certificates, there would be newspapers. There was no regulation, there was no checking, nobody was seeing what they were doing. So we built out and we rectified all the wrongdoings, and in step by step. We didn't go all hog, we went step by step, and we made it completely automated. TCS was our vendor who helped us set it up, and in all those extremely challenging circumstances, we actually went live within 6 months of actually putting out our functional specification to TCS. And it's about 24 years. The rest is history now. I think the lesson that I learned as a youngster is that to be resilient and not to get mocked. If somebody says you can't do it, and all the time keep telling yourself you can do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chitraji. I think that journey has been a really adventurous one.
Yes.
Because starting from nowhere to reach,
Yes.
putting things in place, it's not an easy task. So thanks for that insight. Now moving on, next question to Revati ji. Tell us your journey with Bhagini Nivedita Sahakari Bank, and how, in your opinion, do you think this all-women bank is making a difference in creating women leadership?
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. And before I begin, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to participate in this panel discussion. I would also like to congratulate Bahrain chapter of ICAI for grabbing first rank in Overseas Chapters Awards declared by ICAI in its category. Congratulations. Okay, now about the question. My journey with Bhagini Nivedita Sahakari Bank started as a director in the year 2004 when I was co-opted as an export director due to my qualifications as a chartered accountant and my experience as auditor. In the year 2005, I became an elected member of the board and continued till 2015, when in 2015, I was selected as a vice chairperson of the elected board of directors by members of the board. I must admit that during my initial years as a director, I had to remind myself that I'm not an auditor of the bank, but a director. The perspective of looking at loans, investments, interest, etc. had to undergo complete change when I started sitting on the other side of the table. I had to unlearn and relearn many new things as a director, but I can very humbly say that my qualifications as a chartered accountant did help me in making appropriate decisions and ask questions when needed. Now about the women leadership. I'll answer this question from perspective as a director, as staff of this bank and customers of the bank. First, about the leadership qualities displayed by all women board and staff of the bank. This bank holds a license in the general category. This is not only for women, this holds a license in the general category. There is no male member on the board of directors. The CEO is a woman and the staff of about 280 consists of less than 10% male members. The bank fulfills financially sound and well-managed banks norm prescribed by Reserve Bank of India since last several years. In today's competitive environment, the bank is standing tall on very sound financial footing with 0% NPA. Still, in this year, 2020-21, also we are going to have 0% net NPA. I will say that this bank has created almost 300 women leaders. The second perspective is about women customers of the bank. We have some success stories of women who borrowed paltry sums of ₹5,000 from us and then went on to build businesses having turnover and borrowings running into crores of rupees. I will say that the unique model of this bank, that of a bank being run by women for all, has created number of women leaders. Thank you.
Revati ji, that's really inspiring to see, all women bank, creating strides in leadership and inspiring more people in their journey. Thank you so much. And this NPA achievement is really incredible. And, congratulations, and hopefully it will continue in the same way. Now moving from banking sector to insurance sector, we have an insurance expert with us here, Miss Alice Vaidyan. Alice ji, our question to you. There is a general opinion that Indians are usually underinsured. Is this a fact? And if yes, what in your opinion is the reason for the same?
Thanks for having me on the show. If I talk about insurance, I think insurance is a highly misunderstood industry, if I may say so, because that is where I think you draw a difference between life insurance and non-life insurance. So life insurance is more sellable and people buy it on their own, because there is an investment element to it. So you get the money back after a certain period of time. But general insurance or non-life insurance is not so. So because you collect small premiums from a large crowd and pay the claims of a few. That's a law of large numbers which works out. So I think from that point of view, insurance is not clearly understood by the population. That's why often we say that insurance has to be, it has to be sold. It's not bought that easily. It's a product, not a pull product. So from that point, it is true that India is uninsured. I mean, many countries of the world are. We are yet to come at par with the developed economies of the world because India is still is a young market, nascent market, still growing. And I think financial literacy has to catch up in the market. Government is doing their bit with all their government schemes of Fasal Bima Yojana, Ayushman Bharat, health and all. So because we don't have state insurance, state care, we have to insure the entire population. So the regulator, government, and I think all the insurance companies are putting in a lot of efforts. And I think the day will not be far away when we see that the penetration, which is very low, which is 1% for non-life and around 3.5 for life, as compared to 6%, 5 to 6% for the global economies. I think it won't be long before we come at par with the big countries of the world.
Thank you, Alice ji. And as you rightly said, there is a big difference between the life insurance and the general insurance. I think, as you said, India is not far away in catching up, and soon it will. Now, coming back to Chitra ji for the next question. Currently, what are the biggest challenges facing the banking industry, in your opinion?
Okay, so one of the biggest challenges is the asset quality. The biggest risk that the banks run today are the risk of bad loans. Capital adequacy is another one, is where they have to keep on provisioning for the banks. As we banks have to keep on provisioning to make sure that we are protected from bank loans. It's this CRR, SLR that we need to keep on upping it every time with RBI. Then we have a huge amount of forex exposure. So the unhedged forex exposure is a big sword hanging over our head. Customer retention, right? It's overbanked country right now. So customer retention, increasing competition from fintechs. So all those old payments, simple, small payments which used to happen through the bank, all have been taken over by the fintech companies and the e-commerce companies, right? And the regulatory compliance, a huge amount of regulatory compliance, the global international regulatory compliance that are now being, exercised for the banks. The first one being the Basel one, where you have to take care of your, the risk-weighted capital requirement, which is something that we have to constantly monitor and keep providing for. Then there are a lot of these acts globally, like Dodd-Frank Act, where we have to constantly monitor and make sure that the asset quality is good, the process is done properly, the reporting is done on time, etc. So huge amount of pressure on that front. And of course, we have these 2-3 other regulations which are actually taking up a whole amount of our time and effort. Is that CECL, which is called current expected credit loss. You got to constantly monitor, and you have to preempt that loss. You got to constantly monitor and keep providing and keep projecting and reporting to the regulator. And allowance for loans and lease losses. So that is called the ALLL. This is a very famous regulation that is actually creating a lot of effort internally for us to keep on monitoring. And it's not the end, right? Continuously on a daily basis, we seem to have increasing number of regulations, bumped on us. And in the last decade or so, there's been a huge change in the business model. It's not the old traditional banking that we were all used to, a wholesale bank, a consumer bank, and an asset and private wealth bank. And of course, we always had this diamond bank and private, precious metals, etc. From a commodities perspective. But now, the amount of business model, the way it has gone. For example, I have a team which only I'm responsible for change management and transformation. The team only takes care of RPA, which is the rapid process automation, robotic process automation, right? So it's gone through so much of iteration right now that it's continuously evolving, changing business models. And the rising consumer expectations, right? Customers always want the moon. You have to be constantly innovating and giving them, and service is only differentiator, right? Customer service is only differentiator because we are such a overbank country. So you have to constantly keep on, innovating. In fact, every bank need to have an idea mine and innovation lab. And on a daily basis, they need to come out with some, top of their head ideas to bring out that customer delight. And the security breaches, right now with so much of automation and online happening, there's always a threat of the security breaches, the crime, the frauds, etc. So these are the challenges that are faced by the banks as of today.
Thank you, Chitraji, for the perspective. Actually, asset quality, regulations, and technology, just to mention a few are the challenges that are facing the banking industry. Absolutely right. And also to, on the lighter vein, regarding the regulations, even during our CA days when we were, preparing for the exams and giving, we always used to have an inside joke saying that we better clear the tax papers soon, because if you miss this attempt, then there's going to be new set of regulations and tax laws that you have to, catch up to. So I'm sure that the technology and regulations, go hand in hand. Further, the technology, goes ahead, then there are regulations to kind of monitor that. So I think it's kind of a cycle. So yeah, so I think it will, yes. So it's
interesting times.
Yes. Now, before I move to the next question to Revati ji, I just want to give certain statistics to our members and the viewers here. A few years back, the government came up with a regulation to have women directors in the board. So as of March 2020, there were a total of 777, which constitutes 17% women directors out of the total 4,657 directors in Nifty 500 companies. Out of these 777, 548 were independent women directors. So this is the statistics. So now the question to Revati ji. While the government regulation paved the way to being bridging or starting to bridge the gender divide, where do you think we have reached in this journey of empowering women? Since you've contributed to the handbook on role of women directors, I just thought that this will be the question that you will aptly answer. So what is your perspective, Revati ji?
Okay, so appointment of women on board of directors of Indian companies is, as you rightly said, driven by regulatory requirements of the Companies Act 2013 and SEBI in the year 2018, by making it mandatory to appoint at least one woman member on the board of top company. While the share of women in directorial roles in India's largest companies has improved due to these regulations, it still missed the 20% target for March 2020. The inclusion rate further narrows when we speak about women leader roles such as chairpersons of the boards. Only 4% of the Nifty 500 companies had women chairpersons as on 31st March 2020. State-run companies have the worst track record. With this scenario, let us first quickly have a look at what is women empowerment. Women empowerment is the ability and capacity of women to participate meaningfully in decision-making process and have to be assertive about their opinions. The empowerment will come only if women inducted on the boards can meaningfully participate and make their opinions heard and acted upon. So far, very little or no data is available about the impact seen or felt due to induction of women on the boards of Indian companies. As per media reports, many senior women independent directors have publicly stated that walking into a boardroom as the sole woman independent director can be intimidating, especially if the fellow men directors have been on the board for many years. Women directors become hesitant and often raise issues by asking questions rather than making strong statements. The real participation by women directors in the decision-making process cannot be known by outsiders, as the board meetings are closed-door meetings and there is nothing wrong in that. So no data is available. Appointment of women directors as a regulatory requirement, whether has actually resulted in women empowerment, can only be found out if gender audit is conducted by collecting, analyzing, and studying the data about their actual participation in decision-making process and changes, if any, they could make in the companies or women employees of the companies on which they are appointed. Gender equality and empowerment is possible only with effective participation of women in decision-making process. The quota for women is definitely helpful, but is not the only solution for women empowerment. Real empowerment will come with change in the mindset and attitudes of the people.
Thank you, Revati ji. Aptly, rightly worded and rightly said that it is only the beginning. The regulations and laws can only make a start, but it's about the ladies, the women who need to step up, and also the men, who are there to make the women feel more comfortable and be okay with sharing space with them in the leadership roles, so that more women are encouraged to come up and take up such roles. So it's only a start. So all those men who are listening, make us feel more comfortable and encourage us more. Okay, so moving to the insurance expert here, Alice G. Again, a few questions related to I don't have statistics, but we just do know that the loss ratio of corporate health insurance are higher than the health insurance taken by individuals. Yet the corporate health insurance premiums are offered at competitive prices as against the individual ones. Is it a fact? If yes, will focusing on providing equally competitive rates for individual insurance help increase the uptake for the same? What's your opinion, ma'am?
Yeah. So it is a fact that group medical claim policies the premiums are much lower as compared to individual policies. The strategy is not to reduce the premium of individual policies. The strategy is to increase the premiums of the group medical claim policies. See, in any industry, the point is no industry, because India is a very price sensitive market. We decide on products solely based on price, which is very different from what is happening in developed markets or the world, where there is a price tag for a product. But here what happens is, just to garner the market share, companies and brokers and all, they compete with each other and bring down. And for group policies, of course, you have a big chunk of the premium, which is very attractive to them. So I think insurance is a promise on paper, if you know what I mean. When you sell the policy, you have only the premiums in hand. The claims come in much later, at a later point in time. So you become very optimistic and you hope that there won't be any claims and you will make profit out of the same. But that is not the case always. So the point is that how do you educate the companies, the people who take decisions in companies, the underwriters, whom in insurance parlance, people who rate the policies, you empower them and you educate them such that it has to be, any market has to be a sustainable market. You can only sell sustainable products. So group health has caught up now, especially during this COVID times, with the awareness has caught up. So though we are talking, it's a push product, actually many people have come in and they have asked for products and government schemes have helped. So I think when this awareness has caught up, this is the right time to have a viable price for a product and to make it sustainable in the long term. So we can do that only by discovering the right price and everybody pitch in, because this is a long-term strategy for the market.
Thank you, ma'am. So pricing is the key to sustainability and bridging this gap, as you said. Yes. Exactly. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now coming back to Chitra ji and taking it from a point where we left the previous question about the asset quality. The next question we have is on the similar lines. It's about now there is a concept of bad bank. So first we would like you to throw some light on what is this bad bank, concept of bad bank. And the next question is, how will the NPAs arising out of fraud be segregated from the regular NPAs, given the fact that proving fraud is a very time-consuming process? So what is your opinion on this, ma'am?
Okay, so bad bank is nothing but an asset restructuring company. We call them ARCs here in India. So the concept of, so I'll just tell you how it all started off, right? I was just reading this RBI's financial stability report the other day, and they have actually warned that the gross NPA ratio may increase from 7.5% in September 2020 to 13.5% by September 2021. So that's alarming, right? It's almost double, more than double actually, almost double. So this will be the highest in more than 22 years and will put a huge pressure not only on the banking system, but for the whole economy, right? It will put a huge pressure on the whole economy. So several leading economists feel that setting up a bad bank could be the only solution. While there's a suggestion to privatized selective public sector banks, public sector units, public sector banks, and set up a bad bank so that they can deal with the NPAs of all these public sector units who have these huge NPAs with them. However, there are mixed opinions. I mean, there are a set of economists who say that setting up a bad bank may not be a solution at all, because there are huge, as I mentioned at the start, there are huge ARCs, that is assets restructuring companies in the country, already there for the last 1 decade. And the banks have not been able to sell their bad loans to them. They have not been successful in doing that. So it actually is a process, and one needs to do it in a very strategic way. And I think that the banks have not been efficient in managing that process. I think with this thrust in setting up from the government of India to set up the bad bank, I'm sure everybody will be forced to follow a proper, a checklist and a proper process. And I think it should start taking up momentum as we go into the middle of this year and early next year. So you were talking about the legal framework, right? So the legal framework and the judiciary is so lengthy as a process that by the time you actually prove that it is a fraud, or you prove it's a crime, you would have lost at least about a decade and more with that case. So right, so by the time the bank, even the people who are working on that project or process would have also retired and gone. So that has been the experience, in the past. So government is very serious. They are really wanting that, we shouldn't just set up ARCs for the sake of it and just manage the small little ones. We should actually, go full the full steam of moving all these NPAs onto the bad bank, and then you have an efficient team managing it and, converting it into positive and then moving it into proper banks. So let's hope it takes up. I'm very hopeful. I have a few years left in my career to see it happening. So I'm really hopeful.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So let's all be optimistic that
Yes.
the legal process and the winding process of proving any fraud or anything related to the thing fastens. It picks up pace, and we're able to get the actual benefit of why the bad bank is created or the setup is created. So let us
Sure.
hope and be optimistic on that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Moving ahead on regarding the banking industry, and to hear from Revati ji. Revati ji, what technologies do you think are going to be disruptive to Indian banks in the future?
Okay. So until very recently, banks had a very tight hold on anything to do with money. They did not have much incentive to innovate and be competitive other than competing with each other. They used to hold and hide the data, never used it, and certainly not for customer service. Banking industry now has shifted to internet-based transactions. If we look at the ATM machine, internet banking, mobile banking, what we notice is that the same set of services which were earlier provided manually are now being provided with the help of internet. In the last couple of years, technologies such as digital wallets, EMV chip-based cards, and two-factor authentication via SMS-based OTPs have become mainstream in India. Having said that, we also need to accept that traditional banks are still trying to look digital. The banks are now staring at digital disruption in the financial sector, driven by factors on the supply side, led mostly by technological developments, and on the demand side, driven by changes in consumer expectations of service. The technological developments will make the overextended network of bank branches redundant for executing routine transactions. Bank branches of the future will be used for building customer relations and delivering expertise and value. New digital technologies such as machine learning and AI, big data analytics, robotic process automation, open banking, blockchain, chatbots, and Internet of Things have repositioned technology from being a business enabler to a business driver. Customers' needs will have to be met instantaneously and intelligently at any point in time and on any channel. It is said that the fourth industrial revolution is on its way. Banks must understand that there are storm clouds on the horizon and they have to play catch up. Each bank will have to prioritize and allocate investments in technology. The opportunities will be greater than ever, but so will be risks of inaction. A bank's ability to ride the waves of disruptive technologies will determine its success in future.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. As you said, technology is, is a double-edged sword. As much as it is very useful, it, fastens a lot of things. There is also the fact related to it that if anything goes wrong, it's going to impact in a big way. So all banks, as you said, need to be geared up. There has to be more investment into technology. And it is not only about the investment, I think it is also about the fact about how soon are we able to translate a technological plan into reality? Because if we've seen a lot of board meetings where they discuss about investing in technology, and the meeting goes on forever and ever before we see actually something happening in reality there.
Yeah.
So yeah, so I think there is a start. There's a lot of discussion about RPA, data analytics, and all. Hopefully, people will catch up, and we'll be able to see more implementation of those in real times. Yes. Yeah. Now, Alice G, coming to you. As of 2020, there are no specific insurance fraud laws in India. What is your opinion on the same? And will there be any specific laws and regulations in the near future?
Yeah, I don't see anything coming up in the near future because, like you said, there are no fraud laws as far as insurance is concerned. So banking has caught up. I mean, banking, you have, if you don't return, I mean, NPAs and all are there and somehow there is some fraud, there are laws to handle that. But for insurance, you can make a fraudulent claim and then get away with it because the claim will be repudiated and that's the end of it. I mean, nobody bothers to approach the court or CBI or even the police saying that a false claim has been lodged. So I think from that point, a lot of thinking is going on. There is a think tank in the industry and a lot of thinking is going on as to we should make them also accountable. The claimants who lodge false claims also should be held. Just as if a officer who processes a claim makes a mistake, he's held to task. I think there is a thinking going on. It'll be a little time, but I think unless it's outright fraud right now, the laws, we don't have adequate laws, but I foresee a future where we will see that going forward in line with the practices of other countries as well.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you. Because in fraud, usually what happens is fraud usually does not happen because there is lack of any controls. It is because it happens despite the controls being in place. Yes, and yes. In most scenarios, and it's all about monitoring how well the monitoring happens. How are we, and as you said, taking people to task. So if the insurance officer is making a mistake, yes, there are things to hold him responsible. So the open-ended field where, currently there are no fraud laws for the claimants, I think that is kind of a space where laws need to come in the future, as you rightly said. So we will expect for things to fall in place soon. Yeah. Now again, going back to Chitra ji and taking up from the place where we were speaking to Revati ji on the disruptive technology part. Chitra ji, your opinion. COVID-19 has revealed a whole new level of e-commerce activity. How do you think this will transform the banking and finance industry in the coming years? And what are the challenges and opportunities associated with it?
Okay. So the COVID pandemic could see banks make profound and permanent changes to their organizational structures. I've been working from home for the past 1 year. This Sunday, it will be actually exactly 1 year. 21st of March was when we were told that you're not supposed to be coming to office and you ought to work from home. So yeah, huge changes. I mean, for the initial first 2 months, it was turmoil. As a bank, it's very difficult for us to manage from a remote work. We've never used to that kind of a setup, right? And banks don't work like corporates. All our transactions have to be, it's a make a checkup. So there are 6i if the amount is a little high, and if anything is above 5 million, we need 8 pairs to 4 pairs of eyes actually saying okay for the transaction on the system. So it's not something that you can actually do remote as efficiently as you were there all sitting together in the same department. So there is going to be really profound and permanent changes to the organizational structures. Monitoring highest, and also the monitoring piece in terms of making sure there aren't any, because with more automation, there's more chances of, as people say, it's actually becomes error free. It may become error free, but it only opens up new challenges in terms of fraud and crimes on the electronic media. So maintaining highest level of highest quality of customer service is going to be a big challenge for us. With all these things being pulled on every side, things getting automated all the time, continuing to maintain that you're offering the highest quality of service to the customers is going to become a big it's going to be one of the biggest profound thrust going forward in 2021 onwards. And all along we are told that now we would have skeletal kind of people coming into work. So losing that notion of physical workplace. We're not used to it, right? All of us want to go back. I want to run back to work. Yeah, I don't want to do this online. I'm missing it. I'm missing all the function, the human touch and all of that. So that notion of physical workplace is going to change. There's not going to be any more of that notion of, all of us going to be sitting together and working going forward. And I think a decade back, almost all the banks, especially the foreign banks, embarked big time on agile methodology of working. So in fact, if you look at any of our processing, right, we are all on agile. We all follow the agile methodology of working. Every process has to actually go through a project management mode where it actually gets approved for the agile methodology. So that's going to be a big thrust going forward. And according to me, the core areas of disruptions, would be where it will push us to kind of get into more of an innovative mode of working. So several key innovations that are going to drive the next generation financial services. So there's going to be this AI and ML, there's going to be RPA, there's going to be big data, and a lot of importance going to be given to analytics. So today, there's a US bank who actually monitors the people's performance using teledata. It's a software made, which actually monitors to see how productive are your people within that 8-10 hours of work. So they're not going to be supervisors who are going to monitor. This data will monitor basis your login on the system and base the kind of work that you're doing with the process. So it's not going to be physical managers. It's going to be a more of these kind of electronic way of monitoring, right? So it's going to be this advanced, and these are all analytics. It will tell you how many transactions did you process, and how many hours were you logged in, how much of time did you take off, how many times did you look at the screen and stuff like that. So it's all analytics. It's all coming to analytics at the end of the day. So today what we do, we use analytics to find out the client behavior. Has he been buying, has he been coming into the bank? Has he been logging in? Has he been doing net banking? Or is he looking at a particular stock that has been buying? What is this? Does he look at the A stocks or B stocks? Or what does he do? All that analytics is available with us just basis his activity with the bank. So this analytics is something that's going to drive and is going to be the biggest differentiator along with customer service as we go along. And as I said, right, innovation. I mean, everyone has to think, put on their thinking hats and come up with best ideas day in and day out. And that's going to be the change that we're going to see in future.
Thank you, ma'am. And yes, it is going to be disruptive technology. As you said, all working from home, no human touch, but still, life goes on, work goes on. Yeah. So I think it's all, thinking of what is, how much of agile thing is going to be implemented, and how soon, how effectively we're able to catch up with monitoring those is going to be the key. Yes. Now, we're moving towards the conclusion of the session. So here, I just want to get some concluding remarks. And before that, I would like to tell you that, as you all know, the theme for the International Women's Day this year is Choose to Challenge. And our dignitary, Dr. Kiran Bedi, today she was there with us in the webinar. And in her speech, she mentioned today about 3 W's that are shaping the world: the weather, web, and women. So in this background, I would like to take concluding remarks from all of you, because I will start off with Alice G. Could you share with us your experience about accepting a leadership challenge? And it could have been any time during your childhood or college days, or even during your professional career, about how did it shape the woman leader in you?
See, I think as a child and in my youth, I had a desire to excel academically. I was good in studies, and also to take on leadership roles. In fact, I was the head girl of my school, and I was also the college union chairman at college. So when I was standing for the election for the college union chairman at the college level, this is at the degree level when you're doing your Bachelor of Arts at that time, then you have a process where you have to go and sell yourself to all the students in the college. So that is, I think, that lot of ideas then had formed at that stage itself, that you as women, we have to promote ourselves. You know, it's very difficult. We often think that our work will speak for ourselves. Sometimes you have to use your voice to promote yourself. That was one. And the other thing is what Sheryl Sandberg has told in her book, Lean In. You have to raise your table, raise your hand and lean in at the table. That's just because it's about how confident you are as in your role. And I personally also feel that. So that gave me a lot of opportunity. I had to meet people, talk to them. So you hear differing views also. So as a woman leader or as any leader, I think it's not enough to talk to inspire people. You have to listen to others so that you get constructive criticism also. And as a team leader, to take your people along when you garner votes for yourself and you talk about your achievements. And also there I knew that whether as a leader, whether you're a man and a woman, it actually makes no difference, because the roles of a leader are the same. You articulate and you have to achieve a vision. You have to take your team with you. And at the end of the day, the challenges both face are the same. So I think it's just your confidence you have as a woman leader. So that got instilled in that process. And I think that has stayed with me all along. So I think that is where I think we have, and that's why when people ask me that, how did you break the glass ceiling? I always tell them in a very lighter vein, the best thing about a glass ceiling is that it's made of glass and it can be broken easily. You only have to believe you can do it. I think that's the biggest learning for me.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Revati ji, I mean, quickly, just concluding remarks. You seem to be a multifaceted personality, getting time for everything under the sun. You know, you're translating books from management books from English to Marathi. You are doing audio lessons, and then you run marathons and you run car rallies. I mean, how do you find, what is the magic of, how do you get the time? Like 24 hours is not enough for us, but you managed to find 48 hours out of it. So how do you do that?
Okay, let me tell you, I'm just like all of you here. We all have 24 hours days and we all know how to use them. But since you have asked this question, let me very quickly recall 3 rules to use your time effectively, which we all know but tend to forget. Number 1, there is no better time than now. If a woman standing on the edge of a swimming pool and wants to jump into the cold water asks you, how do I begin to jump? You would merely reply, just jump. The water will not be warmer next to it. It will even be more colder. So there is no better time than now. Just jump. Number 2, aim the glorification of being busy. The people who say they are the busiest are usually the least so. We all have 24 hours every day, and ultimately you are the only person who gets to choose how you spend your 24 hours. That's a pretty magical gift. And number 3, don't try to bite off more than you can chew. If you want to start doing something new, give yourself space to do it slowly, badly, uncomfortably. And the most important thing is that you do it consistently. Please remember, we shall never have more time. We have and always had all the time there is. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So yes, it's all about how we do it and give ourselves time to do it. Even if it is wrong, try it, do it, and give us enough time to do that. Thank you, ma'am. Chitra ji, again, final comments from your end about the gender divide. Recently, there was a Paytm ad that showed about, the gender divide about when it comes to finance decisions, investments, and all of that. So where do you think we stand, and how far have we traveled? What is your opinion?
It's if you ask me today, women are smarter when it comes to investing. I mean, gender divide, of course, it's a male-dominated society everywhere. Today we are talking to the public in Bahrain, but I work for an international bank and I have colleagues all over the place, and the same story goes everywhere. And I think it's something to do with our race. People always think we are the weaker section of the society, but we are not. I have never felt equal. I've always felt superior. I felt there's a lot of things that I could do much better and I can do more than my male colleagues, right? So that is the way I am, and I'm self-motivated. I feel I can do better. And in terms of the gender divide, right? And people say that, oh, women don't know how to manage finance. They really are not equal. How do you say there's equality? They don't even know how to, kind of invest their money wisely. But that's not true. What was there a couple of years or maybe a few years back, it's all changing now. Women are much smarter. Yeah. And typically what do? We start as women, right? We are risk averse. That definitely is there. You start saving and managing smaller amounts of money from your savings, and invest about 20 to 25% of your money in schemes or in savings that would give you a multiple. Yeah. And knowledge is key. Earlier days, women wouldn't even look at an app or wouldn't even have a financial advisor. But today you will see women, at least working women like me, we invest our time in, reading our newspapers, invest our time in going through the apps, invest our time in, attending seminars to find out, what are the new schemes or not new things available. Knowledge is free, right? At the end of the day, knowledge is power. If you equip yourself with the way what things need to be done, you will definitely be able to manage and do much better than the other sex. So that is what I believe in. And so I think with this year's Choose to Challenge, and by having such August panel speak, I think I have learned a lot from my other co-panelists, and I think this will go a long way and bringing women together across the globe. And this is the first time I'm actually doing on a private basis outside the borders of India. So thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everybody. And I think all of you here have proven that gender divide, it is there or it may not be there. It is us as women to take the lead, lead in kind of bridging the gap. The more we move forward, I think the gap gets there is we take one step and there is 1,000 steps from the other end. So thank you so much for all your time, your patience, and and your pearls of wisdom that you've shared with us today. It's really very remarkable and memorable. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank BCICAI. And the chairperson, CA Ajay Kumar, and the acting chairperson for this month, CA Sharmila, for giving me this opportunity to host you all in this discussion. So it was a very, very heartening discussion that I had. Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So now all of the members, I think we'll just take a break for lunch. Okay. And we'll all reconvene 35 minutes from now. So see you all soon. So now we had enough food for thought. Now it's time for actual food. So see you back soon. Thank you.
For inner peace, I believe that we need to experience true joy and happiness. And it's not a destination, it's a journey. And as an environmentalist and an ecologist, I feel the color of the sky is blue, the color of the ocean is blue, and the color of peace is blue. So if you can find peace and joy in simple things in life, that bring you happiness. In fact, if you see the colors of the flowers, maybe the raindrops, and maybe just sheer happiness on the faces of your friends and people. If you have inner peace, you can also spread peace. And there's no amount of money which can buy peace. So it is priceless. And I wish you every peace that you find every day in your life. And if you're peaceful, I think the world around you will also be peaceful. Thank you so much. For inner peace, I believe that you need to experience true joy and happiness. And it's not a destination, it's a journey. And as an environmentalist and an ecologist, I feel the color of the sky is blue, the color of the ocean is blue, and the color of peace is blue. So if you can find peace and joy in simple things in life, that bring you happiness. In fact, if you see the colors of the flowers, maybe the raindrops, and maybe just sheer happiness on the faces of your friends and people. If you have inner peace, you can also spread peace. And there's no amount of money which can buy peace. So it is priceless. And I wish you every peace that you find every day in your life. And if you're peaceful, I think the world around you will also be peaceful. Thank you so much. inner peace, I believe that you need to experience true joy and happiness. And it's not a destination, it's a journey. And as an environmentalist and an ecologist, I feel the color of the sky is blue, the color of the ocean is blue, and the color of peace is blue. So if you can find peace and joy in simple things in life, that bring you happiness. In fact, if you see the colors of the flowers, maybe the raindrops, and maybe just sheer happiness on the faces of your friends and people. If you have inner peace, you can also spread peace. And there's no amount of money which can buy peace. So it is priceless. And I wish you every peace that you find every day in your life. And if you're peaceful, I think the world around you will also be peaceful. Thank you so much. For inner peace, I believe that we need to experience true joy and happiness. And it's not a destination, it's a journey. And as an environmentalist and an ecologist, I feel the color of the sky is blue, the color of the ocean is blue, and the color of peace is blue. So if you can find peace and joy in simple things in life, that bring you happiness. In fact, if you see the colors of the flowers, maybe the raindrops, and maybe just sheer happiness on the faces of your friends and people. If you have inner peace, you can also spread peace. And there's no amount of money which can buy peace. So it is priceless. And I wish you every peace that you find every day in your life. And if you're peaceful, I think the world around you will also be peaceful. Thank you so much. inner peace, I believe that you need to experience true joy and happiness. And it's not a destination, it's a journey. And as an environmentalist and an ecologist, I feel the color of the sky is blue, the color of the ocean is blue, and the color of peace is blue. So if you can find peace and joy in simple things in life, that bring you happiness. In fact, if you see the colors of the flowers, maybe the raindrops, and maybe just sheer happiness on the faces of your friends and people. If you have inner peace, you can also spread peace. And there's no amount of money which can buy peace. So it is priceless. And I wish you every peace that you find every day in your life. And if you're peaceful, I think the world around you will also be peaceful. Thank you so much. inner peace, I believe that you need to experience true joy and happiness. And it's not a destination, it's a journey. And as an environmentalist and an ecologist, I feel the color of the sky is blue, the color of the ocean is blue, and the color of peace is blue. So if you can find peace and joy in simple things in life, that bring you happiness. In fact, if you see the colors of the flowers, maybe the raindrops, and maybe just sheer happiness on the faces of your friends and people. If you have inner peace, you can also spread peace. And there's no amount of money which can buy peace. So it is priceless. And I wish you every peace that you find every day in your life. And if you're peaceful, I think the world around you will also be peaceful. Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the post-lunch session. There is a saying that good food makes you happy, and I believe right now we all are indeed happy. Did you know that March 20th is celebrated as Did you know that March 20th is celebrated as International Day of Happiness? And to add to this happiness, we have another session of raffles. Early bird gets the worm is a famous quote. And we at BCICI do appreciate our early birds who clocked in time for the conference. And here is an exclusive draw for them. My screen is visible. So the first winner for the early bird raffles, Ram Kumar Narayana Swami. Ram Kumar, if you are there, kindly identify yourself.
Nisha, it seems Ramakumar is not there.
Okay, we'll move on to the next one. Juzair Firoz Rangwala.
Juzair is there. Juzair, can you confirm, please?
So Juzair gets the prize of Shukran voucher BD15 from Landmark Group. The next winner is Saeed Nasiruddin. Saeed, if you're there, you can kindly identify yourself.
Yeah, Saeed is there.
Okay.
Yeah, can you message whoever is there? I think they should message probably.
Message at least, yeah.
You can see the names, yes.
Did we get a message from Saeed?
Yes, we got.
Okay. So even he wins a Shukran voucher of BD15 from Landmark Group. The third winner is Vistab Supariwala. Is CA Vistab there?
Yes, he's there.
All right. Can he send a message?
No, not yet. Vistab, are you there?
Vistab and Juzair have not confirmed so far.
Okay, we'll take someone else then.
Yeah, please.
Okay, so Saeed has won a BD15 voucher from Landmark. The next winner is CA Sushil Kumar Jain. Sushil ji, are you there? We have been seeing him since morning, but is he there now? Because that was the only criteria to be present to claim.
He's confirmed.
He confirmed.
All right. So Sushil ji also wins win a BD15 voucher. Third winner is from the early bird is CA Jagadish Padmanabhan. CA Jagdish, are you there? Please confirm.
No, I don't think.
He's not there.
Yeah, he's not there.
Next winner is Ankur Lalaji. CA Ankur, are you there? Kindly identify yourself.
Ankur is in the meeting. Ankur, can you please confirm in the chat? No confirmation, Nisha.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got the confirmation or no?
No.
Okay.
Meenakshi is asking for his nomination.
Okay, so CA Charles, it is the next winner.
To be here.
I can see him on camera.
Yes.
Yeah.
He has even turned his
All right.
video.
You're waiting.
Yes. So he's the one at least making us happy on this International Happiness Day. So we have Saeed Nasiruddin, Sushil Kumar Jain and Charles Etty. They have won BD15 Shukran voucher from Landmark. We'll now move on to the regular raffles. And the early bird winners, actually, whoever are present now should thank to the people who left the conference in between. So now we'll spread the happiness to our other members as well. See, Vivek Gupta is our next winner.
Yes, I am here.
He's not there.
No, I am here. Actually, this is an epic moment for me. First time in last 4 years. Thank you, Nisha.
Okay, so
Thanks so much.
Vivek, you win a BD15 voucher from Landmark Group.
Thank you.
CA Surya Hariharan is the next winner.
Seems like Surya is not in the meeting.
All right, we'll pick up another one. CA Chetan Dongra.
No, Chetan is not in the meeting.
CA Nupur Daga.
Nupur Daga is in the meeting. Nupur, can you please confirm? Okay, she's confirmed.
Okay. So we have 2 Shukran vouchers in this draw, and we have 2 more winners. CA Garvita. So Women Power holding good now.
Garvita is in meeting. Garvita, can you please confirm in the chat box? She hasn't confirmed, Nisha.
Okay. I'll move on to the next. CA Sushil Jain. How
Sushil Jain, yes, he is there in the meeting. Can you please confirm? Yes, he confirmed.
This is the senior Sushil Ji. So Sushil Jain wins a Ryog voucher, 2 classes for 1 hour. And we have the last one for this, Ankit Saraf.
Ankit Saraf is in the meeting. Ankit, can you please confirm? Apparently, he is not confirmed. Okay. I would have collected his voucher. He is my colleague.
Ambika Shetty. She's very much here.
Yes, she is here.
So we Ambika gets a Jimmy Choo perfume set and a body lotion set. So we end the raffle for the afternoon session. And so as we move on to the next technical session, I call CA Ambika, who's working in Trust and Investment Administration with Key Point to take us through the proceedings. Over to you, CA Ambika.
Lunch and raffle. Now we can have some food for thought. There is no force more powerful than women who are determined to rise. We have many examples of such women who ventured out of their comfort zone, took courage as their capital, and choose to challenge the world to bring the changes in the society. When society is not ready to solve your problem, you dare to give yourself the solution. It is said that leaders become great not because of their power, but because of their ability to empower others. And our speaker is a guiding example of this empowerment drive. She started women's empowerment in rural Maharashtra, which not only provided them an access to finance, but also financial and business literacy. She's an activist, a farmer, and a banker. Our next speaker, Ms. Chetna Gala Sinha. Can we have the AV, please?
Ms. Chetna Gala Sinha, Indian social activist. Chetna Sinha is the founder and chairperson of the Man Deshi Mahila Bank and the Man Deshi Foundation. She has been awarded the Nari Shakti Puraskar, India's highest civilian award for women who work in the area of women's empowerment. She has served as a co-chair of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, and as a co-chair of financial inclusion at the W20 summit in Argentina. Mandeshi runs business schools, a community radio, and a chambers of commerce for rural women micro-entrepreneurs. To date, it has supported over 500,000 women. Ms. Chetna Sinha.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Ms. Chetna Gala Sinha. It's our honor to have with us today. We are eager to listen to your story. Over to you, ma'am.
Thanks. I just wanted to check that, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So I'm really thankful to the chapter of Indian Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and chapter of Bahrain. And it's always interesting to communicate with the communities or the people who are actually in a way far, but now it has become post-COVID that nobody is far or nobody is very close to us, right? Because we are all virtual. So nice to meet you all. And I would like to share my journey, my lessons which I have learned. When I was being introduced, somebody said that when do you feel yourself empowered? When you empower others. But I would just like to also share that when do you feel learned, or even if you have an education, but the wisdom does not come from the structured education, wisdom comes from the wise people. And today, actually, I'm going to share with my journey with women who are wise, who had never been to school, who had never got an opportunity to educate themselves. These are rural women who never went to the school, who never got an opportunity, but they taught me the lessons of lives. And before I talk about their lessons, I would just like to share my own background. I was born and raised in Mumbai. In a way, if some of you have some background of Mumbai, we used to say Bombay. So I was always a Bombay girl. And I grew up, I studied. But when I was in a university, a Gandhian leader, Jayaprakash Narayan, was traveling in all the universities, appealing youth to work in rural India, in the villages of India. And when I met him, I was really very much attracted towards the whole idea of working in the villages. And so I traveled with Gandhian leaders across India in the villages of India. While traveling, I realized that there is a lot to be done, lot of work can be done in the villages. And with this organization, which was a youth organization wanting the young people to work in the villages of India, I joined the organization. While traveling across India in the villages, I met my husband, Vijay Sinha, who was farmer, not very highly educated, but he could pull the crowd, and he was leading farmers movement. And while working with him, I decided that I am done with Mumbai and I would work in the villages of India with him. And in 1986, I was teaching economics in Mumbai. I did for 1 year, I did a job. And in 87, I said, I'm done with Mumbai. And I decided to shift from Mumbai to a small town, Maswad, in the state of Maharashtra in India. With that decision, my family was devastated. They were like, how am I going to survive in a small village? And they were a bit upset. But I said that I have decided and I've taken a decision that I'll be working in the village. And so I want to leave Mumbai and stay there. I married to Vijay Sinha in the passion of work and love together. Took me to go to the villages in Maharashtra and work with him, and I married him. While I was staying with my family, I met a woman named Kantabai. Before I talk about Kantabai, I would just like to say that the beginning, I just want to share with you that I was amazed by meeting women there. These women were not educated. They never got an opportunity. But these were ordinary women who did extraordinary things in their life. And today I'm going to share with you the lessons I've learned from these women. And I always say that, I got the education in Mumbai. I went to Yale University. But the wisdom which I got was from these women. And so some of the stories, some of these women, their stories I'm going to share with you. While I was spending my time with my family in the village, a woman named Kantabai came to me. Kantabai was a street vendor. She was a welder. So she had a business of blacksmith. And Kantabai wanted to save money. She came to me and she said that I want to open a saving account in the bank. My response to Kantabai was that, Kantabai, you are doing business on the street and you do not even have a place to stay. Do you have a money to save? And she was insistent. She said that I want to save money because I want to buy a tarpaulin sheet to cover my family. I do my business on the street and I also stay on the street. So then I thought that Kantabai is not asking for loan. She's not asking for any grant from the government. What she's asking is the safe place to save her hard-earned money. So I went to different banks. I know in front of me, all chartered accountants are sitting here, right? I went to the different banks to get the account open of Kantabai. The bank's manager denied opening the account. You know why? Because her saving amount was so small that she was not an affordable client. I thought, as I mentioned before, that she was not asking for loan. She was not asking for grant. What she was asking was that I need a bank account so that I can save money. And that is her fundamental right, I felt. And then I thought that if banks are not opening the account, why not start a bank for women like Kantabai? And so we decided to mobilize the capital and applied for the banking license. You know, when we applied for the banking license, we were very excited. All our women were very excited. They bought the shares because it was supposed to be, the application was supposed to go to the Central Bank of India or a Reserve Bank of India under the window of getting the cooperative banking license. And so we mobilized the member capital, we did the business plan, everything, and then we applied for the banking license. But we couldn't get the license. It was rejected. You know why? Because our women were not educated. They had a thumb impression. Where they had to sign, that was the thumb impression. I went to Mumbai, I came back, I was crying, and I shared with our women that we tried hard, but we couldn't get the license. You know what our women said? They said that we couldn't get the license because we were not literate. We were not educated. They told me, why are you crying? We will learn to read and write from today and we'll apply again. This gave me confidence. And so our literacy classes started on that very day. I must have shared this story 1,000 times. And every time I share, I get the energy of those women 25 years back, wanted to learn to read and write. They would come work whole day, and in evening, they would sit and struggle to learn to read and write. And we used to, myself and my colleague Ruxana used to go on two-wheeler from village to village to see that, literacy classes are started. After 6 months, we applied again. But at that time, I didn't go alone. With me, 15 women accompanied from the village to the Central Bank of India. You know what our women told the officer? They said that first, you rejected the license because we were not literate. But they said, we cannot read and write, but we can count. That was my first lesson. We cannot read and write, but we can count. And they challenged the officer. Ask us to calculate the interest of any principal amount. And they challenge officer, tell your officer to calculate the interest of principal amount without calculator and see who can calculate faster. Needless to say that our women would win the challenge because they can calculate faster than the calculator, without calculator than the officer. And with this, we got the banking license. Mandeshi was the first rural women's bank. This is the first bank which is run and operated and managed by rural women. And we got the license and Mandeshi Bank started. But our real challenge started then. Again, I would say that most of the audience is chartered accountant. You can imagine to get the license to run the bank is easy. But to run the bank in rural India with women, managed by women, was a humongous task. But I saw that, our women were so excited about everything. And they were saying that, we would like to tell you our cash flows, how can we design the credit product. And so I just want to share that this was the first rural women's bank whose credit product were designed by women themselves. And these were the women who were street vendors. These were the women who were farmers. These are the women who make musical instrument. Some of the story of the women is in the film. And I just want you to see like what is this area, how are these women, and what is happening, how are these women managing bank and other institutions also, which I'm going to talk later. But I just want to say that when we started bank 25 years ago, now we have Mandeshi Women's Bank, we have Mandeshi Business School, we have Mandeshi Radio, and we have Mandeshi Digital School on Wheels. And all this is managed by women. And I'm so proud to share with you that here I am talking to you, but many of our women are getting awards from Prime Minister of India also. And I would like you to see the film of our women leaders, how they run the radio, how they manage the bank, how they run the digital school, and how they run the business school. Can you please play the video?
आमचं लढणंच आमचं भांडवल, आमचं धाडस आमचं भांडवल, आम्ही बहिणी निर्मळ मनाच्या, आमचा विश्वास आमचं भांडवल, आम्ही महिला मान देशी व ताकद आम्हीच आमच्या. तुम्हाला आश्चर्य वाटेल, मी 10 वर्ष झाली मानदेशिव मध्ये मी रेडिओ जॉकी आहे. बघा मी किती श्रीमंत आहे. सकाळी रोज सूर्य माझ्या दारात भेटीला येतो, संध्याकाळी चंद्र माझ्या अंगणात असतो. माझं नाव केराबाई सरगर, मी एक शेतकरी आहे. चित्राबा माझ्या लय जीवाची, आणि गरोदर होती मी. मळ्यात जायची, गाजरं खायची. भूक विसरण्यासाठी मी गाणी म्हणू लागली. दोन 2012ला दुष्काळ पडला, प्यायला सुधीक पाणी नव्हतं. मानदेशीला म्हणलं की जनावरांसाठी काहीतरी तुम्ही उपाय करा. मग मानदेशीने छावणी बसवली. छावणी झाल्यानंतर मानदेशीने बंधार बांधलं. मानदेशी कहाणी माझ्या एकटीची नाही, सगळ्याच बायकांची आहे, सगळ्याच सर्व महिलांची आहे. आम्हीच आमच्या दुर्गा, आम्हीच अंबाबाई, आम्हीच आमच्या म्हाकू, आम्हीच भवानी आई.
मी ऊसतोडीची, मातीकाम अशी गड्याला लाजणारी कामं केलीत. मला काहीतरी बनायचं होतं. आमच्या गावामध्ये मानदेशीची बस आली. मी तिथं त्या बसमध्ये गोड डॉक्टरचं ट्रेनिंग घेतलं आणि मी आता गोड डॉक्टर झाले. लोक माझी चेष्टा करू लागली, तू फक्त 7वी पास झालेली आणि गोड डॉक्टर, येथे तर डिग्री घेऊन लोक पडलेले आहेत. तू काय उजेड पाडणार आहेस? तर मी हार नाही मानली. लोक माझ्याकडे टवकारून बघत होती, पण मी भेली नाही. मी सांगितलं त्यांना की तुमच्या शेळ्यांना भाव देण्यासाठी इथं आलेले आहे. जी लोक मला हिनवायची, वेड्यात काढायची, आता तीच लोक मला त्यांची शेळी आडली की मला बोलवतात आणि मी तिथं जाते. खरं तर मी सांगू तुम्हाला, शेळी ही शेतकऱ्याचं ATM कार्ड आहे. मी एक हाऊसवाईफ होते. मलाही स्वतःच्या पायावरती उभं राहायचं होतं, मलाही काहीतरी करायचं होतं. मग मी ठरवलं स्वतःचा बिझनेस करायचा. एके दिवशी मी देवळात गेले आणि तेथे मी लेदरचे इन्स्ट्रुमेंट पाहिले आणि पाहिल्यानंतर डोक्यात विचार आला की अरे चा, हे तर लेदरचं आहे आणि लेदरचा बिझनेस तर आपला पारंपरिक आहे, तर हेच लेदर इन्स्ट्रुमेंटचा बिझनेस मी का करू नये. पण एके दिवशी मानदेशी बिझनेस स्कूल मध्ये गेले आणि तिथे मला शिकवण्यात आलं की बिझनेस कसा करायचा, मॅनेजमेंट कशी करायची आणि मार्केटिंग कसं करायचं. पाहते तर काय, त्यानंतर माझं संपूर्ण जगच बदलून गेलं. आत्ता माझ्या हाताखाली 5 महिला काम करतात आणि मला या एका गोष्टीचा अभिमान वाटतो की मी स्वतःचं माझं घरही चालवते आणि त्या महिलांना कामही देते.
आज मला इथे सगळ्यात आनंदाची गोष्ट सांगावीशी वाटते की अलीकडेच मी कुठे गेले होते माहीत आहे का? बेंगलोरला विप्रो कंपनीमध्ये उद्योजिका या विषयावर लेक्चर देण्यासाठी. आणि तिथे माझं लेक्चर ऐकून हाय एज्युकेटेड स्टुडंट ही लाईन लावून ऑटोग्राफ आणि सेल्फी घेण्यासाठी उभा होते. त्यावेळेस मला खूप आनंद झाला आणि मला एक क्रिकेटर असल्यासारखा फील आला.
मला महिलांबरोबर काम करायला खूप जोश येतो. 15 वर्षापूर्वी माझ्या नवऱ्याचा पोल्ट्रीचा व्यवसाय तो लॉसमध्ये गेला आणि त्याच वेळेस मी कुटुंबाची जबाबदारी उचलली. पण मी अजून 700 महिलांचा बचत गट खोलला आणि त्यामध्ये काही महिलांच्या हाताला मी काम दिले. एक दिवस फोनची रिंग वाजली. फोन घेतला तर आवाज आला, तुम्हाला महिला लीडरशिप अवॉर्ड मिळतोय पंतप्रधानांच्या हातून. मी फोन रॉंग नंबर करून ठेवून दिला. फोन परत आला. तो फोन तर होता खरं माझ्यासाठीच. मी तालुक्यातून पहिली महिला आहे की पंतप्रधानांना भेटले. ती तर 10 वर्षापूर्वीची गोष्ट. आता मी मानदेशी बँकेची बोर्ड डायरेक्टर आहे. आता मी मानदेशी फाउंडेशन मध्ये एक प्रोग्राम चालवते शेतकऱ्यांसाठी. एका वर्षामध्ये मी 1200 शेतकऱ्यांपर्यंत पोहोचले आणि आता तर मी शेतकऱ्यांसाठी कंपनीच उभारते.
मी शरीराने खूप लहान आहे, पण राज्यात माझा पळण्यात कोण नाद करत नाही. मी लहानपणी लय म्हशी राखलेत. मी मानदेशी चॅम्पियन्स जॉईन केलं कारण तिथं आम्हाला खेळाबरोबरच गुळ शेंगदाणे खायला देत होते. मी आता म्हशींच्या पाठीमागे पळण्याऐवजी मी आता मॅरेथॉन पळते. खेळामुळे मी देशभर फिरले. देश सोडून अमेरिकेतही जाऊन आली. मी मेडल मारले. पैसेही माझ्या हातात यायला लागले. मी जर खेळात नसते तर मी आता संसाराला लागले असते. खरं तर पहिली कोच माझी म्हैस होती, पण आता मला तालुक्यातील सर्वात मोठा प्रोफेशनल कोच बनायचं आहे. मी घरात 4थ्या नंबरची मुलगी आहे, पण मला माझ्या सगळ्या बहिणी म्हणतात, रेश्मे तू पळ आणि आपल्या घराचं नाव मोठं कर. माझं नाव रेश्मा आहे, पण मला लाडाने रेशमी म्हणतात.
आम्ही महिला मान देशी व ताकद आम्हीच आमच्या. बघा आपण किती श्रीमंत आहे. आपली धाडस आहे तीच आपलं भांडवल आहे. आमच्या कटाला मिळू तो मोल व आमच्या घामाला मिळू तो मोल. आम्ही महिला मान देशी व ताकद आम्हीच आमच्या. आम्ही महिला मान देशी व ताकद आम्हीच आमच्या. आमच्या कटाला मिळू तो मोल व आमच्या घामाला मिळू तो मोल. आमच्या कष्टाला मिळू तो मोल व आमच्या घामाला मिळू तो मोल.
I would just, you watched the film, right? And these women in post-COVID, they made their life so different that I'm so proud to share with you that tomorrow, 2 of our women are going to speak on WhatsApp and Facebook event. And they are not going to speak and share their experiences. In fact, one of them is going to take a class of WhatsApp company staff. How do you do the business digitally on WhatsApp business? By making the network of referrals. Now, whatever language I'm talking and saying, and I'm sharing the story of all these women, they have never been to the school, but they did a doorstep banking. How did they do it? You know what? They told me that, we cannot come to the bank. We do our business on the street. If we come to the bank, we lose the working day. So they said that, bank should come to us. So we decided, why not have a doorstep banking? Then our women would say that we want to save money, but we do not want to disclose how much we are saving to anybody. And so we were the first bank to start the smart card, smart passbook in 2006, when none of in the world, nobody had the debit card. And these women had a smart passbook. Why did they want it? Because they wanted not only access to finance, but control on finance, control on their income. And they were so smart. And when we designed this whole digital banking and mobile banking with Mandeshi Bank, you know what our women said? We were saying that we'll provide you a financial literacy to remember the PIN number. They said, we don't want PIN number. Suggest us something else. And we said, but it is very important to lock your account. They said, yes, we want to lock the account. And they said that, you know, what do you think about biometric? And so we actually linked our digital banking. Now, of course, everybody, it's linked with the biometric. And when they used it, you know what they said? They said that anybody can steal my PIN number, but nobody can steal my thumb. And the lesson I learned from them was never provide poor solutions to poor people. They are smart. They can do digital banking. And not only that, but they can teach us smart way of doing banking. And these women, they did not have to unlearn anything. You saw that Rupali Shinde was making a musical instrument. Rupali is our digital leader of Mandeshi Bank. She has not gone to high school, but she heads the digital program of Mandeshi Bank. And by today, she has trained and made nearly 7,000 women in just last 3-4 months after COVID, that how rural women can do digital banking. And she is leading that whole program. Even if I have to learn anything, I go to Rupali and say, Rupali, let me see. I am not getting the SMS immediately. Just check what is happening on my digital banking or digital wallet. And you know, Rupali comes from a scheduled caste. She is breaking century-old caste barrier and the gender biases. And today, Rupali has not gone to high school, but her daughter is a engineer. These are the lessons I'm learning from women. The same way you saw that Kerabai is a radio jockey. She was grinding the food grains, right? But she also said that I learned music when I was grinding the food grain when I was very young, listening to my mother singing. And she has become a famous radio jockey. And many of you must have gone to Bollywood films and you must have heard Anand Bakshi. Anand Bakshi is a songwriter, and Anand Bakshi's son, Rakesh Anand Bakshi, wrote a book on Kerabai. And when he wrote a book, Kerabai is a radio jockey, he asked her, how did you become a radio jockey? And Kerabai said that I went to Mandeshi and there was a drought. And she said that, you know, animals do not have a fodder. And if all of us in search of water, if we leave this area, with whom are you going to do banking? That was a very genuine question I felt. I know many of my friends, chartered accountant, would say that, right? That you are running a bank. Why you are running the water reservoirs? Why you are creating the check dam? But you know, Kerabai said that if my animals will not have a water, I will end up selling my animals and go into and stay in the slums of Mumbai, which I don't want to do. And if all of us leave the area, with whom are you going to do banking? And so we decided that we started a bank for women, but we should also start a water banks for animals. Otherwise, how would our animals survive? How would our women's assets survive? And so we started doing a water conservation program. And when we were doing that, Kerabai during the drought period was singing songs of hopes for the farmer. And she became very popular. And then she said that I will feature a special program on radio. And she started doing the special program on radio. But when Rakesh Anand Bakshi came to interview her, and he asked that, how did you learn to sing? You know what Kerabai said? She said that when I got married at the age of 13, and I always used to feel hungry. We didn't have enough food, she said. And so she said that to forget hunger, I started singing. Can you imagine? that even at the time of hunger, Kerabai was singing and making poems. And when Kerabai can do this, who have never been to the school, Mandeshi, women like me get an energy. And so today we have decided that we will be impacting 1 million women entrepreneurs by 24. And while doing this, I am also proud to say that with no outside investors, no outside support, with our women member capital, we are doing the business of more than $200 million every year. And when these women are growing up, either it is business school, digital business school, radio. Let me share with you, you saw Vanita Pise, who said she had set up a farmer producer company. You know, when she went to register the farmer producer company, officer asked her that, do you have a land in your name? How would I believe that you are a farmer? She said, I'm spending my 24 hours on farm. But yes, property is not in my name. So what bank did is that if women own property, we give rebate in the rate of interest. You have to design every product in such a way which empowers women. And so we have so many thousands of women like Vanita Pise, are member of farmer producer company and are also owning the property, owning the farm. But when we were running this program, the younger generation also was very enthusiastic and they came to Mandeshi. And many young girls said that we cannot go to high school because the bus facility is not available and our parents will drop us out of the school. So you give us loan to buy a bicycle. So in beginning, we give a loan for girls to buy a bicycle. But later on, we found that there were many generous supporters who wanted to donate bicycle to these girls. And we donate thousands of bicycles for girls to go to school. But you know where it led? Of course, they went to school, they finished their high school, but they also became a very good sports champions. And so many girls became a good athlete. Our area is of a tribal children, nomadic tribe children. And you'll be surprised to see that you saw one of the Reshma, but there are more than 400 girls who have become a national level player. And actually, one of our girl champions, Sarita Bise, she's expert, she's champion of field hockey. And she was preparing for Olympics, Japan, Tokyo. But because of the COVID, she's a captain of field hockey team of India under 16. And today, Sarita and Kajal, these are the two girls who are preparing themselves for the next Olympics. Can you imagine these girls who were raising buffaloes, who were raising sheep and goat, but today they are representing India in the Olympics. They are ready for that. And they are taking training in the state of Haryana, because Maharashtra does not have that skill to train the girls to go for the Olympics. And we have prepared them to go there. I would just say that when I was working for all this, I was invited by Davos, World Economic Forum, to co-chair World Economic Forum in 2018. And I told actually World Economic Forum that, you know, I have run a women's bank. Our women do not talk about billions and trillions of dollars. What am I going to talk there? And I asked our women also. And you know what our women said? They said that we have set up our own bank with no outside support. With no outside. It's all women capital, women saving, women credit. You go and tell those people who have on the parking lot, they have their own helicopters, which is good. But you go and tell them that, you know, for us, our courage is the capital. And the lessons I've learned from these women are that their courage is my capital. And I would just like to tell all of you also that you must be meeting so many people around you and whose courage can be your capital also. So with these words, I would just like to share with you that there are so many lessons I've learned from these women who have never been to the It's an ancient intelligence with the DNA of modern technology. So they are using they have never been to the school, but they are so wise that today they have been invited by, I mean, Vanita Pise went to London and to Exeter University and spoke there. Rupali spoke at Wipro, Azim Premji University. These women, and above all, our women are invited by the Central Bank of India to speak there. So with this, very humbly, I would say I have learned 2 lessons. Never provide poor solutions to poor people. They are smart. And my courage is my capital. Thank you. I think you are on mute.
Thank you, Ms. Sinha, for an inspiring session. I'm sure we all are inspired by the journey of these strong women. They pushed many frontiers, proved their mettle, proved that commitment and strategic development of idea supported by people's participation can change the generations of life. With this, we'll conclude this session. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now we will move to next session. I will call upon CA Karishma, who is a member of BCICI and currently works in BN Paribas, to take the session forward. Thank you once again. Over to you, Karishma.
Thank you, CA Ambika. Good afternoon, everyone. I read a thought-provoking quote by Robert Swan. The greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it. In our lives, we may have thought at one time or another, are we leaving a natural environment that is in far worse shape than the one we inherited from our parents? How do I leave a better planet for my children? What difference can I make? To shine the light on some truths and help us with some useful tips, we have amongst us today a dynamic speaker, an explorer, a pioneer, Elsie Gabriel. Can we please have the audiovisual clip to introduce Elsie and her many varied efforts in this noble quest?
Miss Elsie Gabriel. Elsie Gabriel is trained and certified by former Vice President of USA, Al Gore, and has been ranked second place by Climate Reality Project USA as their Woman Climate Leader. Elsie Gabriel is an environment law expert working on youth and ban on plastics, and has started the cloth bag revolution by distributing thousands of free cloth bags among fish market and sabji mandi local markets. She was awarded the Mayor's Award in Maharashtra for creating over 5 lakhs of Eco Ganesha out of the silt of Powai Lake and Mithi River to sensitize citizens on using biodegradable mediums to make idols. She is an award-winning author of the book called Get Out, Get Going Outdoors, which was launched by the Governor of Maharashtra. Elsie Gabriel is also the founder of My Travel Footprints, documenting her anthropological journey across the remote tribal and rural globes over the past 2 decades. Miss Elsie Gabriel.
I am eager, as are you all, to hear her thoughts and benefit from her rich experience. I now invite Elsie Gabriel to take over. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for having me here. I feel totally humbled, and what a brilliant day it has been for your organization to host this. I mean, I've been watching it throughout the day, and you, all of you executing this, organizing this, need absolutely a big round of applause, a big pat on the back, because what a wonderful execution and what a wonderful array of panelists and speakers. And I feel totally humbled listening to them and all that they've done and shared on this platform. It's been truly inspirational. So it brings me to my contribution, all the way from Mumbai, India, and of course in the environment and climate change sector. So that's the motivation that I've got right from morning. I've been watching you guys. So a big congratulations to your platform today for hosting this. So anyway, I've been fueled up and it's 5 o'clock p.m. in India, Mumbai. So I'm basically the founder of Young Environmentalist Program Trust, which started in 2005. I'll give you a little background just so that you know where we all began. And in all humility, our journey started, in fact, when Mumbai made international news of the mega floods that took place in our city. Despite being such a multinational, global, commercial hub of the world, Mumbai was knee deep in water, neck deep in water in 2005 when the floods took place. So we went, philanthropists and groups of people, especially women, together to the Powai Lake and the Methi River, just with biscuits and blankets. This was so many years ago. And we landed up watching so much of plastics and so much of garbage gutted in the sewage system and in the drainage system, which was clogging the city. And the water wasn't, getting out into the river and then flowing out into the oceans. So I said, Elsie, this is not enough. Just biscuits and blankets is not enough. And it was 2005. And then we said, no, we need to deeply research. We need to get an action-oriented plan. We need to urge and strategize and harness, community development, form a group of citizen scientists. So my point to you is number one, citizen scientists is what we all got together, put our resources, our mental energies together and said, that whether you're a scientist or not, whether you're a researcher or not, whether you're a school teacher or whether you're in business or whatever field that you are in, you can always, get your resources together and contribute. So therefore, we got a group of women together, and that's how Young Environmentalist Program was conceptualized. Of course, it's called Young Environmentalist Program Trust because we cater to the young adults. And we have about over 250 schools and colleges and young adults institutions under us here in Mumbai, where we teach them right from the curriculum, environmental science in schools and colleges, and also their field work and their project work, which is associated with the textbooks and with the curriculum. So it does not distract them. Like an outdoors trip would be, executed in terms of their curriculum at the back of their chapters. So what's happened, it reinforces the learning lesson plan that was enforced by the teacher back in the school or colleges, right from tiny tots. You won't believe we have 2-year-olds and 3-year-olds from nursery schools all the way to junior and senior high and PhD and research people and people from all over the world and community coming for our field trips, mostly at the oceans, at the river and the Powai Lake field trips. And we started endorsing something called connecting with ecology outdoors, trying to, bridge the gap between the digital world. And it was a big race that time in 2005, 2010, coming on with a big enforce the digital world. Of course, there's a huge necessity, and especially now in the COVID isolation, it won't be wise to talk about it. But we wanted digital detox. And of course, post-COVID also, we will think that people and young people, especially our target audience, I mean, they need to connect with the planet Earth. They need the field trips. They need to feel the trees, smell the flowers, and see the water and feel nurture. Not only is it inspirational, meditational, healing, We had so many mental and learning disability students who benefited a lot from these outdoor programs. So that's how we all started, all from a small little lake overflowing into Methi River, and the river going into the oceans and flooding Mumbai city, bang. And that's where Young Environmentalist was born. And that's how we connect our projects together. So they're all strategically interrelated. And now, basically, we are working and focusing again on the oceans outside Mumbai. And we work in various groups. And our second biggest parallel, success story would be researching on women all over the world, just not Mumbai. And we're hosting for the 17th year Women Achievers Award. And this, we've had very, very renowned women from all over the world, whether in the environmental field or the teaching field or the finance field, and various entrepreneurship field. And this year, being COVID isolation here in Mumbai, 2021, we did do we didn't let it dampen our spirits, and we did host it in the rural areas of the islands of Alibag. If you ever come to Mumbai, you must know that the Alibag is a peninsula surrounded by oceans, and we have indigenous people there and tribals there. So we awarded them for how they fought against the COVID isolation and survived it as women. So we focus a lot on the women gender equality and women development, and also equip women with strategies of how to be independent, financially independent, and how to be good caretakers for planet Earth. Why? Because your natural, innate nature helps you to hand down a fantastic planet to the next generation. I mean, you and I and everyone here in the audience know very, very close to our heart are our kids, are our children and their children and our grandchildren tomorrow, right? So why not work today for our next generation? So that's what Young Environmentalist is all about. And I think we've consumed a lot of the planet. We've used a lot of the planet. And now what we need to do is hand over a full plate, like, not half-eaten plate. We need to hand down an intact planet to the next generation. So that's our main goal. And then our second goal is indigenous people and the community, which is very, very close to the ocean community. And our third success story I would like to share with you. Why am I sharing these success stories? So you'll know our journey, how we started, how we work, and where we come along, and what we've done in 2020. I know we were all locked in. And of course, I'll have to swallow my words and say it was the digital medium that we used, and we collected to over 100 ocean beach cleanups. And we did this digitally through webinars, through live videos, through live conversations, and we did it in a green zone of Lakshadweep Islands. It is comprising of 10 beautiful habited islands and over 22 inhabited islands. It's a beautiful archipelago of islands near the west coast of Kerala. And if you ever come to India, please connect with me. I'll take you there. You can compare it to Bahamas and Maldives, and the water is sublime, pristine, and clean as ever. Okay, so that's the ocean work that we did. And COVID has been a blessing. In fact, the isolation has been a blessing. Why I say blessing? The isolation gave us time. I mean, the COVID is still on in the world. You can still strategize and use this. In Mumbai, it's our second round of lockdown. So that's why I share it from my perspective. And wherever you are in the world listening to me right now, you can again reuse it. As we said, we need to re-strategize, revert, retract our steps, and go back. So what we did is we went back to the ocean communities living in the immediate habitat of the oceans. And we said we'll equip them, empower them to take on the conservation of oceans, whether it is saving the turtles, whether it's saving the corals, or whether it's saving the sandy beaches, or whether it's the community around near the ocean and the rivers using plastics. So we equip them through various modules, various strategies, and that's how we connected. And we did over 100 ocean cleanups, including many in Bali, because Bali also partnered with us. And we also connected with Orissa and some of Kerala, but mostly in Mumbai and in Lakshadweep Islands. So this was our COVID isolation success story. And I'm very proud that we were able to connect And this taught us a very big lesson that no matter how big or small we are all part of the web of life, which is we're all connected. So that is our ocean story. And that's what we're all about. And of course, I'd like to tell you that as a deep sea diver, having advanced, certified diving, I've been diving all over the world. In fact, right from Australia, Bali, Maldives, Bahamas, Grand Cayman, and Mexico, and Maldives, and Australia, and Thailand, and over 32 ocean destinations, deep sea diving. But this wasn't all about travel, and it wasn't all about self-growth. Of course, it's very, very important that we ask people to connect with nature, to grow, to self-grow, to heal. And when your cup is full, when your mind is mentally healthy, you can enforce the work and work harder at your desk, work harder in your colleges and schools, but the mind does need to refresh. And you can use nature, you can use the ecological, spiritual energy to heal. I'm not saying you need to go to exotic destinations. You don't have to do what the Joneses are doing or what your neighbors are doing. Even if you walk barefoot, bare feet, just for about 10 minutes or 20 minutes in your lawn, at the backyard or your front yard or your community garden, just walk bare feet on natural grass and see the colors of the flowers and the trees and everything. It's very healing for children. And children watch you, how connected you are to the environment, to the ecology, how you talk to them about environment. And wherever you're going now with your immediate family, because it's isolation, you're all together right now. So you have a ready-made audience with your children, with your nuclear family or your joint family, or even if you're working in your company, you could do this as part of your CSR. I mean, you could use nature as one of the HRs could use this as one of the healing sessions, and it's called ecological spirituality. And it enforces team building, it enforces more proactive work enhancement, and it also, conversations, loneliness, and it brings out everything. So HR's, a lot of CSR is being done in the corporates where they incorporate nature, environment, and ecology into the healing sessions and the team building sessions. So if any of you want to do connect, please connect, and I will share with you the modules, and you can have this in your corporate organizations or wherever you work. Okay, so this is just not pure sheer CSR. I mean, of course, we do CSR with various companies, a lot of banking and finances companies here in Mumbai, where we do take them outdoors. Outdoors is all our sessions. So we are experts in outdoor fields. And of course, I have authored a book called Get Out, Get Going Outdoors, launched by the mayor and the governor of Mumbai, bridging the gap between the digital world and the ecological world, and get back to, nature, get back to the environment, and be more connected with it. Because in the end, no matter how much we speak, CSR boils down to what you give back to, of course, maybe charity towards medical reasons, educational reasons, and also to environmental reasons. So we're looking for CSR connections that we do with corporates, and very popular with environment, greening the image, greening your acts, greening your building wherever you are, greening your habits inside the office and outside, greening your family. And all the sustainable development modules are with us. If you'd ever like to connect as part of CSR, we can always work with that. And we also work with tribals, which CSR can also be connected with that. And we also work with students at ocean cleanups. You could also connect with that. But like I was telling you, CSR is just not all about giving. It's charity beginning at home. So I would say ensure that as part of your team, that your staff, that your line of work management is all connected to nature, is all connected to ecology, even through digital media, even through your handsets or mobiles or TV or conferences or video conferences, and ensure there's some raindrops, or there is some sort of a healing music, natural music, which is 1 hour, at least in a week. I'm not saying daily, but ecological healing, ecological work enhancement modules, make you more proactive, and therefore you're good in business, and therefore you're good as a worker, and therefore you're good and smart in your enterprise, and you're a good contributor to your business wherever you're working, whether for yourself or for your company. So that's where I like you to understand. And of course, I'm not here to preach to tell you climate change is real and the temperature is going up and there is global warming, and you are doing your bit and I'm doing our bit at our own pace, at our own level. So I didn't want to come here to preach here today and tell you about global warming and climate change, which you already know and are knowledgeable. But I'd like to inspire you to tell you that take these isolation months to enforce nature back into your system, into your personal habits, into your peaceful time during the day, into your working habits, into your CSR, and into your next generation, so that your children grow up acknowledging that, yes, planet Earth is the forefront runner, and we have to run for planet Earth. We have to be the voice for planet Earth. So I'd like you to make environment one of your, motivational points, one of your target key points, that the future depends on. Whatever you do, make sure it is also doing good for the people. I mean, everyone works for themselves, everyone is working, but ensure that you do good for the environment, for everyone else around you, maybe for your building, your community, your company. So green your company. We also work with tourism departments and hotels, where we create eco-hotels, eco-norms for your corporate buildings, classrooms, your homes. So coming to that, I'd also like to tell you little humble things that, isolation, if you're still experiencing, I don't know, in the Gulf, we're all over the world right now, US and Europe especially, we get a lot of calls. New Zealand is still going under very, very, very strict isolation. So is the Asian countries. So whenever we interact with the schools and colleges there, I say, go home and start Charity Begins at Home. I mean, detox your home and clean your home of all the plastics. Do an audit. So today, when we finish our talk with you, you can start with a tiny little first step is all the plastics in your home. Audit your shelves in the bathrooms, you audit in the kitchen, your living room, your bedrooms, your cosmetic box, and your tiffin boxes, and even your briefcases, and see what is plastic, what is synthetic. And if you're going to use it for another 5-6 years, it makes sense that, yes, I'm going to use this. Even many cases, many use thick plastic bags, which they use till it's really disintegrated. There's no use throwing it to the landfills because it's going to be as strong as a cloth bag. That makes sense, absolutely. But if you see anything plastic, which you feel is going to disintegrate, is going to contribute, and tomorrow you're just going to use and throw, then I suggest you do a plastic audit right where you are. Even if you're at home, in office or school or colleges, you could do this as one of your college and school projects for your children, and also equip them and take out all the plastics slowly and surely. I told you, zero waste living and making a turn in the environment isn't instant coffee. It isn't something that happens overnight. It's not quick fix. Do it at your own pace. Don't compare your pace with anyone else, and your family's pace and your children's pace, the next generation, the young adults' pace. But each one moves slowly to a more sustainable world. And slowly you will come back, after 2-3 months and say, we have no plastics in our home. We have no plastics in our lobby, on our building, on our offices. And slowly, over the times, we have replaced it with mason glass jars, or stainless steel, or reusable bamboo, or sugarcane husks for mats, or coconut trees, or whatever that is sustainable to you and for your business and for your family, whatever you feel, or something which is homemade. Like we had about 3,000 cloth bags being made by our students during 2020 as a home assignment, where they painted. And I'll tell you a little story where one took a pair of jeans, and I asked them, why would you take a pair of jeans, an old pair of jeans? Of course, we do make cloth bags with jeans and denim, and we recycle denim. But then the little girl said, it's my grandfather's jeans, and I wanted to live on and on and on in this world, and I wanted to be a sustainable cloth bag. So that was really, really inspiring. that how the modules are very, very personal, very related. They're not preachful and dictatorship. So the children are open to little nuances of interactive education. That's what we're all about. And of course, having studied at Harvard and being trained by former Vice President Al Gore in USA, we are trained, to manage community development and community education, as well as for the next generation and businesses in a very pragmatic, down-to-earth and grounded mannerisms. So this girl's pair of, 2 cloth bags she has made, and she says, my grandfather's jeans are going to be with me forever. So I'm going to have him close to me. Though he's gone to heaven, I'm going to have him close to me for life. And that was the most endearing story that I'd heard in 2020, that yes, children do observe, they do see, and they are very, very sharp, and they come up with their own ideas, and they do evolve. And this sows the seed. This sows the seeds, I must tell you, as parents, as workers, as grown adults here in the audience, and if there are any youngsters, it sows the seed for their career. Maybe they'd like to take up biotechnology, environmental law, or professors in environmental, or marine biologists, oceanography, or you never know. The green businesses is the key businesses, is the most profitable businesses, and is the business career options, or 10 years down the line, it is going to be a blooming business. And whether it's your own or whether you're going to join a green brand, it is the business of tomorrow. So you never know when your child can get inspired, when that seed can be sown like that little girl, and when it can bloom. And when they would want to make a career out of their, scientific knowledge, or, invent something, or even go out on a mission, or start an NGO, or social enterprise, or be an inventor. You never know if they adapt the environmental fight, the climate change fight into their own arena, whatever level they may be at school or colleges or businesses. So keep sharing. And you know that if you can care for planet Earth, it will give back to you twofold. And we're here today, and we're enjoying the planet Earth as much as I know it's COVID isolation, but the world still is beautiful. You must always be optimistic. But tomorrow, when the isolation is over, it's a beautiful world out there, and let the children explore outdoors, and take them to the oceans, I would say, and take them to the rivers, and let the water just teach them a few lessons in being still. The water sometimes is still. Sometimes the ocean is so mysterious. Sometimes the ocean is so ravishingly, wrathful and has high waves. And sometimes the ocean is so deep. And of course, it's always giving. It's giving us of marine life. It's giving us of serenity, of ocean tourism, ocean destinations, and ocean peace, and so much of surfing and diving and everything that goes along with oceans. So a whole small experience with oceans, as large as possible, it can catapult anybody. You never know. So if you're ever having free time off in your companies, incorporate ocean environment into your leisure time, your time away from offices when isolation is over. And of course, to the generation next, there's a whole new world for them to discover the environment and climate change and the sustainable development world. So that is my story of inspiration. And another story I'd like to share with you is why I'm telling you stories is because this is real-time experiences instead of telling you the scientific knowledge behind climate change and global warming, like we're all adults and we do know our bit. But there was a tribal girl who had never, been on a webinar. And we said, of course you will. And there was a United Nations webinar, and we registered her for it, and she got selected. And she spoke with all her might, and she spoke as a tribal person from the ocean community, and how much she has grown with it, and seeing the life, and how much the fishermen and her forefathers and everybody struggle, and how close in proximity they are with nature, and the environment in nature is their life. So that's one success story also that we had during the COVID isolation. So these are little inspirational stories that can catapult your life, turn it around, and your happiness quotient believe me, will come from nature, will come from environment, will come from a serene climate. So do all you can and fight climate change, spread the good work, keep greening your planet, keep greening your families, greening your homes and your buildings. And if you can make the change, be the change, like Gandhi said. Every small drop of water counts, and never think that your small effort will not make a difference. So go ahead, adapt zero waste living habits, and cultivate your time towards nature, which can nurture a beautiful, beautiful, healthy, full, of wellness and well-being. So that's it from me today for climate change and environment, incorporation of the same in businesses, students, and in our personal daily lives. So I hope you will incorporate this. And if you have any queries, you want to connect, it'll be beautiful to reach out and network and work together. So that's from me, Elsie. I'm also the ambassador for Ocean Quest India, and learning how to rehabilitate corals, to regrow the broken corals and to expand the coral reefs. And therefore, if we ever, can promote that, or if you can ever have that where you are, it'll be beautiful to network and, promote that. And that's what we've been working on. And if any of the student community or your children ever want to connect with that, we can also do that. So join the Young Environmentalist and also the Climate Reality Project. We will be having leadership trainings personally by Mr. Al Gore, and I'm going to send out the invite to you and your groups to join it on the webinar. It's a 3-day leadership training in environment and climate change. He'll be training personally, and I will offer this training to your group. So this much for me today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Gabriel, for sharing some of those success stories. And it's so heartening to see your passion for nature, especially oceans, shine through in whatever, the stories you shared with us. I just wanted to ask you that, where do you think we are and let's say specifically Mumbai, is in terms of climate change? Are we close to our targets? Are there targets? Are we very far away? What do you think? What is your view?
Oh, we are nowhere close to the target. We are at the tipping point. It's saddening. That's why I didn't want to give but I know we have a very mature audience with us here today. But I'd like to say that all over the world, COVID is the first experience. COVID is the first sign. COVID is the first lesson in reality. If climate change shows us what? If climate change science, affects, and the heat is turned on to the planet and us as a humanity and community, how are we going to deal with it? I mean, we were almost falling off the edge of trying to deal with COVID. So COVID was the big learning lesson. How are we going to handle it? If it is climate change that hits us tomorrow, no, we're not prepared. No, we're nowhere close to near the target. And I wouldn't like to be pessimistic or, say that we aren't doing our bit. Each one is doing their bit. Each one is a Green Brigade, part of the army. Every single individual is doing their bit, but enforce that into action. And when you take that action, walk the talk. Also measure your action. Like I said, I was taking tiny examples instead of giving you large, big global examples. I was saying to audit your home, if you enforce a little bit of environment and careers, your children, and more pragmatic, down to earth, because this is what can be done in reality during the 14 months of isolation. Is we are nowhere near the solution. We're all trying sustainable development areas where it is the ban on plastics, the policy making, the COPs that we are hosting in the United Nations, country by country, each one doing their own bit. I mean, each one going into green building, but it is still not enough. We're at the point where we can really go to 2 degrees, and scientifically the heat is so hot that there'll be a point of no return. So that's how pessimistic I can ever sound. I mean, that's how badly we are off where planet Earth is concerned. So we need to take more action, and we need to enforce this. and incorporate it in our businesses and our daily lives. And also network with your system. Don't criticize your government or the government, criticize the system. Work with the system, work with your company, work with your family, work with your children's schools, children's colleges, work with the system, donate your time, volunteer, and ensure that you can volunteer for the environment improve. Connect with us here and we can work together. But every time that you get a little fee and every time you take action, whether in HR or CSR or at home or in school, ensure that you're always marching forward. This march has to keep on marching forward. The Green Brigade, we as a whole, citizens of the world, we have to march more aggressively.
Right. Another important point that you mentioned was that it's a viable career option, that youngsters should take on. So do you see a lot of youngsters opting for it? Or what do you think in their minds would be the, resistance against taking this up as an option?
Okay, so when I teach them in the colleges and schools, right from kindergarten, right to junior high, senior high, PhD lectures, I take the 7 subjects. For example, I'll make it so pragmatic. Like in English, I will say there's journalism, environmental journalism. I said, you've seen National Geo, you've seen, all the story reporting on environment. So environmental journalism with English. And in geography, you have ecotourism. You can see the whole world. You can report on the whole world. Then you also have history of the United Nations, history on all the green companies doing all the work around you. Then we also have science and environmental science directly connected with pollution, with environmental factors which are degrading our planet. So each of the 7 subjects in our curriculum is connected to our career options. And of course, there are students. In fact, even with what I had last year before last, I had a student for 52%. But we also trained them into being an asset to the community. How are you going to give back to your community? How are you going to give back to your company? How are you be an asset to the community development around you? And that student got into the New York University. 52%. So the university knows it's just not marks. Are you going to be an asset? Are you going to be an asset for the students? Are you going to be an asset for college? How are you going to enhance the Green Brigade? How are you going to be a help in leadership, in green leadership? So it is the wholesome development that lets them march forward. So careers in the green world and the sustainability development world, biotechnology world, and in the United Nations, even in political science, if you're doing political science, if you're doing law, there's a career and, in whichever field, even your government has a whole green and environmental ministry. You can join that as well. Your company has a green team. Your company has an environment sustainable team. Everyone now, CSR is also compulsory. So there are millions of career options and absolutely guaranteed to give back twofold to the planet and, of course, earn yourself a big, mighty, a revenue because it is the career option of tomorrow. It's very, very lucrative.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Gabriel, for your time today. So people, what are we waiting for? Go green. There is no planet B. So thank you once again for your time. And I'm sure we will all endeavor to leave behind a planet that our children will be proud of. So we'll now move on to our next session. We have one of our newest members of the BCICAI. She works with Grant Thornton. CA Ankita will take you through the next session. Over to you, CA Ankita.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. There is a saying that job fills your pocket, but adventure fills our soul. Of course, traveling and exploring this world is one of the most adventurous and soothing process for us. But as you all know, that we are struggling in this pandemic time. Many of us have been confined to their places for months. Yet, reopening travel presents its own challenges as well. So, we have our next speaker who can guide us in this time how we can pursue our passion for traveling. She is the one for whom traveling is like oxygen. Each year, she travels around 5 to 6 countries, and she made her passion into her profession. Her extensive research and knowledge about the history, culture of places has made her one of the topmost travel planner and influencer in the country to design your places with the experience. So, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce her and her achievement, can we have the AV, please?
Ms. Hardi Oza Patel, founder and director, Travel Soul and Velvet Escapes. Ms. Hardi is an avid traveler, writer, influencer, and entrepreneur. Travel has been embedded in her DNA, and it's her dream to tick off all 195 countries off the bucket list, with 50 plus countries already off her dream travel list. She has been a columnist with a local newspaper, has done her radio shows, and has also been invited to share her travel stories on many platforms. She is also an active member of Trav Talk. Bangalore Insider listed her in the top 12 women entrepreneurs for 2020, and she has also been recognized in the She magazine as Travel Influencer of the Year, along with her articles in magazines like Safari Plus, Femina, Fashion Fair, Lonely Planet, and The Road. Miss Hardi Oza Patel.
After this beautiful AV, ladies and gentlemen, put your seatbelt on and let's gear up to hear our next speaker on the topic travel challenges amongst the pandemic. Miss Hardy, over to you.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for such a warm welcome. I went back to the days when I started struggling in this field as a woman entrepreneur, and today I'm here sitting with all of you. And there are some amazing women that I have been listening to since a very long time, and I'm more than nervous right now, to be very honest. I wrote this to Sharmila also. Sharmila, thank you for giving me this opportunity. It has been very, very kind of you to put me here. So travel has always been a passion since childhood. So when I was born as a child, my when I started understanding the words and the people, my eyes were always on the stars. So through the night, because we lived in a house which had a huge compound age, so I always used to dream of stars, and I always decided that one day I'll touch one of them. I never knew the distance. I never knew how to go technically over there, but this was the dream that was always there. So coming from a very, very hardcore chemical engineering family, and in a Brahmin family, you know how education is important. So being a brilliant child since childhood, I was always like very creative and all that. So I used to score very well. So time went by, and I scored very well in my 10th board. I scored 100 on 100 in maths and science, and I was put into a science stream because I come from a chemical engineer family. And again in 12th, I scored very well, and I was put into a chemical engineering college. So I did my BTech chemical engineering from Nirma University, Ahmedabad, Gujarat. And one fine day, there came a day of my placement. And because I was topping my university, I got a placement at a very, very good company to start with a very, very good package. So just 2 days before joining, the company was based in Baroda. So I was in Ahmedabad, just 2 hours from here. Just before 2 days of starting my new job as a chemical engineer, I was not very okay. I was not feeling happy about it. Even after getting the highest of the placement in the campus, I was not at all happy. So my father had followed his passion. He's a BTech, MTech chemical and PhD in food technology. So food was his passion. So he came and asked me that, what is bothering you so much? Or you don't look happy. Baroda is not that far. We will always be there for you. I was like, Dad, I'm not worried of staying alone. I'm a very powerful woman. I can stay alone anywhere. But my dream is to see the sky, to see the stars. And I'm feeling that I'll be confined in that four walls of a chemical engineering plant. So Dad was like, what do you want to do? He asked me the one ultimate question. I said, I want to travel. I want to see the world. And he was like, "Okay, why do you want to do that?" I said, since I was 4 year old and I have seen you traveling to Europe and all those countries to procure the food technology machinery. And whenever you used to bring back home the souvenirs, that souvenirs fascinated me. I never knew that there was world beyond the place that I stayed. And that's the reason why I want to see the world. And my dad was like, do what you want. I'll support you. But be rest assured that you are entering into a market where there are already top players. And what you want to sell, it's very difficult. So once you're on the road, don't come back. You might not get success for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, but one day you'll be very successful. But then you have to stick to that road. When a 22-year-old girl made to understand this, you have to stick to a road. I just to have think that my dad will be okay. I said yes, I'll do that. So at the age of 22 year, when I started this company, I came with a very big challenge of being few female entrepreneurs in a travel business. So had to face a lot of challenges. And my motto of starting a travel company was not to make people touch the place. I always wanted to make people to feel the place. And I kept reading books, Outlook, Condé Nast, Lonely Planet, and I dreamt that one day I would be on the pages of this magazine, but I didn't know how to start off. And then I realized one fine evening that if I want somebody to feel the place, I have to feel for myself. I have to feel those places before I give it to somebody else in the itinerary. That little thought that evening, the next day I was up and I started exploring different parts of India. So 22 years I was then, 34 years I am right now. And in span of 12 years, I traveled to 72 countries and all 28 states of India just to make people feel the place. And the countries that I design, the places that I curate, and the things that I give have, I have been imbibing those things into my itinerary. So there was this one little incident that happened with me that made me come to this level. I went to this very, very well-known travel agency in Ahmedabad, which was the best at that point of that given point of time, 12 years ago. They expertised in the group tours. So I went to meet their owner, saying that, sir, because you are into group tours, and you might get honeymooners also, you might get a couple travelers also. So why don't you share those clients of yours, because you don't do customized tour, I do. So why don't you share those clientels with me? And I was sitting in his cabin, a very shrewd man, and in a very indecent, impolite way, he told me to get out of his office. He told me that I don't want to work with you for those peanuts. So that day when I was crying that day, because I was a young girl and somebody had very rudely told me to get out of the office. So at that given point of time outside of the office, I made a promise to myself that 10 years down the line, when experiential and exotic traveling would be on the top, I would be the king of that market. And I'll make sure that I'm king of that market. And that's what I did. After 10, 12 years, I did my homework very well. And at this given point of time, after the pandemic, where there are so many challenges to travel, I'm the king of this market. So I was able to capture those little things in India, which hardly anybody could capture. And then I started writing for Divya Bhaskar, basically as a columnist. And then in Divya Bhaskar, I started promoting the uniqueness of Gujarat, because Divya Bhaskar was a Gujarati daily. So their focus was mainly to do things only in Gujarat or around Gujarat, not going on a very bigger periphery. So I started writing for that, and then I started talking on the national radio, that is Radio Mirchi. And we used to talk every time about the unique travel places across the globe. And from there, I started my journey as a travel planner, and then I went on to different platforms like Femina, Lonely Planet, Content as Traveler, Discover India, She, Fashion Fair. All those magazines started inviting me to write the articles on travel, Chitralekha. So now I'm on the panel of Femina magazine. I write regular monthly articles for them. And apart from that, I do a lot of research on ancestral tourism, tea tourism. I always had this dream as a child, that when I was small, I used to play a lot of time with my toys, because my dad used to get from various countries across the globe. I have a 5-year-old son, and I've seen the children at this age, they are hardly into toys. The only thing that they have in their hand is the phone. So I spoke with the tourism board of Gujarat, and I have requested them that let's bring back the toy tourism. We should bring back toys into our children's life, because they've forgotten what is toys. So this has been a very elaborative yet very beautiful journey. Lot of times I've heard a lot of bad words about me, saying that she's a Brahmin girl and she's roaming, because the countries that I started traveling initially was Jordan, Petra, Israel. I don't know, history fascinated me, Egypt. So always the relatives used to tell my mother that she's a Brahmin girl and she's going into a Muslim country. What would people think? What would society think? And my mom was always that, okay, she will make a name for herself one day. And then there were travel planners who used to say that कौन लेगा आपसे इजिप्ट जॉर्डन पेट्रा, कोई जाता भी नहीं है, कंट्री का नाम भी नहीं सुने किसी ने. So that was how I was at several places. I was being tried to demotivated. I have been tried to bullied. I have been a lot of events that I used to go in a travel fraternity. I was being ignored because they always thought that she's just a 23, 24-year-old girl. She has traveled to some countries and she has zero knowledge, and she is promoting something that is not even there in the market. That is a FIT customized tour, experiential tour. So when I started giving, dinners with lions and breakfast with giraffes and lunch with orangutans, people used to laugh at me. It's like, are you crazy? You're giving such things to your clients? How would they, what would they say when you write such things in your itinerary? And trust me, I have been so blessed with such a beautiful clientele that everybody loved whatever I had given. So I've given some most bizarre things like coffee with cats and uh, breakfast in middle of the waterfall and river lunches and the steep mountain dinners, and people have done that. The best of the people of India has done that. The big businessmen of India has done this, whatever I have said. So I have been blessed with that. And now the pandemic, when the countries are confined of having a lot of people inside their country, or the rules are so strict, and also that people do not want to move in groups now because they're scared of getting the pandemic. So now that I've started curating things, I've started working with all the hotel chain who has a COVID protocol in place. Secondly, I started giving them most exotic of places that I started preaching 12 years ago. So the unique places in India like Bekal, Kunur, Puvar, then Malupatti, the little places, the hamlets in India. I have started curating those, and I've started sending the best of the people there for having a good travel experience in this pandemic, so that they travel also, they relax also, they remain stress free also. Also, my constant efforts has been to promote sustainable and rural tourism, because we have 103 national parks in India and 533 wildlife sanctuaries, but on the tip of finger, we know only 5 or 6 of wildlife sanctuaries and 5 and 6 national parks. So, like for example, people know that Madhya Pradesh has the highest number of national park, that is 9, but we don't know which other state or which other union territory has same number of national park. Like for example, 9 national parks are there in Andaman also. So we don't know about it. So I have been trying my level best, working in forefront to get into this itineraries and promote this tourism which is there in India since 5 6 years. I have been trying enormously to get into Incredible India team. I have been unsuccessful, let me tell you that. I don't know how to get into that. Maybe some political, but I'm not connected to a lot of politicians. So, but yeah, this is one dream that I want to be on the panel of Incredible India, so I could promote my tourism, my country's tourism very well. So we have some amazing things in India, but we don't know about it. Thanks to the pandemic, that now we are sitting in India and we are exploring India. The best of the people, even Mr. Mukesh Ambani is also exploring Gulmarg in Kashmir. So that is really a, it is an happiness when you see such people sharing their pictures of Kashmir and Gulmarg and Srinagar. It is a happy feeling that you get, because I have been trying to do this since so many years. I've been trying to promote Northeast India since past, I say, 8 to 9 years now. And still Meghalaya and Arunachal Pradesh remains untouched to certain level. So we have been trying that. My entire team is trying that. I have a team in Mumbai also, which takes care of the production houses, and even in the movies, we try when we read the scripts of the movie, we try giving this locations in India. So recently, when I was reading a film script, I told the producer and the line producer that instead of moving to the European countries, that which is not possible right now because of the borders closed, how about having the similar things in the other parts of India? And then we charted out the entire thing of frame to frame, and we've color filled beautiful places in India which are still untouched. So we have been doing this. My journey has been very challenging, because being a female traveler, solo traveler, I've been to the -40 of the temperatures, and I've not eaten anything, being a pure vegetarian. And then I have stayed in the hottest of Sahara deserts. And every woman can relate to me that what happens when you are not in right mood, when you're having your periods, when you don't know whom to seek help to, when you can't speak a language. So all these challenges I took upon just for this one reason, that I wanted people to feel the place and not touch it. So this is how I designed. This is my journey so far. I'm highly inspired by all the women who spoke today, and I'm actually nervous. My hands, legs, everything is moving because I'm very, very nervous today. But yeah, this is my journey, and I'll continue. Travel is a passion. It's something that I breathe, as my audio said, that it's something that I breathe, I live for. So this is what I have been doing. I've been also working with a lot of organizations to bring about the change. Also, I'm working with a lot of what we say leadership coaches, so that we can give something when it comes to employment, employee bonding, and all that. We can give some unique things to them. And also I've been working with a lot of tribal people right now, so that those tribes, the beautiful indigenous tribes of India, can come in forefront when it comes to travel. So in Javai, in Meghalaya, with Naxalites, then down south in Andamans, we are working and we are curating very, very beautiful shows which has this tribe's presence, okay, and what they do. So we are trying to make this one show with ZTV, where we are trying to get into the dynastial cuisines of India. So the dynasty that came into India, there are 38 dynasties that ruled India, starting from Mauryans. So we are trying to get hold of that entire historical belt of Mauryans, Cholas, Jethwas, Rathors, and we are trying to curate some very, very unique itineraries in the backdrop, and some very, very what we say culinary expertise we are trying to bring in, of what people in that era used to eat and how we have modified that entire way of eating right now. Because every dynasty and every tribe and everything that came into India, they brought not only food, but they brought a lot of other things also into India. And that's what we are trying to explore through this show, giving going minute by minute, and making the sense of that, what our rich history holds, which hardly any country has. So when I went when I went into the core of this, I realized that what India has, as a cultural heritage, very few country has, and this part of the cultural heritage is yet to be what we say, yet to be explored, because we lag behind somewhere in the infrastructure, and we lag behind somewhere in the knowledge, because in India, what I realize is that whenever I meet a client, I always see that it is always a ship herd community we have, that one ship goes and other ships follow. So they don't realize that they are traveling for themselves. People are these days traveling for others, to show others that no, we can also reach this place. They don't understand that this is not what they want from what they're traveling. So since a really long time, whenever any couple or what do we say, any group comes to me for a travel itinerary, the first thing I try to understand is why they want to travel to this particular place. And only when I find a right reason, then only I start advising them how should they travel into that region. So sometimes I have to let go of a lot of people, but I have always believed that I will never misguide anybody when it comes to travel. If I don't know, I would happily say no, that I don't know. But if I know, and if somebody is traveling wrongly, then I will make sure that I guide them completely and correctly. So this has been my goal since a very long time, and I have been doing it day in and day out right now. And also, we are trying to get into the ancestral tourism also, because that is one thing that we really need to understand, that we need to touch our roots. People who lives in the other country, who have started their life in US, Canada, Australia, especially Gujaratis are big time into all these countries. So their children, they don't even know what India is. So the picture of India that is there in their mind is something which is very, for them it is like it's a very poor country. There are a lot of cows on the road, there are a lot of dogs on the road. This is what they have articulate about India. So we are also doing some what we say, unique itineraries for ancestral tourism, to put those people to their roots. They should know where where they came from, their grandparents, their parents came from. So this is one endeavor that we have started in US and Canada. The second thing that we are working right now very keenly is on tea tourism, because India is a tea country, and for us tea is always Darjeeling. So we don't know where else the tea grows. So we are trying to promote those little places. Like for example, there's world's costliest tea that grows on the slope of Darjeeling, that is Supreme, which is like $1,000 for 10 grams. So it grows on the full moon night. You can pluck only from 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. And there are only 13 expert people who can pluck those leaves. So these are the experiences that, when people are going to Darjeeling, I try giving them, if at all they're going on a full moon night. So I keep them awake till 1 o'clock, give them something or the other, and then I tell them to go and see this entire phenomenon that happens. So this is what I have been, trying to do. Other thing, apart from that, the second thing that we are trying, as a team, we are trying to do is promote the tracks of India. So we have amazing adventure tourism, and we don't know. So for us, adventure tourism is only Himalayas. So we don't know that we have tracks in Sayadris also, we have tracks in Kumaus also, we have tracks in Pirpanjal also. We don't know about it. So my team, there's one avid tracker, that his name is Irfan, and he must have traveled to all the tracks of India, and he's a part of my team. And he, through his different mode of marketing, has been trying to promote the tracks of India among the normal and what we say, people who are unknown about it. There is another tourism that we are constantly trying to push across, so that more and more young people start traveling in all these terrains. And the last thing that we are doing on a big level is getting into the tribal tourism, because we want to promote the tribes of India. That they are the people who have done a lot of things for India, but we don't know, because there are bigger political agendas going on than discussing what tribes have done and have brought to India. So this is another last thing that we are trying to do. And apart from that, my constant endeavor is to promote the unique festivals in India. So we try making itineraries around different festivals that happen across. Like for example, right now we have the apple blossom going on in the parts of Narkanda, that is Himachal, and in Jammu. So they're fully blown. So it is as good as going for a cherry blossom festival in Japan. It is exactly look alike, but we don't know about it. So we are trying to educate people to go to such places to see such beautiful sites that are very much part of India. So this is one thing that we are doing together right now. And also Gujarat being a very hot climatic zone, and we have a lot of gulmohars, and we have a lot of yellow blooms across the year, because 8-9 months here it remains around 40-41 degree. So I have also proposed this idea of doing the Gulmohar and what we say, this yellow flower festival across Ahmedabad, because now Ahmedabad is a heritage city, and we have a lot of people coming in Ahmedabad because to get a connection to the Statue of Unity, where I'm trying to promote those things also. I've come across 2-3 people, and we are decided to plant lot of Gulmohars and what we say, the yellow lilies across Ahmedabad, so that when next summer when all these people come in, okay, they can see these beauties. Matlab, it's a beautiful to see a cherry blossom festival. I don't deny that. I have been myself to Japan, but something that such things can happen in India also. I want to say that to the people, that we also have the same climatic conditions, and we also have the same soil condition to have such blooms in our country also, if put rightly. So this has been my endeavor since 13 years of my life, entirely dedicated to travel. I eat, sleep, drink, travel. You can see two big dark circles under my eye, because I keep awake till 4 a.m., 5 a.m. until I understand the place. Until I understand the history of the place, until I understand the why that place existed at all. So right now I'm working on promoting Orissa, that how it became from Kalinga to Orissa. So we are doing that together as a team, and we are sending a lot of people uh, to Orissa in a very unique itinerary. So this is what I have been doing, and I'm really thankful that all of you are hearing to me so patiently. And thank you so much, Sharmila, that to give me this wonderful opportunity of speaking here from all the way from India, and listening to such a wonderful woman entrepreneurs out there who has been like, I have seen these people when since the time I was small in the newspaper. So it's so good to see them all live in front of me. I would have been more happier if I would have been seeing them in physical. I'm sure I would have been jumping on that in that convention hall. I'm very sure I would have been doing that if this event was being physical. So thank you so much, everybody who is listening to me. And yeah, anything that you would like to ask me, you can always connect with me. I'm very much reachable, and I love to talk about travel. Like, I'm a big chatterbox, so I can keep talking and talking. I'm sure the time is almost done. So thank you so much once again, everybody, to put me here, to bring me here, and to listen to me so attentively. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy, for taking us through an insightful session. I would say that you are ahead of your time. Yes, you proved all the people, society wrong. That is saying that कुछ तो लोग कहेंगे, लोग का काम है कहना. You prove all of them wrong, and yes, you said you are the king of market as of now in today's date. So yes, and as it is great to know from you that such a younger age you started your own venture, and at this age you started pursuing your own dream, and that is the big thing and inspiration thing for all the young people who want to pursue their passion. And it is lovely to hear from you.
Usually a woman, everybody says that any building that is erected, even if it is Burj Khalifa or probably a Eiffel Tower, all the buildings erected on 4 pillars. You need 4 pillars to erect a building. When it comes to me, where I have reached in my life, where I was nobody, I was nothing, to where I have become right now, I don't have 4, I have 5 pillars. So 4 are my parents, both the sets of my in-laws and my parents. And trust me, not a single day of my life since the time I've started working to the time I had my child, there was not a single day that I have not come to the office. I was having, well, my on the day my son was born, I was having 32 stitches, because it was a very what we say, very scary delivery I had. And my doctor had completely said that no, you need to have a bed rest. Okay, you cannot move at least for a month. And the time when I came into my senses, because I was I was injected, and I was I was not in my senses. And the time I heard my gynecologist saying that, madam, you cannot work now, that moment, it shattered. I was crying that for at least 1 hour. I was crying, and my husband was trying to understand me that why am I crying. He thought that probably I am paranoid because I've become a new parent, or probably a new mother. I was like, no, I am not paranoid about what is happening to the child. I'm more paranoid that I'll not be able to travel. And you would not believe, 32 stitches at 2 p.m. in the afternoon, 8:30 p.m. on 12th October, when my son was born. I was on my laptop outside the hospital, sitting and working, because it was a Diwali time, and I had a lot of, and that year 2014 was a World Cup year, so I had a lot of my clients traveling to Australia and New Zealand. And it was 12th October already. Diwali was in 1 week. Next week, the World Cup session, the season was starting. I could not have I don't believe in telling the client that because I had a delivery, I cannot talk to you, I cannot work for you. So 8:30 p.m. I was outside wearing my track pant and t-shirt, and my doctor, she entered at 9 o'clock, and she fired all her employees. That why was I allowed to stand up from that bed? So you would not believe, I had a baggy t-shirt of my husband, my track pant, and there was this little bag hanging around me, because I was constantly bleeding all the time when I was working. And still at that condition, I had worked. And next day, for 10 minutes, I was in my office. I wanted to see my office for 10 minutes. So I came to the office, I saw my people, and I went back home to my son. And that's how I
That is
worked.
that is all possible, that once you have that passion in you, that gives you strength at that time. So thank you for a wonderful this session. And further, I would like to ask one or two question, that from your side, what is the most difficult challenge that you have faced during your traveling and during this journey, when you are pursuing your passion, and this until today? What is the most difficult challenge, and how you overcome with that? So
I
if
have
you
faced two big challenges. One, that I'm a pure vegetarian, so I don't even eat eggs. So when I go to countries like Antarctica, Norway, I'm not talking about today. Today we have this facility of having all cooked food. Okay, I'm talking about 12 years ago, since the time I started my journey. The only thing that you get in vegetarian was egg, according to them. And there were nights that I have slept on Maggie and coffee, and what we say, the fruits that we get in that different countries. So that was one challenge. And second challenge, if I talk about the work that I've been doing, it is a completely male dominated industry. Okay, so you find all different types of men, you work with. And then there are men who constantly follow you, who constantly harass you, who constantly calls you on the pretext of this travel, that travel. And standing against all of them. See, in India, I'm sure each one listening to me must be knowing that India, a woman is being characterized. Okay, even if she's sitting in a restaurant with a meal. So that characterization that I used to have since I was a child, like 22 year, I call myself a child. Okay, so since that point of time, my dad and my mom used to get a call. Even today, my husband gets a call, that your wife is sitting with somebody in the restaurant. So I told you that usually people have 4 pillars. I have 5. The 5th one is my husband. So if he was not there, his name is Hiren, and if he was not there, I would have never become a successful woman. Trust me. I was ready to, well, I was so frustrated after the birth of my child because I was not able to juggle between, because my office and my home is 13 kilometers away. Okay, so I was not able to juggle between the two places. I was depressed because I couldn't work, I couldn't see my office, I couldn't meet my clients. And he was the one, he said that you go and achieve your dream. Our son I will bring up. So 5 years of his life, my son is 5 years today, 6 years he's going to be. 5 years of his life, he left his career so that I can be successful. He is a very, very well known choreographer and a wedding planner, and he left everything just to bring up our son. So, whatever and wherever I am, I really owe to him, not to my father, also, not to my in laws, also, but he's the fifth pillar that has kept me sane all the time. Whenever I give up, he's the one that, no, you have to reach UN, you have to reach here. He keeps even yesterday evening too. I was very depressed because now the lockdown has again started in India. He was like, don't worry. Today you are here, tomorrow you will in a much bigger space. So he has been a constantly motivating force to me. And challenges that I've been facing with all the males. So any male who keeps calling me for 4-5 times, the fifth call is being lifted up by my husband only. So things are sorted.
That is wonderful. Yeah. And one more thing that you have mentioned, very important thing, that sustainable traveling. That is the need of our.
Absolutely.
While pursuing your passion and keep the environment friendly with the sync with the nature. That is the important thing. And you are promoting them. So you just could highlight the some more point on that how you are working on that sustainable traveling, because this is the current need.
Yeah, so whenever people are traveling in the mountains, as the previous speaker said, that whenever people are traveling in the mountains, I keep pleading to them that don't use plastics. Hotels
Sure.
that I give are more of the eco-friendly. Okay, so for example, when I'm giving somebody Kashmir, I try giving them that hatch roof hotels, which are environmental friendly. Secondly, what I whenever I give a shopping list, I make sure that the more of the shopping list has local people than the brands. So there are a lot of brands in Shimla, for example, but then there are little artisans also in Shimla who needs your attention as a tourist. So because brands you can buy from anywhere, it's not a big deal to buy a brand anywhere in India or abroad. So I try promoting those artist people. Secondly, I try promote the local cuisines over there. For example, a lot of people go to Masuri and Nainital and all those places. They just see the place and come back. They don't have apple tea. So when I give somebody an apple tea, they're amused. Okay, सेब की भी कोई चाय हो सकती है. And then there are little cafes in middle of those what is Shivalik and Kumau range which serves this kind of tea. So I have been trying to promote as much as the local tourism as much as I can, rather than promoting those. And also, the one thing that I've done in the 13 years of my life is I have collaborated with all the boutique properties of India, not brands. Collaborate with all the boutique properties, the people who are running homestays, the people who are running farm stays, the people who are running their own little boutique. There are a lot of people who have converted their home into a 5-room, 6-room property. And I have always been in forefront promoting those people rather than promoting bigger brands, because I really believe that sustainable tourism is actually the need of the hour.
Yeah.
So in the sensitive zones like Kashmir, in sensitive zones like Northeast, or in the sensitive zones like Andaman, I try giving all the local properties and tribal properties as much as possible, so that I can support this initiative that I myself have taken. And along with sustainable tourism, I try, what we say, blending it with rural tourism also. So people who are going for farm stays, I tell the owners of the farm that make them wash horses, or let them pluck some few tea leaves, or let them make their own tea. Give those kind of experiences to them, and trust me, I have got overwhelming response. I always thought that milking a cow would, somebody was like, yuck, why would I do this such things? But trust me, the biggest of my client, the biggest businessman whose company must be around 5,000 crore, he loved doing it. It was like, madam, her time यही देना हमको, ऐसा ही कुछ देते रहना. I was like, वो मुझे आके मारेगा कि ये मैडम ने मेरे को मिल्किंग काउ का टास्क दे दिया है, पता नहीं क्या होगा. And he didn't call me. So till the time he came back, there was always this pressure on my head. I don't know what he's going to come and tell me. So he was like, we loved it. My children loved it. And it is so good to be back to our roots. You know, my children didn't knew, मतलब गाय को देख के भागते थे. अब जब भी देखते स्ट्रीट पे तो दे हमारे यहाँ पे पूछते हैं गाय को, तो they touch the forehead of the cow and they worship it. So this is thanks to you that you are giving us such things. So one of my client, I had given them breakfast in the middle of the waterfall, and they were worried that how we will reach the waterfall first of all, how would we have a breakfast. So there's a very little person called Raju Bhai at Neer waterfall in Rishikesh, who's running a little tea stall. बेचारा पूरा दिन का 100 रुपए भी नहीं कमाता होगा. I happened to meet him on my visit to Rishikesh, and he told me that मैडम कुछ मदद कर दो, यहाँ पे कुछ टूरिस्ट भेज दो, यहाँ पे कोई नहीं आता है वाटरफॉल पे, क्योंकि छोटू सा स्ट्रीम है. It's not a very big waterfall that people will be attracted to. And I started this. He had 4 tables. There's a waterfall, then the waterfall becomes stagnant, and then again it falls. Okay, so where the waterfall becomes stagnant, he has put some 4 little tables, and the only thing he serves is Maggi, tea, coffee, and Parle-G. And I started promoting him like anything. And that chai is only 10 rupee, Parle-G is 5 rupee, Maggi is again 10 rupee. So since 6 years I've been promoting him. Every year I send to him around 500 to 600 people to have that chai, Maggi and Parle-G wala breakfast. I don't give breakfast only for one day. I put them there at the waterfall. तो थोड़ा सेहत के लिए भी अच्छा हो जाता है चढ़ने का, and then फिर शांति से breakfast भी कर सकते हैं, and that little person is also being helped. So I keep getting his call that madam आज आपका है. और now 6 years he has become modern. The Raju Bhai has become very modern. तो अभी वो टोस्ट भी रखता है, जैम ब्रेड भी रखता है, और अभी रिसेंटली उसने पकोड़ा भी ऐड किया है. अभी रिसेंटली 2-3 दिन पहले फोन आया था, मैडम अब पकोड़े भी रखते हैं हम लोग, किसी को खाना है तो बता देना पहले से, मैं बना के रखूंगा. So this is what I have been trying to do for the sustainable tourism into India.
That is wonderful. Vocal for local. That is India is requiring right now. So yeah, and thank you for answering those questions, Ms. Hari. That was really wonderful to hear you, and thank you for your time. I hope now all our attendees are ready to pack their belongings and ready to step out and enjoy the thrill of traveling. So yeah. Thank you, Hari, for your time.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, Sharmila, once again. Thank you so much.
So now with this, now we have come to the end of all technical sessions, and now I'm handing over control to our past ExCom member, CA Garvita, who will be conducting the valedictory session. CA Garvita, over to you.
Thank you, CA Ankita. Good evening, esteemed dignitaries, speakers, invited guests, and our dear members. It gives me immense pleasure to stand before you all on behalf of Bahrain chapter of ICI. It's been a momentous event today for all of us here, and I attempt to sum it up at the end of our journey. I would imagine that it took a great deal of courage and a solid appetite for risk to come up with a conference of this stature in a state of pandemic. But here is what that made it work. Behind that external face of yet unfashioned brick and mortar lay a core of steel, an unrelenting force of past chairpersons and mentors that made this conference successful against all odds. Along with the support of sponsors, speakers, and members, we were able to conduct this Women International Conference, which will be embarked with golden words in history of BCICI. It is our responsibility to thank all those who supported to make this event a memorable one, even during this pandemic. First of all, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to His Excellency Piyush Srivastava, Ambassador of India to the Kingdom of Bahrain, and Madam Ambassador, Mrs. Monica Srivastava, for their presence today. His Excellency joined Bahrain at one of the most challenging circumstances, that is during the pandemic. But His Excellency chose to challenge this pandemic, and we are thankful for his strong support to the Bahrain chapter of ICI in our pursuit to achieve professional excellence. Next, we would like to acknowledge and thank the gracious presence of Her Excellency Dr. Sausan Mohammad Kamal, Member of Parliament in Kingdom of Bahrain. We would also like to acknowledge the contributions of Ms. Elham Hassan, Board Member and Business Strategy Advisor, Mumtalakat, in success of this conference. Our heartfelt thanks to Dr. Kiran Bedi, former Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry and retired IPS officer, for being with us and addressing us as the speaker and being guest of honor for today's event. People of our age group have grown up hearing your success stories, and today it was an honor and privilege to hear your wisdom thoughts. The best takeaway I recollect from her speech is that each individual should do their own SWOT analysis and work on our weaknesses and threats. We would also like to acknowledge and thank the gracious presence of Ms. Ehlam Janahi, President, Bahrain Business Women's Society. Next, we would like to thank CA Kemisha Soni, Central Council Member ICI, for being with us and walking us through the various initiatives being taken by ICI Women Empowerment Committee for the women members of ICI. As she rightly mentioned, that the only obstacle we face are mental obstacles, which can be simply broken by adopting a positive approach. Today's conference truly felt like a concentrated dose of life lessons in itself. Our deepest gratitude to Ms. Kiran Dembla, Ms. Chitra Shringare, Ms. Elise Vedyan, and CA Dr. Revati Paithankar, Ms. Chetna Gala Sinha, Ms. Elsie Gabriel, and Ms. Hardi Oza Patel. These women leaders showed us the path towards rewriting the rules. Adjectives like too young, too old, too masculine, too feminine for a job have no relevance. It goes to show that nothing can hold us back when we just make up our mind and decide to fight the stereotypes and prove our own worth. Our heartfelt thanks to our platinum sponsors, Grant Thornton and KPMG, gold sponsor, MMJS Consulting, and support sponsors, Tejas, Reog, and Young Environmentalist Program Trust, including the Landmark Group for sponsoring the raffles. This conference wouldn't have been possible without the technical support of Convex Media. Our deepest gratitude to Mr. Ajit Nair and Mr. Ranjish. A big thanks to Mr. Renju, who's sitting in India, but just a call away, for all the beautiful designing done on the backdrop, invitations, etc. A big thanks to Women Chartered Accountant members of BCICI, Subhashri, Khushbu, Radhika, Shri Bharti, Ambika, Karishma, Ankita, and Nisha. You girls are actually a testament to our collective will to push the boundaries and change the game. A big thanks to all the executive committee members for their constant support. I would like to make a special mention of Chairperson CA Ajay Kumar, Vice Chairperson CA Santosh Varghese, and Acting Chairperson CA Sharmila Sheth for their constant guidance and being a pillar of strength and support. Our members have been our companions, our constant inspirations, and eternal cheerleaders. Our deepest gratitude to all the BCICI members and invited guests present today. Women members of ICI Bahrain who attended today's conference, please do not forget to collect your special conference gifts. Thanks to Twishi for co-sponsoring these special gifts. Today, the invaluable learning that we have imbibed is dream big, dream bold. As tough as times may get, just remember to keep fighting the good fight, because life isn't about waiting for the storm to pass. It's about learning to dance in the rain. So let's just go out there and show the world our best moves. May all the women shine on. Now I will hand over the charge to CA Nisha Kotwani for conducting the quiz and last tranche of raffles. She was the first woman joint secretary of BCICI. She is also a founding member of Women's Only Toastmasters Club in Bahrain, C2A. Over to you.
Thank you, CA Garvita. What an exciting day it was with such exciting sessions. So many key takeaways for all. And it was indeed a task for me to capture some excerpts from the day in the Kahoot quiz. Having a Kahoot quiz has been customary, and I hope members are aware about its proceedings. I believe everyone is ready with their Kahoot app. I'll share my screen.
Nisha, are ExCom members eligible to participate in the Kahoot quiz?
No, as per the standing instructions of the acting chairperson, CA Sharmila, and our chairperson, Ajay, the ExCom members are unfortunately not allowed to participate.
I shouldn't have asked this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyway, I was about to say that. So everyone is able to see my screen. That is the game pin. I request everyone to please log in with your nickname followed by your membership number. The prizes will, only the members are eligible for prizes. We have, this time for the podium winners, we have 3 prizes. BD 30, BD 20 and BD 10 Shukran vouchers are at stake. So have your fastest finger first. I have someone as RB. Please log in as your with your membership number. Ankit, please log in with your membership numbers. Ankit, please kindly log out and log in again with your membership number. This is actually your testing moment, as the win is based on how fast you can crack and click the correct answers. Just for fun, if you're playing really for just for fun, so you won't be eligible for the prize. Divya, please log in with your membership number. I have just the membership number. Request if you can put your name as well. How many participants we have? Because I can't see it on my screen. In Kahoot, we just have 33 participants. No, in the Zoom meeting.
Yeah, Zoom meeting 109.
Okay. Uh, 228311, please log in with your name. Members can join in. I have kept the quiz very simple so that everybody can enjoy. And we have, instead of the commitment points, this time we have prizes, vouchers. I thought hearing the prizes, there would be loads of people jumping in. Kahoot quiz was a good custom that we started in this pandemic, when we are having our online webinars and seminars. And I believe everybody looks forward to it. Sharmila, what do you suggest? Should I lock and we go ahead? Because you're only 37 participants.
Yeah, I think, Nisha, we can start.
Yeah, it's been quite long. All right, so I'll just lock the meeting. Start. In which year BCICAI was formed? Oh, the answers are pouring in very fast. Oh, we've got a good, oh, we have equal answers of wrong and right almost. BCICAI is a very young journey of 7 years. So at least 13 of them got right. Let's see. Oh, Mahesh, Cliffa, Karishma. So at least we have a good number of women out there in the top 5. Let's move on to the next question. What are the 3 rules of time management? Right time is now, and glorification of being busy, bite what you can chew, or all the 3 options. Fantastic. We see a good time management learned by people. This was the takeaway from Ms. Revati. We have a good, decent movement at the top 5 with Ria jumping in, Garvita coming in. So we still have women power in the top 5. Good to go. How many paid women CA members does BCICAI have? 63, 57, 59, or 60? Oh, not bad. We just started with a handful of few members, and now we have a good number of 60, and we do look forward for all these 60 women paid members of BCICAI to be more active in the chapter. Mahesh is holding the 4th strong. Karishma, Garvita, Natasha, Roanna. Great going, girls. Right, the next up. Which speaker spoke on My Courage is My Capital? Chetna Galasina, Heidi Oza Patel, Elsie Gabriel, Chitra Sringare. Oh, okay. Quite a numbers got it right. It was quite an inspiring speech from our Indian local activists. Karishma is finally on the top, leading it away. Rima has come in. I think I should. So 4 players have just hit the answer streak of 3. Let's move on to our next question. How many women MCs were there in today's first Women CA conference? Oh, that's a big, nice count of 23 people getting the right answers. Yes, we had the entire conference was led, organized, everything by our women CA members. Not much of a movement in the top 5. So Suresh is a new entrant out here in the top 5. Garvita, Roanna, and Karishma, 3 women CA members still in top 5. The 6th question, what is a bad bank? Okay, everybody heard the session quite well. It was the regulatory aspects of the banking industry covered by Ms. Chitra Sringare. Let's see what moment we have. Oh, Mahesh again taking the top position. And just for fun has come in the top 5. Let's move on to our, oh, Jonathan is the highest climber, up 7 places. Let's move on to our 7th question. Miss Kiran Demla is also known as KD DJ Bell, DJ KD Bell, DJ KD. I'll leave it to the audience to read it. People have heard this session really well. She has been from bodybuilding into music. So let's see the movement. Oh, Roanna is finally on the top. Garvita in the 2nd place. Cliffa, new entrant. And Suresh has the highest answer streak of 4. Let's go on to the 8th. There is an insurance fraud law in India. True or false? maybe a little confusing for people, maybe because of the knots. There is no insurance law, fraud law in India yet. That was what was confirmation received by Ms. Alice Vidyayan. So May is still holding on tight on the top position. Let's move on to the next question, number 9. Which area was not covered during the conference? Travel, climate change, journalism, fitness. This should have been an easy one. Everyone in the top 5 got it right. Sham has an answer streak, the correct 5 answers in a row. Good going. 10th question. How many national parks are there in Andaman? This was the information given by our last speaker, so at least 14 of them got it right. There are 9 national parks in Andaman. So Mahi is still holding top, Garvita climbing up. So 4 players have an answer streak of 3. Girls, come on. Question 11. Who said behind every successful woman is she herself plus? This should be a really, really easy one. All right, a majority, Dr. Kiran Bedi. I guess this statement was picked up very well by everyone. So let's see how we are placed. Maya is still going strong. Meenakshi, I presume it's Meenakshi, who's come up in the top 5. Garvita still holding the 2nd position. Let's go on to our 12th question. True or false? There are more than 87,000 women chartered accountants. True or false? Lovely. I gave the benefit of doubt of clicking the wrong answers by the 3 participants. The top 5 have got it right. 13th question. How many speakers were there today? See, I've kept very simple quiz. We had 9 speakers, at least 11 got it right. Garvita finally taking up the lead from Mahesh. Sunita has come in. So then we have 8 players who have reached an answer streak of 3. Roanna is back again in top 3. 14th question, which is a double points question. How many commitment points does today's conference give? This also should be a pretty straight one. So the fastest fingers will get the maximum points. Lovely. So 30 of the participants got it right. Today's conference is giving 1,500 commitment points to all the participants based on the number of hours they have attended. So just for fun, it's really having fun and taking up the top place. Garvita 2nd, Roanna 3rd, Mahesh followed by Sunita. So the last question for today is the most easiest question. Giving away the hint. It's a double points question. What is the theme of our first Women's CA conference? It's a double points question. All right, 26 got it right. Maybe the options were a little confusing. So let's see who's on the podium, who's the winner. The third place goes to Mahesh. Second place, Sia Garvita. And the first place goes to, just for fun, he will not be eligible.
I'm
So
not
fourth-
eligible anyways.
So Sunita, so the first prize will go to Garvita. Second will go to Mahesh, and the third will go to Sunita, who has got the fourth place. So the first place bags are about 30 BD voucher, second place 20 BD voucher, and the third place is 10 BD voucher. All right, I hope all had fun with the Kahoot quiz, which I really kept it as simple as I could. Now we move on. Congratulations, first of all, congratulations to all the winners. And I guess there was some confusion for the Facebook winners. Due to the technical glitch, I guess first time the initial session was not telecasted properly. So the Facebook winners, Facebook raffle draw for the profile picture winners was Murtuza, first place, Riya Babu, second, and Saket Jain, third place. As mentioned in our communication earlier, there's a special gift hamper, even Garvita mentioned it. It is co-sponsored by Tejus for our paid women CA members. It needs to be collected from Ms. Kartika. You can take the contact details from any of our women ExCom members. But this is still not the end. This is a Made in Women CA conference in the year 2021, and we still have 8 more prizes to be won out of the total 21 prizes we had today. For those who missed the earlier raffles, hope this Excel file excels your chances of winning. So let's play the final raffle quiz. We have 8 prizes here to be won. So let's pick the first winner. The screen is visible, right, to everyone? Yes.
Yes, it is visible.
The first winner is CA Khushbu. Khushbu, please show us a hi or make us more happy by switching on your video if you're still online.
Nisha, it seems Khushbu is not online.
Okay. So we'll pick the next winner. CA Balasubramaniam Rajamani.
She is online.
Please identify yourself.
He is online. He has not confirmed yet, but.
All right. We'll move on to the second one. I guess it's enough time we gave. So the next winner is Ankush Malhotra. Ankush, are you still with us?
Ankush is not there. We can move ahead.
Okay. I can imagine the happiness of the others who are still logged in. JK.
JK is not there.
Okay. Let's pick the next winner. Tom and Joes.
Tom and Joes is not there as well. I'm trying to be as unbiased as I can be.
Okay. Let's pick the next winner. Venkatas Varlu Batini. Venkat Batini.
He's not there.
Okay. Let's pick another one. Santosh TV. Of course, he's here.
Apparently, he's there?
Yeah.
Yes, he is here.
He's here.
Yes.
So Santosh wins a BD 15 Shukran voucher from Landmark Group. Vasanti, CA Vasanti, we have one women member winning. CA Vasanti, are you there with us? Till
She's
now?
not there. Nisha, she's not there.
Okay. See Alok Gupta. Is he there with us?
Alok Gupta is not there in the meeting, but Vachaspati has just confirmed. Vachaspati Sundarasanan.
That is the same as Vasanti.
It's different. No, it's different. So we can move ahead.
Vasanti was the
Vasanti Guruswamy.
Yeah.
Vachaspati, it's Vasanti Guruswamy. Alok Gupta is not there.
Okay, so is Vasanti here? You're saying?
Okay, they are confirming it's her spouse, his spouse, so we can confirm this. Vasanti. Yes, Vasanti we can confirm.
All right.
27 number.
So Vasanti also wins BD 15 voucher from the Landmark Group. CA Ravi is the next winner.
Ravi Eknath is not in the meeting.
Okay. Next winner is Vistap Sopariwala. I think he has already won in the morning.
But he's not there in the meeting as well.
Okay, anyways, okay. Ajit Pai, is he there?
Ajit Pai is not there in the meeting.
Right. Harish, CA Harish Mukatira, do we have him?
Harish is not there in the meeting.
All right.
Nisha?
Yeah.
Just one thing, Bala Subramaniam Rajamani has confirmed.
Now.
He's there. Actually, I just noted that he raised his hand, but later. So I think we can give as an exception, we can give the prize to him.
Okay. All right, 1 second. I'll have to change everything then. So Bala wins 9. All right. So we have 2 more Shukran vouchers to go. Kumarji.
Kumarji is there in the meeting. Kumarji, can you please confirm? Okay, Kumarji is confirmed.
All right.
Here goes
So
our
Kumarji also wins a BD 15 voucher from Shukran. CA Kinjal.
Kinjal is not there in the meeting.
Okay. CA Lubina Fernandez.
Lubina is not there in the meeting.
Okay. CA Ganesh KV.
Ganesh KV is in the meeting. Please, Ganesh KV, can you confirm? Confirmed.
All right. Let's have some. So Ganesh, next voucher is from next winner is Karishma Oponi. Is she there in the meeting?
Karishma is there in the meeting.
Okay, so Ganesh and Karishma, when Riyog 1 hour session, 2 classes of yoga session from Riyog. We'll have the next winner, Ajay Kumar. He's been really lucky today.
No, Ajay Kumar is not here, so we can skip this. Oh, Ajay, you are here. Sorry, I
Ajay
missed
is
it.
here,
Sorry.
Vivek.
Ajay, it's bad. That was an advantage.
Vivek has been playing a common record. He's just repeating the same record.
So maybe Vivek is not there in the meeting.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so Ajay wins the Cartier perfume gift set. And with that, we end today's raffles. So we had 21 raffles to be given away today throughout the day. And before I sign off, I take this opportunity to wish all the lovely mothers here a happy Mother's Day in advance, which we celebrate in Bahrain tomorrow. So thank you all for joining in, and I hope everyone had a good time. That's all from the Women CA conference out here in the studio. CA Sharmila would like to say something, her final comments, or CA Ajay.
Yes, thank you, Nisha. I think I was just keeping to my promise that I will not really participate in the function today. So I think at least it makes sense that I just give a final closing words at least. So I think first of all, I just want to thank one of the mentors, I think, who said the best thing to give is not advice, but opportunities, and opportunities to the deserving is the way to go. And I believe Sharmila really deserved the opportunity. I think she's been like a rock for most of the events that we have been doing in this term. So I think this was only apt that we could recognize her efforts, and I'm glad C.A. Santosh also agreed with me. And together, I think, as you can see, she's the acting chairperson for the month. So I really have no words to praise for the efforts by C.A. Sharmila in bringing this conference today. As someone who's privy to the events that happened in the background, so when this conference, I thought I had less time in preparing for the annual conference. So you can imagine Sharmila had almost less than a month to bring this conference. And in fact, she had a grander vision. Her vision was to have like a GCC wide conference, and she even tried very hard for that. I think due to time constraints and other issues, it was not really progressing the way it should be, and finally it was a decision taken to make it as a BCICI conference. And I really can't see this was again something that was planned as a half-a-day conference, but with the support of so many women achievers who wanted to be part of this landmark conference, we had enough speakers to make it like a full-day event. So I mean, the speakers were of the highest quality. I think the event management was perfect, and I think special appreciation to all the women members of the chapter who wholeheartedly supported C.A. Sharmila in organization of this event. And each one of them, I think, played their role to perfection, and I think showcased the immense potential that we have in the chapter. I think that is the most important thing. And Wonder Woman is what I call all of you. So well done to all the Wonder Women here. Of course, I must also say that when some male members who were also XCOM members, past chairpersons, people who were also supporting the event, who were invisible, but they were there at the background. So congratulations to them also. And as usual, I think our media partners, amazing. Convex Media, Ajit Nair, Renjish, another event without any blemish. When we do technology-based events, I think that is very important. So just, I don't know, I mean, I'll just close saying that we have kind of seen what logging into future means. We have just given you a trailer of what can happen when women leaders lead the chapter. So you can imagine what it will be when you have a full-time women leader of capable women leaders like C.A. Sharmila. So kudos to all of you, and well done. It was thoroughly enjoyed, and I've been getting plenty of messages across different groups and other things for the wonderful conduct of the event. So well done again, and amazing event. Thank you.
C.A. Sharmila, please add on.
Thank you so much for all that encouraging words and all the motivation. But I must here really say that it was not only that the decision when Ajay took that and he communicated,
But the support and the motivation and the guidance I got from all the mentors and all the EXCOM members was really amazing. I actually, when the decision was announced, I actually got calls from the mentors and our the leaders, like coming forward and offering the help, offering the guidance. So that like this is the time we realize that Bahrain chapter is actually a way different than the others. So we have here people guiding us, taking us through. So that was a wonderful experience to conduct this conference. And thanks everybody for all the support. Thanks all the, though I've mentioned it before, but thanks all the members from the YCAP, all the EXCOM members, especially Vivek Gupta, who has been here with me all the time, and C.A. Santosh as well from the EXCOM, who have helped on the technical front to handle this event. So thank you once again. Thanks everybody, and hope to see you with more such events in future. Thanks a lot.
Thank you all. And with this, I think we sign off for the day.